just started.
Okay.
Okay, it looks good. Question is, where does it show up on your YouTube channel? Be a good thing to establish.
I think there's just like, I think it pulls, let me check. Benjamin Moeller.
Ben Sherman.
It does not look like it has been started.
Okay.
Or at least I can't see one.
It says to me it's live.
I also got like an automatically generated ad from a like one of those sites that's like, oh, find people's address and phone number. And it's just a big ad that looks like a video that says we found Benjamin Moeller.
That's pretty creepy. That's really disturbing.
They didn't actually find you. I promise.
Give me the link. Stream URL, copy.
The scream you want.
Oh, that's not right at all. Live. Yes, I am live right now. Visibility private. Public. Okay, maybe it should be showing up now.
Got my hands full at this very moment. So give me like a minute and I will check.
Here. I think I've got the link. Let's share. Could pop in and check. Yeah.
If I just go, there it is. If I open up my YouTube app, it is the very first video recommended to me.
Very nice. Okay. We may be ready to rock and roll here. Yeah, like I said, I've got a big pile of food that I'm gonna hope does not get caught by the mic. I actually put my pop filter on for once, so being professional. I also wrote up a list of topics just in case I get lost. But, I think we should be fine. I kind of know what's going on. Let me just share that link again. Copy. Paste.
I'm just gonna quick leave this Discord real quick just to make sure that your audio is working on the live stream.
All right, sounds good. Okay. I am sitting here talking. We are testing the audio of this stream, which should just be me who is talking, saying words and speaking them in an order that is conducive towards the understanding of various... I don't know, man. It's tough to The other thing I'm trying to check is, can I see my own chat just in case? I can. Okay. Just gonna wait a couple more minutes, and then I should get started.
So this is awesome. Do you want to know how I get myself to enter the stage, the speaker stage?
How's that?
I have to make a request as an audience member to speak, and then I have to accept my own invitation.
Very nice.
What a wonderful system they've got set up.
But you can still hear everything?
Yes.
Okay. And...
So I did check. I don't know if it's just my mic or all of the speakers' mics, but I was much louder than you on stream than you were.
Okay, that might be something I should adjust real quick. I did just quit the game, so that part is probably going to blank out, but that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay, I want OBS up. Desktop audio. I'll turn down a little bit. Can you start talking again?
Hello.
Blah, blah, blah,
I'm
blah, blah,
talking.
blah.
I'm
Blah, blah,
talking
blah,
right
blah,
now.
blah. I'm talking over here. Okay. I'm just gonna say it is what it is, and we'll figure out what happens. But I'm gonna start up the game, and I'm not gonna skip the intros, because I'm going to show every single little part of this game so that there is absolutely no need to ever show it ever again. We got this wonderful pre-rendered cutscene from Universal Interactive, and then it'll do basically the game's release trailer. Got a cool little eye. Ooh. Creepy. This is Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. I will give kind of a more thorough introduction in a minute, but that is the game that you're watching, and I will be dropping 30 years worth of hot takes on the Jurassic franchise as it has just turned 30 years old. First, we're going to watch this legendary infographic. We got the island.
It's yours. Jurassic Park. It's your job.
We got approximately 4 or 5 pixels on screen.
Build the park and populate it with dinosaurs.
It's literally that easy.
Lots of dinosaurs. This will be the greatest theme park in the history of the world.
Wow. Wait, now what?
Your job is to keep the park gates open. Prove to InGen that the park is viable and safe.
Code Red.
Oh my
This is
God.
Park Control. Raptor breakout in sector 32.
No
Code
way.
Red. Copy that, Control.
The dinosaurs.
The
I'm reading
dinosaurs.
6 visitors in
By the way,
sector 32.
the raptors in this game use a completely different skin. So there's stuff you see in this pre-rendered trailer that does not actually appear in the final version.
Let's repair that breach.
Oh yes, you have a T-Rex.
I'm making mac and cheese over here.
He's a hunter.
I can put my mic really close to it, and you can hear it if you want.
I think we're good.
It's yours. Jurassic Park.
Just two giant hands in the middle of space. Operation Genesis, here we go.
Operation Kill God and Become Him.
Yeah, I'm okay with that. That's approximately what the movies are about. Okay, so, like I said, this is Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. This is, I would say, my favorite thing the franchise ever produced. And as a paleontologist, I'm going to introduce myself in more detail in a second, but as someone who, like, studies dinosaurs and ancient animals, I don't have as strong affinity for Jurassic Park as you might imagine, and we're going to talk a very, very long time about why that is. But since I wanted to do basically one big rundown of what this franchise is about, what it does right, what it does wrong, what my gripes are, and what I think should be done with it in the future, if anything. And I choose to do that while streaming this game because it was legitimately something I enjoyed as a kid, whereas the movies were never really a huge part of growing up, and this is kind of a controversial thing to say. It was not what drove me into paleontology in the first place. So, yeah, I've got kind of a complicated relationship with it, and I'm going to try to cover it as thoroughly as possible so that I don't have to speak about this franchise again for another 30 years. We're going to start fresh, so we've got all these different wonderful options, including Site B, some missions. I don't really know what these exercises are. This is probably the tutorial. Yeah. So maybe, depending on how much I truly want to punish myself, I might do the tutorials. There's also this set of really funny missions. Excuse me. Most of which involve either shooting a dinosaur or taking pictures of dinosaurs. So we can get to that. But the main part is the park building. So I'm going to give an introduction to the game before we start talking about the movies, of which there are 6, and some other things to cover. This is an unskippable audio that plays every single time you start an island, so this monologue is burned into my brain. So we can do like an archipelago or just one giant island. My intention is to add one of every single species onto the island, so we're going to go the largest size. We're going to minimize the amount of mountains. I'll still add one just for character. We don't need a ton of rivers. Those can all basically be added manually. And I'm also going to completely deforest, and we're going to I'll explain why later. But basically, this is the peak Jurassic Park. It's basically just a square with one river running through it and no trees. And you can hit that next island button to get variations on what is essentially the same thing. Trying to pick something with a little bit of character since I've stripped it entirely. This one's kind of cool, right? You've got a river that splits and a mountain, so we'll do that. Here we go. So Operation Genesis, this is a 2003 game, so while the Jurassic franchise basically kicked off 30 years ago, this game just turned 20 years old. And it was originally released on it was on PC, which is what I'm playing it on right now, obviously. It was also on the original Xbox, I believe, and it was also on the PS2. And because it was released on all of these platforms simultaneously, it came with a ton of built-in restrictions. So this is a park building simulator. I think as a genre, people generally have an idea of what that means. You're going to build a park. You have to balance managing your animals and, doing budgeting and stuff like that. But because this game was released on console and some rather primitive consoles, there's extreme memory issues that were accounted for in the production of this game. And so it comes in with built-in limitations like you can only have 60 dinosaurs in your park at any given time, which is ridiculous because, as I'm going to show you, you can cram a ton of stuff into a map this size. So when it came out on all platforms, you could only have 60 dinosaurs. There's also a limit to the number of guests that can be in the park at any given time. There's a limit on, as we go to the build function, there's a limit on the number of hatcheries you can have. There's a limit to the number of fences you can have for each. And every single building has its own limitations. So, because this is on PC, and I'm playing it on what would, by 2003 standards, be a futuristic space-age computer. By 2023 standards, my PC is not that impressive, but I'm definitely blowing the water. I can blow... How do I want to phrase that? Whatever computer that this game was built for, mine blows it out of the water. So I can remove all those restrictions that are there basically for memory, because I have infinite memory as far as this game is concerned. So there's a bunch of modifications that I've made. If you go to, like, again, the build thing, you can see in the bottom sort of right-ish corner, or kind of on the right side of the screen, I can build 50 hatcheries. The built-in limitation was 20, I believe. I can build basically infinite fences. That was also not the case originally. I did not mess with the number of feeders. I couldn't find that in the game files, so that I may run into that limitation. But this game is extremely easy to modify. Basically, all of those critical pieces of, like, you know, the line of code that says this is how much, I'm going to turn some of these down so that I can hear myself talk. Basically, the lines of code that specify you can only have so many of this, you can only have so many of that, is just written in plain text in an INI file that you can open with Notepad, modify the value, and save it without any extra program, and the game runs with it. So it's extremely easy to modify. I am not a hacker or anything anywhere near that, but you can see, like, the available teams is going off the side of the screen because I added so many. You don't start the game with $280 million either. That is also a thing that I've cheated. And speaking of cheats, there's a substantial amount of like built-in cheats to this game. So you don't have to play it in its intended form at all, and I definitely don't intend to. One of the limitations that was built into this game is that you could not... basically, on this fossil hunt screen, this is where you start producing your dinosaurs. You have to dig for fossils and then extract DNA from them. And as you can see, there's 6 dig sites in North America, none in South America or Australia or Europe. You've got these 2 in Africa and 1 in Asia. So it had kind of a limited purview at the time. And in the base game, again, by those defaults, you were not able to unlock, I think, more than 5 out of 9 of these dig sites. So it wasn't possible, it's not possible without modifying the game's code to actually have one of each species. So what I'm going to do over the course of this stream is not something the game actually natively supports, but because I went in and changed those things, I'm just going to unlock all of these sites and do precisely what I want. And I'm going to move kind of slow at first, just kind of setting the ground for the park and all of that. So we'll be able to jump into kind of the discussion part. I'm going to start, these are all the dig sites, and I'm going to start by putting field teams in these African dig sites. And just kind of focus on that. You also got a fossil market, which is currently empty. This is the genetics lab where you have to take everything that's intook and extract DNA out of it. In this game, you can get DNA from fossils themselves, from just bones, which is not something that's canon to the movie. In the movie, DNA can only come from amber, and obviously the game gives you more DNA if you find amber, and so I have also cheated it into the game code to basically only give me amber. So that's what's going to be happening there. Let's check some notifications real quick. How's your macaroni going?
Message from Dr. Grant.
There you go, our messages.
It's the cheapest kind.
Dr. Grant.
Cheapest kind? Perfect.
Yeah. So it's mac and cheese
Do here.
by the strictest definition.
Awesome. Okay, I've got cheat codes pulled up,
Message from Dr. Grant.
and we have already begun to get messages. So these guys will send you these little emails every single time something happens in the park, and
What would you like us to do?
yeah, unsurprisingly, they're only finding amber because that's all I allow you to find. There's also some opals that we can just straight up sell. And nope, not gonna sell that. Extract. Okay, so now might be a good time, as I start laying the foundations for the park, to discuss what Jurassic Park actually is. I've
Message
seen
from
it
Dr. Grant.
several times. My quote-unquote roommate and I both watched it last night for the 30-year anniversary, and it was your first time seeing the movie, right?
Correct.
So, yeah, it definitely has. It's a 1993 action movie, so there's a lot that kind of showing it to a brand new audience. You kind of have to set your expectations at like, okay, the CGI is not going to be mind blowing. You know, this is an Avatar. This is a movie from literally 30 years ago, and there's some parts that hold up and there's some parts that don't. But I also want to put the film into its kind of context in the paleontological, like the evolution of paleontology, so that what the movie says in its message can be kind of viewed from that angle.
Message from Dr. Grant.
These guys are sending me so many messages.
It's coming together.
So, so the movie comes out in 1993. Jurassic Park is based off of a novel by Michael Crichton, who is a very famous sci-fi author. He passed away sometime in the 2000s. But he was responsible for penning Westworld, Next, which I think also became a movie that wasn't particularly popular. But Jurassic Park comes out, and before the novel is even finished, I believe the different Hollywood studios are trying to buy the rights to the movie and trying to shop around directors to direct a film adaptation. Because the plot is of a theme park with dinosaurs. It's an action movie. It's going to be thrilling and whatever, but this clearly has franchise potential, right? In the movie, you see they have already produced like in-universe merchandise, t-shirts, mugs, and stuffed animals, and every kind of, merchandise that you can look for.
It's coming together.
So basically, the Universal, who ends up winning the contract, and Steven Spielberg, who ends up getting the director's position, they already knew going into this that this is going to be a very profitable movie. And the irony of this franchise basically seen as a vehicle to make money, while the in-universe conflict is over the fact that Jurassic Park is being constructed because it has high, profit motive, profit potential, but serious, safety risks, is an irony that some will argue is addressed over and over in the actual text of the films. I argue that it really isn't. That people are kind of reading too much into it. But we will get to that. Alright, I need to... Messages.
What would you recommend in this situation?
What would you recommend?
Absolutely.
Since I'm trying to make something of a low-key stream, because I know people like to put on VODs like this to sleep to and do other kinds of work, I'm not going to make this a full-on shootout type situation. This game can actually get quite violent, but I've turned off tornadoes, which generally kind of wreck everything. So I've taken care of that. I'm putting in cheats to get all the research unlocks because I really do not feel like individually researching different fences and things.
It's coming together.
I think you should enable tornadoes.
I would have to go into the game files and change it back.
From Dr. Grant.
I think the idea of a tornado just coming through and destroying everything is really fun.
Well, let me put it this way. There's a cheat. I've made it basically impossible for them to occur naturally, but there is a cheat to summon one, so I guess I'll put that in and see what it does.
You could do it now while
There we go.
nothing is.
Yeah, I just started it. There's a twister. There we go. So this is the game map, and the twister shows up in the corner over there. There we go. Look at that. There it goes.
Oh my god, there it is.
All paths become damaged. I don't want that. It's an Alcatraz.
Message from Dr. Grant.
There it goes.
Message
Drive
from
by.
Dr. Grant.
All research. Crash.
Message from Dr. Wu.
Okay, there's a cheat to blow up one of your vehicles. I don't really want that.
Awesome.
Bracket.
This game has
bracket,
everything.
3 stars.
Urgent message from John Hammond.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna go ahead and cheat and give myself a 5-star park rating
Urgent
right
message
away.
from John Hammond.
You can hear urgent message from John Hammond. Just like in the movie, his only concern basically is how much money you're making for him.
Message from Dr. Wu.
Okay. You can see how this would be a major problem if literally anything was was built here.
Message from Dr. Grant.
And we've returned to peace.
Message from Dr. Grant.
Let's see. Dun, dun, dun. Market day.
Message from Dr. Grant.
So now there are fossils for sale at the fossil market,
Things are good.
which is also kind of how real life
Good
works.
choice.
You can just kind of show up, as I learned, to any random hotel in Tucson, Arizona between January 20th and February 5th or so,
Good
and
choice.
there's just fossils everywhere. Fun little local secret. Okay, so we've got... Do I have all the buildings unlocked yet? Did I do that? Build. Amenities. Okay, perfect. So the plot of the movie essentially goes...
Welcome back.
It's been discovered that you can extract dinosaur DNA from amber uncovered from dinosaur times. There are mosquitoes that drink blood.
Message from Dr.
DNA is in blood. The DNA is preserved in amber for tens of millions of years. You can extract it and start sequencing dinosaurs.
Message from Dr.
Um,
Grant.
and a guy who is extremely wealthy,
Message
John
from Dr.
Hammond,
Grant.
he co-founds a company called InGen with a guy named Benjamin Lockwood. And Benjamin Lockwood is not mentioned in the Jurassic canon until like Jurassic Park 5.
Message from
And I am going to insist on being annoying and referring to all of the Jurassic World movies as Jurassic Park sequels because that's what they are. So there's basically no mention of the co-founder until it is required for plot purposes. But John Hammond, who's something of an interesting guy. In the novel, he's the villain. In the movies, not so much. In the movies, John Hammond is played by Richard Attenborough, who is the real-life brother of the naturalist David Attenborough. So there's kind of a funny,
Message from Dr. Grant.
you know, Richard Attenborough represents Jurassic Park, and David Attenborough is now the voice of Prehistoric Planet, which I'm going to avoid mentioning for quite some time because there's way too much I could get into there as far as representation of like natural historical value. But yeah, in the books he's basically a villain, and he does die at the end. He's ripped to shreds by some of the small little green dinosaurs that show up in the movie in Jurassic Park 2. So we got the entrance. We can set the entry fee to whatever we want.
Message from Dr. Grant.
Because
$1 trillion entry fee.
Because I've got $280 million, it doesn't really matter what I set it to. I guess I can see. I don't think I modified this value. So we'll see how high you can actually set it.
Message from Dr. Grant.
Interesting.
Message
Okay.
from Dr. Grant.
Oh my god, shut up. Let's see if I can turn. Let's see, sound. Yeah, I'm gonna turn the voice down real low. Because I'm just gonna be getting non-stop alerts, basically, from these guys. Especially once things start dying everywhere. So, extremely wealthy man whose background is in kind of entertainment. In the movie, they mentioned that he used to run a flea circus as kind of his first kind of foray. He also mentions, as kind of a throwaway piece of dialogue, and by the way, one of the most difficult, something that does not age well is just 90s movies in general, as we discovered, because we had to watch the movie on YouTube TV, right? It was
YouTube TV.
Wasn't available on Netflix, wasn't available on any like other streaming site, and I don't have a physical copy of it. So we're watching it on YouTube TV, which has ads. So first of all, you know, every 20 minutes or so we're breaking to hear about like WWE or whatever. The audio just does not translate to modern equipment, and so it was extremely crunchy.
Yeah. Every time the volume got above a certain level, I think at a certain frequency, it would just make this horrible crackling noise.
Yeah. Which came to be really funny because it was worst when the T-Rex shows up.
Yeah, the first time you see the T-Rex, it just roars, but you can't hear it because there's a cracking noise the entire time.
Yeah, it sounds like the Gen Z edit where they add the Vine boom sound. It was quite amusing. And yeah, again, this is a movie from 1993, so the CGI is not fantastic. You can tell basically at this point, because screen resolution has gotten strong enough, you can pretty easily differentiate what is a computer-generated model and what is a physical kind of prop or animatronic puppet. But other than that, it holds up fine. It doesn't look terrible. But certainly, it doesn't have the same appeal that it did to audiences in 1993, to which this stuff was mind-blowing, right? Anyway, so John Hammond mentions in a throwaway piece of dialogue at the very beginning that he's got a safari park in Kenya that will eventually come to pale in comparison to what he's building for Jurassic Park. Jurassic Park is built on an island called Isla Nublar, which is off the coast of Costa Rica. If you've started to pick up on like the colonial undertones of this movie, you're heading in the right direction because, you know, John Hammond is a British man who's got significant wealth and land holdings in Africa, and somehow also owns several islands off of Costa Rica, and God knows what else. He may or may not co-own Benjamin Lockwood's estate, which is in California. So this guy has a significant amount of land and money, and his whole thing is basically making attractions for rich people. And he basically just happens to be lucky enough to found an entirely new science, the cloning of dinosaurs, and he wants to use that for entertainment purposes. And the whole intended message of the films is that this is a bad idea. You are messing with forces you don't understand in order to profit, and it's only going to backfire on you, and it does every single time. A very common critique of this film series is that no one ever learns the lesson that Jurassic Park is always going to blow up. And there's complaints that, like, it's so unrealistic that there would be 6 of these movies, because why would they rebuild Jurassic Park? They know it's just going to fall apart. So, you know, critiques of hubris and things like that. One of the kind of interesting things about this series, let me check my topic list to see where we've gone. Introduced Operation Genesis, we did that. I don't think I've introduced myself. So my name is Benjamin Mueller. I am a paleontologist. And I was born in 1999, so by the time I came around, this movie was already 6 years old. And I did not watch Jurassic Park until, I think, maybe 2008 or so, after which, or before which I should say, I had already gone on my first expedition. I had already dug for dinosaurs before ever watching Jurassic Park. So it's very common for my peers at kind of my age level, people earlier and certainly people younger, you get the assumption that, like, oh, it was Jurassic Park that got you into this, right? And it wasn't. And because of that, I have a lot less fondness for the series than some of my colleagues, and I certainly will not hold back in criticizing basically the cage that this series puts us in. You know, I don't think a lot of people who will necessarily, like, criticize the fact that as a franchise and as a piece of, like, copyrighted media, Universal has, like, basically contained all media about dinosaurs. People are afraid to make a dinosaur movie or anything that has these animals in it, which are not copyrightable, okay? These are actual living animals that have been studied in a scientific principle, and they're public domain. You will never be able to copyright Tyrannosaurus. You'll never be able to copyright any of these things. But because basically all the money that bankrolled this franchise was able to create a juggernaut so huge that no one really wants to mess with it. And so in some ways, paleontologists are kind of, like, needled to accept the Jurassic franchise as, like, this great public service that Hollywood does for us that brings our research to millions of people, tens of millions of people around the world, and puts our work in an entertaining way in front of people and helps further the field. It draws people in. That's what we're told anyway. But there's also, frankly, the sense that we're kind of trapped. I teased this stream yesterday on Twitter with a modified version of that classic Godspeed You Black Emperor lyric that goes, "We are trapped in the belly of this horrible franchise and the franchise is bleeding to death." At the time, in 1993, the release of this movie, I don't doubt and I won't argue that it did not increase interest in paleontology during a time when it had kind of faded a little bit. But now we're 30 years later, we've got 6 of these movies out, and they're only getting worse over time, and we have to really start thinking about, like, you know, do I want the representation of natural history to live inside of this, like, 90s action franchise? And the answer is no, I really don't want that. Finish introducing myself. So yeah, I did my first dig in 2007, so that's kind of where I consider my career start to be. I'm now 24, so, and, you know, I do regular field work during the summers. I just got back from 2 weeks of field work out in New Mexico in what's called the Menifee Formation of northwestern New Mexico. And my roommate, quote unquote, also was there with me. And so you're in a really fun position of also having done a real expedition and have interacted with paleontology and with actual dinosaur fossils before ever touching this franchise. And so I think it was really funny how as soon as the opening scene of Jurassic Park, where there's the dig site, there's the quote unquote velociraptor that's being uncovered, and
Yeah.
it looks extremely fake, right?
Not only does it look extremely fake, but they also found the entire skeleton pretty much perfectly preserved in one piece.
Right.
Which, again, as you mentioned, as someone who's been on a real expedition, a real dig before watching that movie, it's kind of interesting seeing, like, my expectations were set by, like, the real expedition and then applied to Jurassic Park, not the other way around.
Sorry, I got a mouthful of chow mein. If you could waffle for another 30 seconds.
Yeah. I don't know. I think in terms of how entertaining they were, Jurassic Park wins, but I would probably give up Jurassic Park before I give up going on digs.
Right. Yeah, so it's kind of a unique situation to go in, especially for someone who isn't a paleontologist. I didn't realize this until we had sat down and actually watched the movie, but you track more closely with Dr. Ian Malcolm, who is the hater mathematician.
Yes.
His entire role in the movie is to say, like, this is a bad idea. You shouldn't have done this.
This is mathematically impossible. That's all he does for the first half.
Yep. According to Chaos Math, what you're doing right now is extremely stupid.
He's so right for that.
I am going to check one quick stream thing. Please don't crash. Please don't crash. Okay,
I'm
so
saying this as someone who is a mathematician. The realest thing he said was when they were on either in the cars or like on a bridge or something, and he's like, "Oh, we have to put someone said like, oh, we have to put our faith in the engineers now," and he just like groaned or something.
Yeah.
Like, oh, great.
Yeah.
Do not trust engineers.
I don't, and I never will. So, yeah, I think that's a fairly good introduction. Yeah, I am a paleontologist. I am rather young. You're not listening to like one of the top minds of the field or anything. I am just a guy that you will occasionally see ahead of you in line at Panda Express. But as someone who's been in this field for a very long time, I've kind of seen the difference between people who were introduced to paleontology through Jurassic Park and people who've kind of reached it through other means. And there is definitely a difference. But I'm going to try to get to that later. So let's cross off the introduction. You'll learn more about me as we go on, I suppose. And just go fully into the Jurassic Park 1 recap. The movie technically opens with a scene of a bunch of workers trying to move one of the scary, mysterious dinosaurs into what actually looks more like... So if you look at this right here, this is the hatchery, right? But in the movie, this building is a feeding area. So that's one of the kind of differences between this game and the actual film. So it shows like a crate with a dinosaur in it and a bunch of workers trying to basically move it into the thing. As soon as they release one of the hatches to let it out, it immediately starts killing someone, and you get the park warden, who I think I can get to show up somewhere if I press the right button, is like, just shoot her. So the guy who is in charge of security at Jurassic Park from like the very beginning is like all of these animals should die. Like they should be killed. You never should have done this. I hate that you did it. So he, like Malcolm, is kind of gunning from the get-go to like, this is a bad idea. Let's just fucking kill all of them right from the get-go. And then you go to the lawyer being pulled on a river on like a floating platform to an amber mine in the Dominican Republic. Now, amber fossils do come from the Dominican Republic. It's just that they're not Cretaceous aged. So that is one technical problem that's like kind of a minor thing, but yeah, basically, so we do find amber in the fossil record basically everywhere. Where I work in the Menifee Formation, there's actually a ton of amber. It is not an uncommon thing to find at all. You actually came across like a pretty decently sized vein, and it all kind of blows apart when you dig it up.
Yeah, I was gonna say that. It's so abundant that even someone who doesn't know what they're doing can just look down and find it.
Right. So yeah, amber is not necessarily rare. It's just mostly not useful. Certainly in the Menifee Formation, the pieces that we come across are so small that you wouldn't expect to find like a large size insect like a mosquito. They are still like scientifically significant. We still bag it all the time because they might contain, like, for example, pollen grains, which are really important for establishing things about the ecology of these ancient ecosystems that you wouldn't be able to touch otherwise. So yeah, amber is really cool. It's fairly abundant, and it doesn't contain mosquitoes. Like, I think there might be maybe 1 or 2 examples of fossilized mosquitoes in amber, but I don't think any of them date back to the Cretaceous. So if you were wondering if that part of the quote-unquote science or plot is feasible, it's really not. I would say one of the things I get the most annoyed about talking about this franchise with people is having to emphasize that, like, no, we are not trying to... We're not doing genetic research on these animals. We're not trying to extract their DNA, because it's an impossibility. Like, I'm sorry to have to put it like bluntly like that, but it's not a focus. Like, it's not feasible. If someone were to go to the National Science Foundation and try to get money to clone dinosaurs, you're not going to get a cent because it's just not a feasible plan. But that's fine. It's science fiction. You should be able to suspend your disbelief. And I should say it wouldn't surprise me if we were able to retrieve some minuscule amount of genetic information from some Cretaceous aged animal. Just because part of what makes paleontology exciting is the fact that most of our preconceived ideas of what is and what is not possible are always being overturned. So I'm not going to say, no, we're never going to find any scrap of DNA. It's just extremely unlikely, right? The half-life of most of the molecules in DNA is like 5,000 years or so. So the conditions would have to be exceptional for, DNA of something even 1 million year old to be viable. And even then you're dealing with a sustained amount of damage to that sequence, which is why in the movie they say that they add frog DNA to basically fill in the gaps between what they have and what they need in order to produce a full viable embryo. And that's one of the many ways that the plot tries to reinforce the idea that, like, when you don't understand science and you're only engaging with it for the cynical profit motive, that if you don't understand what you're doing, you're going to leave yourself open to so many avenues of disaster. And it's this use of frog DNA that enables the animals to start breeding. So I guess we can we're gonna hit on this particularly early.
The transgender dinosaurs.
The transgender dinosaurs, which is very cool and good. I should say that in 2023, it is not uncommon for people to I should say in all of culture and all of media, the queer community loves claiming things that we know are not meant to be read in the way that we read them. Because representation is so rare, and good representation is even more rare, that something like Jurassic Park, which doesn't ever touch on, any kind of like queer narrative really, in an explicit way, even to this day, even, the latter three movies basically, there's never, I think, an out queer character of any kind. There are technically queer characters written into the scripts, it's just that never actually is brought to the screen in any significant way. But yeah, over the course of the film, it's revealed that the dinosaurs had begun to breed. It was emphasized at the very beginning of the movie with B.D. Wong playing Dr. Henry Wu, that like they're all engineered to be female. We deny them the hormone in development that would allow for the development of male sex characteristics. So everything in Jurassic Park is female. That's how we know that they can't breed. And then towards the end of the film, the paleontologist character and his two child sidekicks start to they come across a nest, a bunch of broken up eggs, and Dr. Grant kind of muses about, well, they said that they use frog DNA to fill in the gaps, and certain types of West African frogs have been known to change sex in a single sex environment. And what that alludes to is the very real phenomenon in nature for it's usually not vertebrates doing this, but yeah, in amphibians it happens. In fish, people are pretty familiar with this. Clownfish specifically, because there's that factoid that gets circulated around where people say, in Finding Nemo, all of the clownfish except for Nemo and his dad are killed, and in real clownfish, when they find themselves in a single-sex environment, one will basically change sex in order to start reproducing. So technically Nemo or his dad should have transitioned right after the family was killed. So that's kind of a funny thing that gets brought around. And in the same vein, yeah, people in modern terms will look at the fact that the dinosaurs, some of them transition from female to male as like, this is a trans narrative. And I don't object to that. I just don't think it's clearly not baked into, like, Steven Spielberg in 1993 was not thinking about how to make a trans narrative as part of a big, like, blockbuster film. So it's not intended, but as is going to become extremely obvious throughout the course of this stream, I don't really care about what the intentions were, because this is a fake story built off of a real foundation, real animals, the actual process of nature. So, like, just because, for the simple fact that it makes people really angry when you talk about Jurassic Park as a trans narrative, that, like, I'm pro that. Do that. It makes people pissed off. It's extremely funny. It's just that, like, there's no part of the novel or the book itself, or sorry, the book or the film that actually intends for that to be the case. I guess one could say that, again, for 1993, that probably was taken as some kind of significant plot twist, because that audience may not have ever heard of the idea of an animal changing sex. It may not have considered that, like, that's a thing that can happen. And it can happen, and it does happen. So it's kind of, I guess that's something, right? They introduced that. I would say the fact that they... it's probably more meant to be read as part of the feminist subtext of Jurassic Park. I will say that Jurassic Park was probably intended, at least in the film, to be something of a feminist movie. because there's kind of clues throughout the story about how the female sex is continuously kind of underestimated, and that whole part about life finds a way has a call, basically foreshadowing at the very beginning of the movie, where the seatbelts on the helicopter don't work, and Dr. Grant has to tie two female ends together in order to make a working seatbelt. So there's kind of a cheeky little allusion right at the beginning about two females basically making it work. Life finds a way. And there's also a line there's an exchange between Laura Dern and John Hammond, Ellie Sattler and John Hammond, where, you know, towards the end of the movie, there's this really risky mission that they have to go on from the safe area into the where they're going to try to reboot the power, and John Hammond, who is this old gas bag, is like, well, you know, it really should be me going because I'm and you and she's like, look, we can talk about sexism in survival situations later. Like, I need to go do this right now, old man, if that's okay with you, if you're not going to have a heart attack about, like, a woman doing something dangerous instead of you. And there is something really weird about how this 90s movie, I think, has a better feminist narrative than the modern Jurassic Parks, and I can definitely start elaborating on that more when we get to that point. So I've kind of jumped around the film. Most people have seen the movie at this point. The basic plot is this Costa Rican island has a park on it. It's mostly built and is almost ready to go. There's one worker accident that basically spurs the company, InGen, to request an audit, a safety audit of the park. And so John Hammond basically kidnaps a pair of paleontologists, Dr. Grant and Dr. Sattler, literally helicopters into their dig site in Montana, where they're digging up a velociraptor. First of all, no, they're not, but whatever. He helicopters onto the dig site, goes into their field camp, pops their champagne, and is like, well, I've got a great opportunity for you. You get a weekend trip, all expenses paid, to my island. You get to see real-life dinosaurs. You're going to be famous forever, and also fully fund your expeditions for the next 3 years. Of course, this doesn't go well for anyone, but it's the introduction to one of the most consistent themes in the films, and one that I wish I had paid more attention to in my youth, which is that every paleontologist is broke and destitute and will do anything for money. And people who have a lot of money will use it to control you and make you do things that are highly unsafe and unethical. This is not the first time that this happens, but yeah, so this guy helicopters down, bribes them to come to his island. So they arrive alongside the lawyer character and Ian Malcolm. And Ian Malcolm has absolutely no role in the film or in the novels except to say, I told you so. He is Michael Crichton's mouthpiece, and all he does is talk about there's chaos math, and that tells you can't control things. And then when the obvious and inevitable happens, which is bad stuff happens when you genetically engineer monsters and put them on an island, he gets to be really smug about it. But he's Jeff Goldblum, so he's charming and whatever, so he's easily one of the favorite characters, even though, like, his role is not actually that interesting. He's just there to chastise, which so am I, basically. One of the other characters is the hacker, Dennis Nedry, who is the sole person responsible for coding the entirety of the park, which is all on, like, automated systems.
All 2 million lines.
Mm-hmm. One guy responsible for 2 million lines of code. And he specifically says, like, I've got money problems, and that he kind of bickers with John Hammond about, like, funds and stuff like that. John Hammond, of course, his throwaway line... Is there another Twister? No, it's just thunderstorms. His throwaway line all the time is, like, spared no expense. And they do the point of showing throughout the film, like, no, he did cheap out on a bunch of stuff. And one of those was trusting a singular point of failure for the security of the entire park, which includes not just its computer system, but also its fences, its electricity, its telephones, all the communication, every basic function, down to the door locks, right? You can see, like, this is one of the things about the movie that ages extremely well, because people still do this to this day. There's this, like, cool new technology and that they insist on utilizing to its full potential, even though it's not really meant for or ready for that. And it puts everyone in serious danger. So, I don't know, maybe having a manual deadbolt is a better idea than having a computer system control all of your internal, like, door locks, right? That might have been a smart thing to think about beforehand. So he's met by Lewis Dodson, who, again, is a minor character in the first movie that is brought back in subsequent editions just because they completely ran out of stuff to make stories about. Dodson is going to pay Dennis Nedry a crap ton of money in order to smuggle animals off of the island, and that kind of kicks off the conflict here. So there's a storm that's approaching the island, which is based off of an actual, like, during the filming of the movie in Hawaii, they actually did have a fairly major hurricane or cyclone, I believe. And so, like, the footage of, like, crashing rocks and of, like, the you know, the waves crashing on the shore, that's all real. That was all actually filmed, like, on location in Hawaii. There was a real storm that was happening. So in universe, there's a storm coming, and all of the employees have to evacuate. But at the same time, like, while this is happening, while the safety audit, quote unquote, is going on, the one security guy that this park has decides he's going to do his little sabotage thing. So he is programmed into, you know, this entire park, his own back entrance, his own little white rabbit, so he can do whatever he wants. And he basically wants to turn off a lot of really important things for approximately 18 minutes to give him a window to escape, steal a bunch of embryos, put it into a Barbasol can, drive from the central area to the dock, hand that off, and then come back. This doesn't work. He dies, like, within that 18-minute window. And there's a shot of... So at the very beginning of that scene, you see, as he's kind of pulling up these like, space-age cryogenic storage units with all the embryos in it, and there's a bunch of, like, names listed on there. So you see Stegosaurus, which is famously spelled wrong. And Stegosaurus does not appear in that movie. It does appear in the second. There's also Metriacanthosaurus, which is a rare, not really well understood taxon that does not appear in anywhere else, like any Jurassic Park film, any of the extended like media stuff, never shows up. It's only in that one little scene. And there's a lot of stuff like that, little tantalizing, like, what ifs. And quite frankly, it's the what ifs of the franchise that really sustain it. That gave me the most interest, and why I didn't, like, give up on it as you know, I could have given up on it earlier, because there's always so many, there's all these little things where you're like, yeah, but what if they make a sequel, right? And Metriacanthosaurus is in it, and then suddenly there's this new species that is entered into this film canon that has, like, captured people's imaginations. So there is a very real phenomenon where, you know, scientists genuinely kind of want our work represented in these movies, right? Because this part is true. It goes into the cultural zeitgeist. It is shared across the world. So it is a really impressive get, like, when something you found makes it into a movie like this. That's really important. You can theoretically pull, media attention from that. You can theoretically, use that as an excuse to start. I'm kind of trailing off here. But you kind of understand what I'm talking about, right? So when a species that's, like, important to a particular researcher or to a particular place, like if it's one of the few dinosaur species that an area has, Metriacanthosaurus is from the UK, and so there's a lot of British paleontologists and British dinosaur fans that would be very happy to see Metriacanthosaurus make it into a film, and it gives them something that they can talk about. But it comes at the cost of, like, a Hollywood advisor is the one who's going to tell you, it basically is the filter through which this stuff is presented, and they frequently get stuff very, very wrong, and so it's this real double-edged sword. Anyway, so Dennis Nedry, he steals these embryos. He crashes into the Dilophosaurus pen, and Dilophosaurus is an animal that is only known from Arizona. It comes from the Kayenta Formation, which is on the north side of the state. It's lower Jurassic, so it's one of the first... it's one of the earliest known, like, carnivorous dinosaurs from the Southwest in the Jurassic. There's this huge diverse ecosystem represented by the Chinle Formation, stuff that comes from Ghost Ranch, and Petrified Forest, your classic Coelophysis, and all of these other early dinosaurs. There's a mass extinction at the end of the Triassic, which wipes out a bunch of non-dinosaurian reptiles. And then you get into the Jurassic, and basically the board has been cleared for dinosaurs to start doing their thing. And Dilophosaurus is an early example of a large predator. It's not huge by any stretch of the imagination. We're talking about something that is would probably be able to look a full-grown adult in the eye, so fairly tall. I'd say maybe 3 or so meters long. You can actually look up the exact dimensions on it. Google is free, but and there was actually a big new manuscript that was put out by Dr. Adam Marsh, who works up at Petrified Forest National Park. So there has been a lot of really recent new examination of the actual Dilophosaurus, and there's all kinds of new information on the animal. And it's kind of something that Arizona paleontology is very fond of. It's the logo for the Arizona Museum of Natural History. There's a statue of it both outside and indoors. So it's a draw, right? It's something that we're proud of, and it features in this movie. So anyone who's seen Jurassic Park, they know about Dilophosaurus. So it makes for a really easy introduction, and it starts a conversation. And that's what Jurassic Park has always been good for, is like breaking the ice and giving us a platform to branch out of. But unfortunately, instead of giving any of that other context, talking about this animal, which has these two really interesting and very prominent crests on the top of its head. Dilophosaurus means two-crested lizard. It's a carnivore. We don't know a ton about its relations, but it does appear to be very closely related to, as far as like it physically resembles an animal called Cryolophosaurus, which comes from the Jurassic of Antarctica. So this is a time when the continents have not really drifted as much as they have today. And so we have an animal in Arizona and an animal in Antarctica that are quite similar and are possibly, closely genetically related. But I can't talk about any of that from the Jurassic Park view, because the Dilophosaurus in that movie is puny. It's a small puppet, approximately the size of Yoda, and it has what do they call it? There's lizards in Australia that have this kind of frill that unravels around the neck, that kind of sticks out to make it look like its head is significantly bigger. So they give it this like elaborate frill and they make it spit venom. They say poison, whatever. They make it spit poison at Nedry. It's this like awful like black toxic goo that gets in his eyes. He rubs it around. He screams. He dies. So that's the Jurassic Park Dilophosaurus. Has almost no resemblance to the real thing. And to this day, when you Google Dilophosaurus, the actual animal and the modern studies, the modern reconstructions, it's still competing with this version from 1993, right? So this is one of the ways where before Jurassic Park came out, no one knew, and by no one, I mean the public, had no clue that something called Dilophosaurus existed. So thanks to the film, that information did get out. It's just wildly inaccurate. And we have to start every conversation about it kind of retracting what is Spielberg and not science. I'll also point out that in that scene, the Barbasol can, which has all the embryos, is shown. It falls out of the car and is buried by a bunch of mud. And that scene is specifically designed to be sequel bait. The original intention was for, and I will get to this much later in my list of conversation topics. That was originally put in there as sequel bait to allow for someone to return to Jurassic Park to recover those embryos to start the whole, problem over again. That plot point is never actually brought up, but it does appear in leaked scripts for Jurassic Park 4. So I'll be getting to that later. So Nedry's dead. They go on the ride. The T-Rex shows up. There's this really weird, issue with the movie itself and, the way that the stage is constructed, where you have the Tyrannosaur paddock and you see this big animal walk up to the fence, destroy the fence, go through the fence. But at the end of the sequence, after it's crushed the Jeeps, after it's eaten the lawyer, and it rampages away, there's suddenly this massive drop-off on the other side of the cliff. You remember that? It's just not really explained how there's suddenly this I don't know. It just doesn't make sense, and it only becomes more bothersome the more that you watch it. I guess the advantage in 1993 is that people would kind of see a movie in theaters once, and if they're gonna go through the trouble of buying the film right on a physical copy, they're not really gonna complain that much. Okay, so maximum I can charge by default is $5,000, so that's fun. Let's set these souvenirs. I'm gonna do a fun bag. You get a keychain as a free gift, and I'm gonna make these $16 each. Attractions, no, amenities, kiosk. We're gonna put in some burgers. Rex Burger, some thrilling chili. Wow, $20 because I'm evil. So there's the whole chase sequence, and then the plot basically stops happening. It's a very common critique of these movies that they're extremely light on the actual plot. There's all these little looks into kind of the background lore and things like that, but once the actual movie starts going, the plot is there's dinosaurs, people are running away from them, and there's a series of staged encounters up until the very end, and that's kind of it. So Dr. Grant, the paleontologist character, one of the paleontologist characters, is split from the group, and he's got the two kids. His whole thing before like getting into the situation is that he hates kids, right? There's a kid on his dig who disses Velociraptor, and he has this kind of tantrum where he pulls out a cast of a Velociraptor claw, and he starts talking about how, you know, this is an extremely intelligent animal, and if you were alive in the Cretaceous, it would kill you before you even realized that it was going to kill you. And when these two kids show up in the movie, he wants nothing to do with them. Suddenly they're thrust into a survival situation where he's got to look after them, and that's basically all Spielberg. I don't remember how much of that plot is in the actual book, but they definitely emphasize like the family dynamic in the Spielberg movies, and that's just a Spielberg thing. Hey, let's put an actual dinosaur into the park an hour into the stream.
Ooh, dinosaur.
Which is fairly accurate to how the movies go, too. Because in that first movie, the T-Rex doesn't show up until an hour in. So, I started with the African dig sites, as I showed. They're probably all, exhausted at this point. So the first thing I'm going to breed comes from North Africa. It's called Oranosaurus, and it's one of my favorites. It's a hadrosaur, one of the quote-unquote duck-billed dinosaurs, but it's got this big sail on the back, which is very unique because most hadrosaurs do not have that. Look at that guy, isn't that cute? And again, for a 2003 game, you're looking at kind of the best case scenario. Yeah, by modern standards, it's not a great model, but it moves somewhat convincingly, and the AI in this game, in Operation Genesis, is really unique. It has this, like, pathfinding and a herding mechanic that the spiritual successors to this game actually do not replicate particularly well, so you'll kind of see them wander around. They do weird, like, heel point turns, and just kind of, like, I don't know, rotate in place, which is really funny. But again, for something running on extremely limited software and hardware, they're surprisingly lifelike, and that's kind of why I always really liked this game. This one's got this little crown in the corner because it is the alpha of the new group. This has absolutely no bearing on the game itself. It's just a kind of little thing. I do like the sound design that they picked for these as well. One of the things that I will praise Jurassic Park for is that to this day it has like the best score of any movie of this type, and as a monster movie, it does something extremely well in the look at this guy bugging out over here. It does extremely well in differentiating its cast by sound. So as a monster movie made in the 90s, where CGI is extremely expensive, they're going to minimize the amount of actual dinosaurs on screen. It's something like 16 minutes of dinosaurs in Jurassic Park for a 2-hour movie. So they're utilized extremely sparingly. And so part of the way that Spielberg teases the cast is by using audio cues. And as a consequence, even though for like a modern movie you can have as much CGI as you want, I think that's something that should carry over, even though the technical limitations are not there. They still did a really good job of differentiating by sound all of the dinosaurs. The Dilophosaurus you can hear before it ever shows up. It's got this really shrill, high-pitched, like, squeaking noise. The raptors have a bunch of really distinct vocalizations that when I add them to this park you'll be able to hear. the Tyrannosaurus has this extremely iconic roar that is built using like audio samples from a ton of different animals. It's like partly a tiger's roar. They do use a lot of like big cat vocalization, like the growling and stuff is basically all sampled from like lions, as far as I know. But it's also like there's like a baby elephant noise that was modified for part of the for part of that noise. So they make these really unique amalgamations and use that to kind of tease, and it allows people to differentiate what's on screen, because the average person cannot name more than like 5 to 10 dinosaurs. So if you want to have a movie that features dozens of them and you want them to understand like, oh, something new is going on, you know, having a different horned dinosaur, like people are just going to think it's all Triceratops, right? When they make unique sounds, people kind of understand, oh, this is something new, this is something we haven't seen before. So the first movie does a really good job with that. I think the second one does as well. The third movie, for its big bad, does also give that animal a really unique sound, but all the Jurassic World movies, so Jurassic Park 4, 5, and 6, they all completely fall on their face in this department by giving every single dinosaur, if they're an herbivore, they make rhino noises. If they're a carnivore, they make crocodile noises, and that's it. So that, I think, is something that they really lost. What else do I want to say about the original Jurassic Park? The Velociraptors obviously are a big. They're big characters. It's hard for me to say because I was not alive in 1993, but I don't know that like knowledge of Dromaeosaurids, that's the raptor dinosaur family. I don't know that like Velociraptor, I don't think was a household name at that time, and so this is one of the ways that the franchise kind of changed the way the public perceives paleontology, is by making like, oh, there are small dinosaurs, they're not as big as Tyrannosaurus, but they're extremely intelligent, and that makes them like unique and cool. We're getting a little bit into my paleontological context, so I'm not going to touch too much on that, but no, the Velociraptor in Jurassic Park is not accurate. This is something that always turns into a very long conversation, but the place to start is that Velociraptor is only known from Asia. It is not known from North America. So when they are showing Velociraptor being dug up in Montana at the beginning of the movie, this is not accurate. That is not something that aged well. It was kind of a speculative feature added at the time because it was seen as like, well, we are finding new animals, like new big dromaeosaurs in North America, and there's rumblings that they may try to assign this to Velociraptor. So we're just going to get ahead of that. We're going to say we've got Velociraptor in Montana. This turns out to not age very well because Velociraptor never makes it into North America. There are big dromaeosaurs in this same area. Most people will say that the quote-unquote Velociraptor in Jurassic Park is actually Deinonychus, and that's not untrue, but it's a little bit more complicated than that. The real Velociraptor is actually quite small. If you live in, I know Los Angeles, for example, the LA County Museum has a mounted Velociraptor skeleton on the kind of second floor of one of their halls. It's not a big animal. It's turkey-sized, kind of as they say in the movie, if that. And yeah, it's not particularly large for a dromaeosaur. It's certainly not stocky. They're very slenderly built, very thin, long skull. And they're not kind of the human-sized carnivores that you see in the movie that start ripping people to shreds. Animals like that definitely did exist, but they were not Velociraptor. Um, inaccuracies as far as like the Tyrannosaurus, I don't have a lot of like commentary to make about it, just because the differences are subtle enough that the average, like, to the average eye, you might not really notice that many differences between like a modern quote unquote accurate reconstruction and like the 93 T-Rex. It almost certainly did not have feathers as a fully grown animal, so that's not really something that would have changed. Whereas it's very common to point out that like the dromaeosaurs in Jurassic Park should have feathers. That's unquestionable. Velociraptor definitely had feathers. I would be surprised if it was definitively proven that any member of that family did not have feathers. It's clearly ancestral to that clade. And clearly Tyrannosaurs had feathers as well, but as fully grown adults, there's really no evidence for it. And there's a lot of arguments against... basically, it's a thermoregulatory issue, you know? Feathers are good for, protecting from UV radiation, and, they can also trap in warmth and stuff like that, but when you get to be an animal that size, they don't serve any function. It's the same way that, like, elephants as mammals have hair, and they are hairier as babies, but as they get bigger, they don't appear like hairy, right? From a distance, they look kind of naked like humans are, and when you get close, you see that, oh yeah, they've got hair and they've got bristles here and there. So Tyrannosaurus is probably the same way. As a full-grown adult, from a distance, they probably would have appeared to be naked. As you get close, you might have seen, small tufts of feathers in particular areas, like maybe around the arms, maybe around the tail. The young were probably covered in simple downy feathers, but they most likely lost those as they got larger. One of the other consistent inaccuracies in this whole franchise that is never corrected is the... look at this guy bugging out. Holy shit. Is what we call the pronation of the wrist. So this is harder to do without my webcam on. I'm not going to turn my webcam on because this is like my first attempt at a stream like this, and that would make it a little bit too complicated. If you want to know what I look like, there are other videos on this channel that you can go to instead. But basically, the classic dinosaur arm pose that everyone did when you're a child is to have the limp wrist, right? So we're talking about how Jurassic Park is a queer rights story. They gave all the dinosaurs limp wrists with like the palm facing down, when in reality, dinosaurs could not what we call pronate their wrist. They couldn't flex it so that the palm is facing towards the ground. Instead, their forelimbs are stuck with their palms facing each other, right? There's a particular bone in the wrist of, we call them Maniraptorans, the group of dinosaurs that eventually become birds. There's this half-moon shaped bone that basically allows for the hand to fold downward. So you've got palms facing each other, and then if you can imagine it, don't attempt this because you will seriously injure yourself, but they can basically fold their hand directly downwards onto the arm from that position. If you're at Thanksgiving or picking up a rotisserie chicken from Costco, you can kind of mess around with a dead bird and kind of demonstrate it for yourself that way. Modern birds had this exact same thing. Their palms, if they had hands, would be facing each other. The wing kind of folds down in that exact same way. So you see the T-Rex, they've got the kind of palm facing down, limp wrist. Not accurate. You see the raptors are particularly egregious with this, with these big gangly arms that in reality would have been covered in feathers, are completely naked and kind of folded, limp wristed before them. at the end of the Jurassic Park novel, the island is bombed by the Costa Rican government into oblivion. This is not something that they decide to do for the Jurassic Park movie, allegedly for like budget reasons, but I can also see why you know, audiences might not have loved seeing Jurassic Park exploded at the end. That might have been a little bit too much. Let's add some more dinosaurs. We're gonna add some stuff from this southern dig site. Let's bring that up. The Tendaguru beds. This is late Jurassic, and a lot of the animals that you find in Africa in the late Jurassic are going to be very similar to the animals you see in North America during the late Jurassic. So Kentrosaurus is a stegosaur that is extremely cute. And that's kind of a unique African species. But it would have been pretty closely related to Stegosaurus, which is obviously very well known from North America. There's also Giraffatitan from Africa, which is so similar to the North American Brachiosaurus that they are sometimes, have historically been considered the same thing, and to this day are fairly often confused. So here's Kentrosaurus. And they just kind of come out one at a time. Yeah, they've got, unlike Stegosaurus, they have these little blades coming off the shoulders. They've got rows of spikes. And they're smaller than Stegosaurus. So I'm going to put a ton of these in this rather large exhibit. And I'm going to add a Brachiosaurus there as kind of the diminutive Giraffatitan. Actually, Safari Adventure. I'm also going to put a little safari through this exhibit, because it's fairly safe with Kentrosaurus. So yeah, in Jurassic Park, the film, they make it off of the island. There's only 5 deaths in total. So the body count is actually fairly low, all things considered. Okay, cool. I'm just checking some notifications, and some people are saying they have logged onto the stream, so that's awesome. Thanks for... There we go. Dead bird, limp wrist. What's the danger thing? He do be walking. Okay. So, the movie ends with everyone else getting off of the island. They say, you know, we're not going to endorse the park, and it's kind of left to your imagination. The movie ends really quickly, very abruptly. So it's not really explained, like, what happens to the park after all of that. It's not explained really what happens to John Hammond. In the books, he is, again, ripped to shreds by some of the smaller dinosaurs. He's kind of... He comes off very poorly in the movie anyway, or in the novel anyway. And he's killed off at the end as kind of the, like... Yeah, the big bad capitalist who had this really terrible idea, he is eaten by his own creation, and that's the justice that comes at the end of this. In the movies, because he's just this old British guy who is not kind of cynically exploiting his grandchildren. He seems to genuinely care about them quite a bit. He is spared having that kind of violent end. And that's basically it. That's the course of how that goes. It's only a 2-hour movie. It drops in 1993, and it does extremely well at the box office. I think up until Titanic, it might have been like the highest grossing film of all time. Someone who isn't currently trying to do 5 things at once can look that up. Yeah, so this entry comes out, and in the context of paleontological studies, it is seen as a potentially very good thing, right? There's stuff, as we discussed, that are kind of silly about the movie. The Dilophosaurus is completely wrong, but dinosaurs have been put on the big screen They look incredible. Again, for the time, the models and the CGI are very, very good. So it's this very convincing presentation that makes people pay attention. And again, I have lots of colleagues who were well established before 1993, and they will say that this was kind of a game changer, right? There's a lot of public attention, a lot of adults who thought of paleontology, thought of dinosaurs as being kind of this thing for kids, are suddenly, seeing it in this very viscerally real way and getting excited about it. People will also say that there was a big influx in people who wanted to, basically who were trying to become paleontologists as a result of this movie. Again, I can't say whether or not that's accurate. I was born many years after this. But I kind of wonder about how accurate that could possibly be, just because it's not easy to become a paleontologist, and there's not really a solid, linear path to making that happen. So it's not like you watch, a Predator movie and you sign up to go to the Marines, right? You become a paleontologist kind of as a curse. You do something that you actually get paid to do, but your kind of burning drive is to have this side advocacy that pays you basically nothing, and is a huge time it eats up all of your time. It's not cheap to do paleontology. So yeah, I'm not sure exactly how that would work. I guess if someone goes and watches a blockbuster movie and then decides to go sign up for college, I guess good for you. Maybe not the smartest financial decision you've ever made, but yeah, I guess all the better to you. But the way that dinosaurs are being used in this movie to make the point that there is still more to be discovered in science was genuinely taken very well. It was received very well by the paleontological community, because we are still kind of fighting off this idea that paleontology is a solved science, that we know everything there is to know about dinosaurs, and that's simply not true. It was especially not true back in those days. But at the time, this was basically this is the makeover. There had been changes happening in paleontology for decades leading up to that point. The public was still very much behind on what had been changed, and a bunch of kind of new discoveries were shoehorned in that made this kind of a really exciting production. So at the very first time you see dinosaurs in Jurassic Park is this opening where so there's a big Brachiosaurus, one of these guys, right? Walks by the Jeep, wherever, there's two Jeeps and everyone's kind of watching. This massive animal walks by, starts eating a plant, rears up on its hind legs, and everyone kind of loses it. The scientists are having this really visceral reaction of they actually did this, it's actually real, which is kind of funny to see 30 years later when it's it's an arcade game quality of CGI model, and these people are on the verge of tears about it. So it's got kind of a camp quality now. But again, back in those days, the audience was kind of feeling the same thing. They're like, I've seen skeletons in a museum, I've seen these outdated pictures in children's books when they grew up about these animals living in swamps. They're slow moving, they're cold-blooded. Suddenly there's this big active animal rearing up on its hind legs even, which got people really excited. And then there's lines where they talk about, they actually address this. Ellie Sattler and Alan Grant talk back and forth about like, oh, they're definitely warm-blooded. There's no, that debate can be completely put to rest. In the hatchery scene a little bit later, they're asking about like what's their internal temperature, 91 degrees Fahrenheit, and they hold that temperature like they're homeothermic. At the time, all that stuff was controversial. So the decision to include that did genuinely help kind of push the public perspective of the animals forward. I have a question in chat. Should I watch the original Jurassic Park? I think it's still worth it. Of the 6 Jurassic Park movies, it's the only one that I would consider a film. Like it's an actual film, right? There is artistic merit to it, and if you've never seen it before, and I might ask my co-host to jump in here real quick so I can take a break and eat a little bit of food. What was it like watching Jurassic Park for the first time in 2023?
So I went into it knowing absolutely nothing. All I knew about it was a very famous Steven Spielberg novel based on a book. So going into it, I had very high expectations. It's a very highly praised movie that I've heard still holds up today. So I decided, we watched it, and then
we were going to watch it on our extremely platonic roommate, not a date night, just watching movies, totally not a date. Don't look into it at all.
But after watching it, I would say they're pretty much entirely correct. I would highly recommend at least watching the first one, because I think if you just sort of imagine a universe where it was like a one-off movie and wasn't a series, you could almost be like, oh yeah, this is a phenomenal standalone movie. But knowing it was a series, we also watched the second one. And
describe your reaction to Jurassic Park 2, please. I thought it was quite funny.
So, what is it called? The Lost World Jurassic Park, known from here on out as Jurassic Park 2. I don't have the words to describe it. Let's just say that I think I got an hour and 15 into it, maybe, and I was legitimately ready to turn it off. It was that bad. It was like, I don't even want to finish this. But as per my roommate's suggestion, we decided to continue watching. Yes. But I will say, the last, 30 minutes of it, there's just like a switch that flips, and it goes from being the absolute worst movie I've ever seen to one of the fucking funniest, if unintentionally funny. The best way I can describe the whole experience for Jurassic Park 2 is it is an incredibly bad movie that was made very well. Like, it's very technically impressive. You can tell that, it was directed by Steven Spielberg.
Not to interrupt, is anyone else seeing how much the entire screen shakes every time this animal, takes a step? Sorry, go on.
Yeah,
I'm
yes,
super appreciating the lunch break. Look at that.
I do see it. Okay, but yeah, in summary, the best way I could describe it is a very bad movie made very well, in that you can tell it was a very large budget that was used pretty well, probably. You can tell it was directed by Spielberg. You can tell they had, top-of-the-line cameras and, all the best, set producers and all this. All of the individual pieces, except for maybe, the script, were all very good. But they do not come together to form a good story. And it's mainly, I think, the script was the biggest thing that stuck in my mind. The lines are just god-awful, especially in the first, 45 minutes to an hour. Every line is, unbearably cringe.
And not in the, in the way that you would definitely hate the dialogue in all of the modern Jurassic Parks. But the dialogue in Jurassic Park 2 is so much, and again, I think this is Spielberg, as this is the, actually, let's have this dispense cows. Cow dispenser. Can we get some cheers in chat for cow dispenser?
Woo! Cow dispenser!
Let's dispense some cows. Yeah. Did you know that one cow costs $80? You can buy an entire cow for $80.
In game or in real life?
In game.
Okay.
Okay. So, I think we can, since this movie is also part of the 90s, like Jurassic Parks, we'll recap the plot of that movie as well, and then I'll go into, oh no, he just killed the cow. This is Allosaurus. Allosaurus is not featured in any movie that came out before this game came out. It does appear, in Jurassic Park 5 and 6, but it doesn't look anything like this. It is one of the most prolific predatory dinosaurs of the late Jurassic. It is everywhere in North America. I believe that there's still valid European species as well. The close relatives of this animal. Look at how much it shakes. Oh my god.
I love this. This is awesome.
Okay. There we go.
Distracted.
This is an animal that does not show up in the Jurassic Park canon until the 2010s. This stream is going to go great. Let's see. The thing in the corner says we've been going for an hour and 40 minutes. I don't know how much of that was us troubleshooting in the beginning, but I think we've got maybe an hour or so in. So that's fun. So the actual plot of Jurassic Park 2 goes like this. There's a Site B where apparently, there's this whole hatchery sequence in Jurassic Park 1 where everyone gets to see how the dinosaurs are made. Turns out that's all actually a ruse, and all the animals are bred on a second island called Isla Sorna, which is one of the five deaths. One of the 5 islands in this island chain. And they're kissing. Yeah, kind of. This is what dinosaur kissing looks like. It's from several feet away. How cute they are. So there's a Site B, Isla Sorna, that has no fences. And it's just basically animals running around. There's some facilities on Isla Sorna, but there's no fences, so everything's just kind of mixing around. And miraculously, life is finding a way. They're actually developing an ecology. They say that the carnivores concentrate on the interior of the island, so as long as they stick to the outer rim, they're safe. By the way, no reason why that would actually happen in a real scenario. But it's convenient for the plot for them, to feel like they're not just immediately jumping into a meat grinder by visiting Isla Sorna. And by they, I mean returning character Ian Malcolm, our chaos math guy. He reappears because his
Can I
girlfriend...
be honest?
What's up?
I loved his character in the first movie. His character in the second movie was one of the worst characters I've ever seen, and I hate him.
Do you wanna talk about that? Elaborate on
so, yeah, so if you weren't here a little earlier, my background is mathematics. I am a mathematician. I have a degree in it. So I really related to his character in the first movie because, as you mentioned, I always forget the character's name. What was his name again? Ian Malcolm. He's also a mathematician, and he just sort of shows up out of nowhere. He's just sort of there on the tour for whatever reason.
He's brought in by the lawyer. So the lawyer, when they're trying to do this safety audit of the park, the lawyer character goes and finds, like, who am I going to talk to that's going to, like, who can I bring in that's going to back me up on this, like, hey, this island is super dangerous. Oh, we're going to go to the chaos math guy, because this whole thing is, math tells us that everything is chaos. Anyway, continue.
But, I mean, first off, I loved him characterized as just the kind of, like, oh, he's the eye candy of the movie, in my opinion. I mean, it's Jeff Goldblum. He's the eye candy in everything. But just first off, making the math guy the like cool guy who's way above everyone, that's representation right there. I'm kidding. But I don't know. He was kind of like off-putting in a good way, I think. In the first movie, he was like, oh, he's a weird guy. He's a math nerd. He throws out all these things like strange attractors and nonlinear equations and all that. And it's ooh, we're gonna do an experiment with water droplets.
So all that's real stuff.
Everything he said is real. Now, I couldn't give you a definition of what a strange attractor actually is, but I could the other terms. But I don't know. I think in the second movie, they just sort of like kind of ignored the fact that he's a mathematician. There were no funny quips. They don't really bring it up. He's just sort of like, oh, I'm the action hero now.
So you think that shift kind of ruined the character?
Yeah, kind of turning him from like a weird nerdy guy who thinks he's, way better than everyone to, oh, here's the cool badass main character who actually is better than everyone, and that's why he saves the day.
I see. We got another cow kill.
Uh-oh.
Look at what you did. Look at what you did. I forget if you can rename the animals in this game. Orders. I can have a... Oh, hold on. I need to build a ranger station. Have I mentioned that I can kill any of these dinosaurs at any time, according to my will? Have I mentioned that? We've got... Okay.
I don't know if you have.
Here's the ranger station. So I should also specify, I do own a copy of this game legally. That's not the copy I'm currently playing on. And as a result, there are some things that are a little bit buggy. And so when I get into the helicopter, sometimes it'll just like freeze. Like, it'll like freeze in place. I don't know if that's a bug. I think it's actually due to the fact that the actual like mechanic of the helicopter's movement is tied to like frame rate, and so the fact that I'm putting out a frame rate higher than like 25 is like bugging the game out. Anyway, I do have a gun. I can kill any of these guys at any time. Like this is a real ass gun. But I'm not gonna do that. But I can't have them killed at any time. As a matter of fact, there's this little menu right here. One of them says activate the lethal gene. That's the quote-unquote lysine contingency they bring up in the film. So I can just hit this and it'll die, just like immediately. In this kind of spiritual sequels they make to this game, you do not have the ability to just randomly kill your dinosaurs like that. You cannot get in a helicopter and shoot them. You also cannot... Where's the turret? There we go. To know you could place these inside the exhibit, that's fucked up. Target... None. There we go. So there's also a sentry turret with infinite ammo that you can just kind of shoot at will. Anyway, we don't need that. Oh fuck. Okay, so I have just demolished the wall. Fix that real quick. Yes, there's a gun. There's guns in this game. I do love flying around in the helicopter. That's one of my favorite parts as a kid. I think there's... Yeah, so there's a utility mode. They've got this, like, radar thing where I can just make the animals move with my radar. They just start running around. There they go. There's also, let's see, ooh, we can drop some, why can't I drop any lures? There we go. Well, that completely missed. Anyway, you can drop these, like, gas bombs on them that, like, attract them. And there's different attraction lures for the herbivores and the carnivores. So the herbivore lure, as you can see, is just a barrel that emits a green gas. Because, like, I don't know, plants or something. And then the carnivores, when you attract them, it's a, hold on. Utility for carnivore lure. Where's our Allosaurus? There we go. You drop that. And it's just, you know, blood miasma or whatever. So that's cool. Anyway, I believe we were trying to summarize the plot of Jurassic Park 2, which is difficult because there kind of isn't one. So in another similarity to Ian Malcolm, I don't think I realized until we had watched it, similarity between my co-host and Ian Malcolm is that you're both dating a paleontologist and it's just kind of not mentioned until John Hammond, who's like, hey, we've got a Site B, the animals are living on their own, and we would like it if someone would go and study them in the wild so that we can extract, like, scientific value. Couldn't go. This game is so buggy.
Awesome.
Yeah, guys.
Maybe he's got a broken leg.
No, they're gonna have to set it with gum.
Classic.
Yes, there is a Jurassic Park 2. It's called The Lost World Jurassic Park, because the actual novel that it's based off of. So Michael Crichton only wrote 2 books. He wrote Jurassic Park and The Lost World. The movie is called The Lost World Jurassic Park because Universal assumed people would not be smart enough to understand that it was a sequel, and they wanted people to watch it. So Where did this guy go? There we go. Okay. Yeah, so at the beginning of the movie, they show the fact that InGen, which is John Hammond's company that owns all these assets, owns the island and all the dinosaurs on the island, they're kissing. There's lots of discussion about Crisp Rat in the chat. I'm not going to touch on those Jurassic Parks quite yet, but I am getting to it. It would not surprise you to find out that I do not like those movies very much, and I especially don't like Chris Pratt's character, but we'll get to that in a little bit. So there's a Site B. John Hammond wants people to observe the dinosaurs in nature because he's all about science now. There's a kind of... Ian Malcolm throws out a line like, you went from capitalist to naturalist in just 4 years. That's impressive. Because that's kind of the turnaround that's expected here. And Ian Malcolm's girlfriend, the paleontologist, just happens to be one of the 3 other people that have been sent to the island. There's 2 other characters that went along, and they are completely pointless. Like, they obviously do things in the plot, but I'm honestly struggling to even remember what their names were, and I literally saw that movie last night. All of our Brachiosauruses are going to sleep. I love the sharp, how sharp their spine is. Let's see, is the ride open yet? I guess we have to actually open the park. Should we open the park?
Are you ready to accept some losses?
There's not going to be any losses. I'm in complete control. I can also, by the way, charge money to use the bathroom. Up to $10. Okay. I'm going to make this bathroom $10 to use, but leave the other ones free, just because I'm a dick. Let's see. I'm going to build a few more, like, restaurants before we open. So it's going to be sandwiches.
Make sure there's absolutely no bathrooms anywhere in the whole park.
No, they're going to get mad. We've got food being delivered in chat. I'm happy for you. I'm just jealous because I've got a big pile of food ready to go for me, but I was like, I'm going to stream for hours and hours today. So I got food, but I can't eat it because I can't stop talking. I'm going to be nice. So this is going to be free sandwiches with salad. That's going to be a loss leader for us. This fence is in top shape. So they show up on the island. They start studying the animals. The paleontologist character, Sarah Harding, I think her name is. I was looking up trivia for that movie last night, and apparently that actress said that, like, the main motivating force behind her joining that project, filming on that movie, was that she needed to finance her divorce. So that's fun. What are you guys calling for August in the chat? She's in bed right now. She's sleeping. Oh, there he goes. He's standing up. Part of what makes that movie frustrating is that there is so much dialogue, but they're terrible at communicating with each other. And everyone's a hypocrite. So Yeah, part of what like, how do I put this? Again, the like family angle to the movie that seems to come from Spielberg is pointing out the fact that like Ian Malcolm's kind of a deadbeat dad. In the first movie, he mentions that he's got 3 kids, he loves kids, and he's always looking for for a future ex Mrs. Malcolm. So, yeah, he's a womanizer, he's scummy, whatever. And they decide to make so much of Jurassic Park 2 just kind of his daughter and his girlfriend roasting him for being a bad father, which is not interesting. Maybe a controversial take. It's not that interesting. In the dinosaur movie, I don't really want to be talking about someone's like family problems. It's just not. It's not what we're here for. The Sarah Harding is constantly like, we shouldn't have any footprint here. Anything that we do to like impact the environment is going to impact the study, so we have to be as low impact as possible. She also starts petting a baby dinosaur, like in that same scene. Not like 10 minutes later. She's physically touching an animal. So that's really stupid. The team eventually, you know, they have their fun little introduction, and then they notice that there's a ton of helicopters that are approaching the island, and they all have the InGen logo on the side. And it's revealed that actually there's another part of this corporate, basically, there's a power struggle going on in InGen between John Hammond and his nephew, and his nephew is not on board with this like nature preserve thing. He's like, we've incurred millions of dollars in lawsuits. I'm responsible to my investors. We need to start, we need to start selling off assets. We need to start like making money again. So their whole thing is, now that the cat's out of the bag that Site B exists, that was not public information until like the beginning of that movie. Let's open the park. The entry fee is $5,000, so the only people who show up are so rich that I wouldn't even consider them human, and I don't really care if they die. Excuse me, I'm going to eat a shrimp real quick.
Okay, guys. While he's eating, I'm going to commandeer the stream.
Yes, please. Oh my god.
So I think I speak for both of us when I say that the Jurassic Park franchise consists of at least 6 movies.
Yep.
At least one of them is good.
Yeah, I'll sign off on that too. One of them. I'm going to commandeer my own stream and point out that while I was in line... What are you doing? Are you dying? No, I was just sleeping. While I was in line at Panda Express, I clocked that on the radio they were playing a non-single from Taylor Swift's album Reputation. It was Gorgeous, which is a track that I don't especially like, but it does feature Ryan Reynolds' like kid, which is weird. I also noticed that someone else in line was wearing a Jurassic Park t-shirt, so that's cool. I do not own any Jurassic Park like t-shirts or other paraphernalia. Somehow I have avoided my entire life of ever like inheriting like I just don't own any. It's kind of strange. But I prefer it that way, again, because I have felt stereotyped unfairly as like, you're a paleontologist, you must be a Jurassic Park fan. When I don't know if it's super obvious, but I could kind of give it or leave it, and that's my honest opinion. So this competitive side of InGen shows up on the island. They start again. We were talking about kind of the colonial, safari kind of aesthetic that is baked into the Jurassic Park thing. In this sequence, it's just a bunch of safari trailers and whatnot, and a bunch of hunters who show up on the island and immediately start caging animals because they're going to bring them back to San Diego. The whole idea is that there was this unfinished amphitheater in San Diego that was just conveniently built and abandoned before this movie ever happened. So it's basically ready to go. And they're going to cage all these animals. One of the basically unnamed members of the team is oh, by the way, John Hammond told me these guys might show up, and I'm the contingency plan. I've got a wrench, and I'm going to set all the dinosaurs free. See this guy? This guy doesn't need to be set free. He's being set free by rhythm and the power of dance. Anyway, so there's this whole funny thing they're trying to do. InGen is trying to do a live stream from Isla Sorna, and it's immediately crashed by a bunch of dinosaurs. Then the culprits escape to their trailer. They find that there is a baby T-Rex who makes probably my favorite noise out of any animal in the series. Does anyone would you like to try to replicate the sound it makes?
Jesus Christ, you're putting me on the spot here. I will give it one attempt and one attempt only.
I'm so ready.
How close was I?
So you can look up an audio file if you really want to know what we're talking about. Apparently the actual sound was based off of a camel, a baby camel calling for its mother. And actually, let me pull it up on my phone. Jurassic Park 2 baby noise. This is gonna be great. Let's see, is this right? Yeah, that's kind of it. Can you guys hear that?
How close was I, audience?
It's so pathetic and really funny. It's wonderful. So they find a baby T-Rex. Its femur has a hairline fracture because the evil InGen dudes were kind of messing with it. They basically tied it to a stake so that they could attract the parents because they wanna hunt the parents. But our heroes find the baby, kidnap the baby, bring it back to their trailer. Again, their whole rallying cry this whole time has been, don't interfere with the animals. It's gonna ruin the integrity of our study. Let's see if anyone's shown up yet. Current visitors 0. Jurassic Park is open and no one gives a shit.
No, you don't understand. It's simple economics. If you lower the price, the demand will increase.
Okay. Let's make it free. Let's set it to
Okay.
$0 and see what happens.
Remember, no bathrooms anywhere.
Almost there. Almost there. There we go. Now it's free. And immediately there's a helicopter of people showing up. This is our first visitor. His name is Walden.
His name is Walter White.
His name is Walden from Indiana. He has he has exactly $1,074 on his person.
Steal it. Those are your $1,000 now.
I don't think I can do that. I'm gonna put in a visitor shelter because they tend to like that.
Visitor shelter.
Yeah.
Here's where you get to stay if the dinosaurs get out.
If I hadn't turned the tornadoes off, that genuinely would be a concern.
I guess.
You have to shut everything down. I guess I could just cause another tornado if I wanted. I'm gonna put some fucking guns next to the shelter.
Everywhere. Put them everywhere.
There we go. Extremely well defended. And I'm just gonna have them target everything.
Target the people.
So if that would be so messed up.
Give the dinosaurs mechas and have them hunt the people.
You're getting dangerously close to the plot of some of the sequel movies.
Of what? Your mic cut out a little.
Some of the Jurassic Park sequels.
Oh hell yeah. These Jurassic Park sequels sound awesome.
The park is free to enter, but $1,050 to leave. Yeah, so Walden's not going anywhere. He's stuck. We work on the Hotel California School of Amenities. Okay. I've got to finish explaining this movie because we've got so much left to go. Basically, they take this baby back to the trailer. The parents show up. This is, again, one of those scenarios where the movie is trying to showcase real new research. And at the time, in the 90s, the big, controversial theory that is being proven correct is that dinosaurs show parental care. It's actually not that controversial by the 90s, but in the public imagination, it certainly hasn't caught on. So a lot of this movie, which is spent criticizing Jeff Goldblum's character for being a bad father, is also showcasing the Tyrannosaurs as being good parents because they will follow their baby anywhere and kill anything they find near their baby. So they show up to the trailer. The humans inside, which have set the animal's broken leg, abandon the baby. They basically let it out the front door. They lock it, and they're like, okay, everything's great. And then the parents come back, and they slam themselves into the trailer and push it off a cliff. And then there is an unbearably long sequence, unbearably long, of
It's meant to be a suspenseful moment that keeps you on the edge of your seat, but after about the 10th minute of suspense, you kind of lose it.
Right, because the trailer's in danger, and then it starts falling off the cliff. And then, half of it is off the cliff, the characters are falling, and Sarah Harding is, on a big pane of glass. She's, fallen, and if this glass breaks, she's gonna fall, presumably to her death. And it's just, there's so much back and forth of, three of them are in the trailer, one of them's outside. He's, trying to tie the rope on his Jeep. He's trying to... There's a rope that goes inside the trailer that he ties to a tree, and then he takes a rope that's on his Jeep and ties it to the trailer, and he's going to pull the trailer back up off the cliff. And, yeah, the sequence goes on forever because there's just so much back and forth of just, showing the guy doing the task that I think we could have just, cut through, right? Anyway, the only person who dies of like the 4 people in mortal danger, the only one who dies is the one who's actually helping. The guy who is in the Jeep, he's tying the rope to the tree, pulls the trailer back up off the cliff, and then he is ripped to shreds by at this point the Rex parents show up for the 3rd time they come back, tear him in half, and then they leave. And then somehow, miraculously, they both disappear and are long gone just in time for the enemy faction of InGen to discover the interlopers, and now they're all one big group, and they don't get along very well, but they've got to stick together to survive. And everything after that is a blur, because it's literally just one chase sequence to the next, right? They're marching through the forest. The South African game hunter character, who is this notorious he can hunt everything, and he even turned down originally the option to go to Site B because he's like, I've killed everything. Killing is too easy for me. He notices the fact that Sarah Harding, who again has been criticizing everyone else for interfering with the animals, even though she tried petting one, and gave one a leg cast and all that. She's walking around with a vest covered in the baby's blood that is not drying because of the humidity on the island. So there's basically just fresh blood on her clothes. Right now, I'm still describing Jurassic Park 2 for Rita in the chat. And he doesn't say anything. He doesn't say, hey, you might want to take that off. Leave it, wash it, do anything. Because as you, the paleontologist, have been telling us, these animals have extremely good senses of smell. And it's going to, the parents are going to follow us because you smell like their blood. At no point does anyone say anything about this, and it inevitably leads to their camp being attacked, which leads to another chase sequence of them running through long grass where the raptors come out of nowhere and kill a bunch of people. And it just goes on and on like this as people are kind of weeded out one by one until finally the male Tyrannosaurus, the buck, is tranquilized, and our quote-unquote group of heroes, which is Dr. Malcolm, his girlfriend, his daughter, and I think that's it. I think everyone else is dead by then. They get off the island. They're safe. And I don't think they ever explain how much time elapses between getting off the island and returning. First of all, they go to San Diego because they're like, we know that InGen is going to bring these dinosaurs to San Diego. We've got to get there. Okay, so the reason that this sounds familiar to one of the more recent movies is that they literally do this plot a second time. This is the exact same plot of Jurassic Park 2. They do it again for Jurassic Park 5, so that's why it sounds familiar. Anyway, they're in San Diego. The cousin of John Hammond, who is trying to take over the company, he does this 3 a.m. press conference when the ship containing the T-Rex is supposed to arrive in San Diego. And the ship arrives and crashes into the dock, and immediately the Tyrannosaurus gets out and starts killing people. It does a little rampage around San Diego. It is eventually brought back to the ship because Ian Malcolm and his girlfriend kidnap the baby a second time, put it in their car, the red convertible, drive it around San Diego, find the dad, are then chased back to the boat. They put the baby in the boat, and the CEO cousin guy is eaten by the baby, and that's it. That's the movie. That's Jurassic Park 2. It would not surprise you to learn that this movie was really not received quite as well as the first one was. It has significantly more dinosaurs than the first, but is not considered a well put together movie. I think the way that you described it was like it's got like the budget and the staff to be a good movie, just a terrible script. And that's kind of the problem inherent to this franchise, is that it really only has one or maybe two stories it can tell. Like, that's it. So when you start trying to bleed this thing for sequel money, even though it leads itself so naturally into franchising, there's only so many stories that there's only so many stories you can tell. So when you make 6 of these movies, they start to repeat. Chris Pratt shows up in number 4, so he's 4 through 6. In 5, which I will get to describing eventually, he outruns what's called a pyroclastic flow, and is like he's somehow able to outrun an exploding volcano, which is incredible. I'm going to take an extremely brief bathroom break if someone else could jump on and talk for like 2 minutes.
So 2 minutes has officially started. And if my co-host is not back in 2 minutes, I will be assassinating him. So, yeah. Chris Pratt was in Guardians of the Galaxy. He was also in the Super Mario Brothers movie as Mr. Mario. He's in Jurassic Park. I quite honestly don't know anything else he's in. He stomps Koopas. You're right, he does stomp Koopas. And he has his entire childhood. Honestly, if I saw a Goomba in real life, I would also probably stomp on it, so I can't blame him. Oh, he was in Parks and Rec. I forgot about that. Quite honestly, the only reason I don't think about Parks and Rec is because I don't like that genre of show that's like Parks and Rec and like The Office. That's my hot take. I don't think like fake like workplace documentary style shows are good. That's my one hot take for this live stream. Sorry for the delay. I had to let my dogs out. So I don't believe it's been 2 minutes. So this is still technically my live stream.
Yeah, you got a minute.
Right. So I can say absolutely anything I want at all.
Yes, you can.
I'm drunk with power.
But not drunk in flesh because you hate alcohol.
I do hate most alcohols, yes. The one exception is like Angry Orchard.
Okay. I am tweeting out a link to the live stream because I realized that even though we started 2 hours ago, I never did that. We have finished discussing the plot of Jurassic Park 1 and 2.
Yes, so we're
Now,
33% of the way through. With explaining the plot. Only the plot, not even your opinions, really.
mhm.
Just the plot.
This is gonna go on forever, but that's okay.
That is kind of the point you've said. In case no one else was privy to this conversation, I think Mr. Fox's plan is to live stream for 12 hours continuously.
I would love to if I actually can. I'm gonna guess I will probably have to stop far below that, far before then.
Let's see if we can at least make it to 6. That brings us to 9 p.m. That's a good time, I think.
I think that's easily doable. And yeah, as I'm trying to write out right now that we've recapped the 1990s Jurassic Park movies, I'm going to go back and explain the sort of history of paleontological studies starting in the 1870s to the 1990s to give you context for what Jurassic Park did right and what it did wrong. So that's coming up in just a second. Okay, I think I've done it. Sweet. Okay. So, now that we've spent at least 2 hours, if not more, discussing the plots of 90s action movies, let's move back to the 1870s and discuss the history and development of paleontology as a science. Woo! Guys, aren't you excited? Here, let's get into this car and honk our horn at dinosaurs. Watch. Beep, 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 beep. Okay. So, after the Civil War wraps up, in the 1860s, we have, yeah, you can say bad words in the chat, I don't care. Streamer is so giga chat he forgot Twitter existed. Thank you. I'm just bad at streaming. It's not a thing that I do publicly very often. Yeah, so after the Civil War ends, you have this renewed interest in Americans moving to, like... What do you mean, why is there a car? It's Jurassic Park, they have cars. It also appears that one of our animals has become sick. What's your problem? It's in a coma. Alright, we gotta go shoot this guy. So,
You're gonna shoot it for falling into a coma?
No, we're gonna shoot it with medicine.
Turn it into glue.
I wish one of the, like, B plots of Jurassic Park was someone trying to abduct the dinosaurs because they want to make glue out of them. Okay. This is the lethal rounds. 6 is the cure. Revive? That might be it. Oh, there we go. He does not have chlamydia. Don't say that. Okay, I don't know if that helped.
Warning, one of your dinosaurs has fallen victim to the trappings of nihilism.
I'm just reading the comments. I'm not actually that funny, just so we know. So, there's this whole push west, what we call Manifest Destiny, which should be rebranded something else, because Manifest Destiny sounds like a good thing and like a justified political movement, whereas the actual, like, settlement of, you know, Americans from the East Coast and the Plain States kind of into the West was a very violent process that led to the destruction of the ecosystems and the cultures and the peoples who lived in this area, and tried to wholesale replace them. So there's this backdrop of, this this fervor of people doing something that is basically doing something extremely questionable because there's a high profit motive. People are kind of throwing morals to the side to exploit an easy opening to financial success. And you're more than welcome to criticize the way I discuss American history. I'm just going to ignore you. So, like, part of this, cowboy era, people moving west, are these rich East Coast institutions, these scientific institutions, that want to take part in the quote-unquote discovering of the West. And the two people who become very famous for this in the post-Civil War era are two gentlemen. One of them is named Othniel Charles Marsh, and the other one is named Edward Drinker Cope. And these two guys have... Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels kick off...
Wow, so proud of them.
They kick off what's called the Bone Wars, because they have such, so they each represent a different, extremely wealthy East Coast institution that wants to bring dinosaurs back to, I think it's, Cope was based out of Pennsylvania. So basically, they want to bring dinosaur bones to the East Coast because the eastern half of the United States, especially the Northeast, is extremely poor in dinosaur fossils. During the Cretaceous, which is the period where most of the dinosaurs people know about come from, I think I've completely neglected to mention 2.5 hours into this stream, almost nothing you see in Jurassic Park actually comes from the Jurassic period. In the first movie, you see, again, Dilophosaurus is a Jurassic animal, Brachiosaurus is a Jurassic animal, one's from the early Jurassic, one's from the late, and that's it. Tyrannosaurus is Cretaceous. Gallimimus is Cretaceous. Triceratops is Cretaceous. Velociraptor is Cretaceous. So yeah, the Bone Wars basically... So in the Cretaceous, the east and western parts of North America are split into subcontinents we call Laramidia and Appalachia. In Appalachia, the preservation conditions just don't seem to have been very conducive to fossilization, and there's the fact that today the East Coast is very heavily, vegetated. Even now that there's been, deforestation and stripping of, the land everywhere, most of it is still, covered in forest and covered in prairie. And you can't really fossil hunt in forests, right? We rely on the natural erosion of the landscape to break up rock and draw fragments of fossils into, stream beds and other kind of, sides of cliffs and things like that. And... you just don't get a lot of that out east. So there are very few, to this day, very few named dinosaur taxa from the East Coast, and those that have been found are extremely fragmentary. Out west, there's a ton of erosion, ton of just open badlands. There are fossils quite literally everywhere, west of Kansas. Even in the Dakotas, and then in southern Canada as well. There's kind of a parallel movement of paleontology in Canada in this time. And basically these East Coast guys, they have the money and they have a need, so they fund these extravagant expeditions out to the West, and they start to find, there's fossils everywhere. They start to discover these, and they start to rapidly name new taxa. Question in the chat, did dinosaurs live on Pangaea, or did it split by then? Also, how accurate is the common understanding of Pangaea? So, Pangea forms during what's called the Paleozoic. I don't remember exactly when they... I don't know if there is a declared start date for Pangea, but basically around the time that you have what's called the Great Dying, the end Permian mass extinction at 252 million years ago. The continents have all smushed together at that point, and being all in one giant cluster creates conditions where the interior of this mega continent are the climate extremes are making life unsustainable. There's this feature called continentality that basically how the landscape affects climate, and the larger a continent is, the more disparate your interior climate is going to be compared to the coasts, basically. So during the time of Pangea, because everything is one continent, you have very high continentality. I guess I would have to ask around what people know about Pangea to really gauge what the common understanding is. I would say if your general understanding is that like the continents were all together at one point and then they split apart, that is basically accurate. Pangea kind of had it was shaped like the letter C, where there's this big province in the north, and then it's skinnier in the middle, and then a big province in the south. And basically in the north, as we move from the Permian into the Triassic, and it's the Triassic when dinosaurs actually start to appear, the north and the south of Pangea are becoming fragmented, and they become two more subcategories, Laurasia and Gondwana. So Laurasia in the north, Gondwana in the south. And then by like the end of the Triassic, which is when dinosaurs have definitely shown up, they are part of ecosystems worldwide, they're just not dominant yet. Pangea is still it's becoming more distinct in the north and the south, but it's not until the Jurassic when basically the Atlantic Ocean begins to open up, and that's what really starts to break Pangea apart. So if you've seen like maps showing how South America and Africa just go right back together like puzzle pieces, and then you can add Europe and North America kind of smush in over that, the undoing of sort of the basically the undoing of that connection between South America, Africa, North America, and Europe happens during the Jurassic, and you have the opening of what will eventually become the Atlantic Ocean. At the time, basically when there's Pangea, you have two oceans. There's what may or may not have been called the Pacific. Let me rephrase. I don't know if currently we would call that ocean the Pacific. It obviously was not called that at the time because no animals there spoke English. I can say that with pretty high degree of certainty. But basically there was the one global ocean on one side, and then in kind of the interior, so I said Pangea is kind of C-shaped. So in that hole formed by the sea is an ocean called the Tethys. And the Tethys is this ancient ocean that gives us a lot of our natural gas. Comes from... Oh, these guys having seizures again? This guy just went comatose. Damn, I have to shoot another Kentrosaurus. So, as that ocean kind of so as like North America, Europe, Africa, South America, as they're splitting apart, the Tethys kind of opens to fill those areas. So it's not called... Oh shit. Oops.
Did you just shoot and kill one?
I just shot it for real. Oops. That's not gonna make people happy. Hold on, I'm gonna go make 5 more Kentrosaurus as penance for just shooting one of them. Sorry about that. Yeah, chat's catching up. Oops. Okay. That was unfortunate. What was I talking about?
You were talking about the one big ocean providing a lot of natural gas or something.
Oh yeah, so basically all the oil that is in the Middle East is there because of microorganisms collecting at the bottom of the Tethys. So yeah, as that area in North Africa, as this stuff starts to flood, the Tethys comes in. And yeah, towards the end of the Jurassic, you've got an appreciable distance between North America and Europe, but there's still a really strong connection between them because we know that animals are still moving between Europe and North America and Western North America. So there's European groups that show up like in Utah up until the early Cretaceous. So that's really interesting. And then yeah, kind of by that point, Pangaea is well dissolved at that point. Even like Gondwana and Laurasia aren't super well connected anymore. Gondwana kind of sticks together for a fairly long time into the Cretaceous because Antarctica and Australia are still kind of, and Africa kind of breaks off, has broken off at that point, but Australia and Antarctica and India are still kind of one piece until very late. It actually isn't until after the extinction of the dinosaurs, I think around 50 million years or so, maybe, is when India, like, separates from Antarctica and Australia and becomes part of Asia, which is really interesting. Anyway, that is addressing the question in chat. Now I've got to finish explaining what the Bone Wars were. A lot of the like most famous North American dinosaurs that you've ever heard of, like Triceratops and Stegosaurus, these are all animals that were discovered as part of the Bone Wars, part of the struggle to find as many bones as possible, name as many species as you can, because that's how they're measuring like who's doing the most science. And the metric they pick is like how many species can you name. And the ultimate winner of the Bone Wars is Charles Marsh. He ends up naming, I think, more than a dozen more species than Cope does. But basically all of science loses in this. So these rich East Coast institutions gain the holotypes, the like original like exemplar like specimens of all these gigantic like West North American dinosaurs. The sauropods, I assume sauropods have been discovered at this point in Europe and probably in Africa as well. But this is when animals like Brachiosaurus, Camarasaurus, Brontosaurus is named as part of this. So Apatosaurus comes in as well. These massive animals that are being, their bones are being excavated and then shipped out east to be put on display, and it's bringing in prestige, it's bringing in money, it's, ticket sales and all that. And so, yeah, eventually the winner is Cope and his museum, because they get, by the metric that they set, they won. But a lot of the like studies that were done as part of this like quote unquote process, the Bone Wars, a lot of the papers that they write are not at all like as rigorous as they have to be today. Like our standard for what qualifies as a new species is much higher now. At that point there was basically no one to check. Like there was peer review, but people were not being checked in the sense of like there is some authority that can hold you accountable and say you're naming bullshit species. So these guys were basically Oh, there's the the little skeleton, and he's gonna turn invisible. In the arms of the angels. So there's a lot of stuff that's named during the Bone Wars that is not like basically like people would find parts of the same skeleton and name them different species, and then some other researcher, like decades later, stream's doing okay? You guys said it's back? Okay. You didn't really miss anything. But yeah, so it was this huge thing that, yes, brought a lot of, previously unknown animals to science, a lot of the, like, foundational taxa for entire families of dinosaurs are discovered at that point. Angela from Pennsylvania has walked to the far side of the park, even though there's clearly nothing here, and is complaining about not being able to find a decent meal. I have very limited sympathy for that Angela from Pennsylvania. We just gonna keep extracting DNA. Okay. So yeah, overall, the Bone Wars got a lot of work done, but at what cost, right? So people are spending decades after these two clowns have died kind of untangling, like, alright, they named 3 different species out of this one skeleton, we've got to, like, fix this. And in those early kind of decades of the 20th century, we're learning a lot more about paleontology in Africa. We're learning a lot more about the natural history of Asia and places like that. The colors of the dinosaurs in this game are purely artistic license. I will touch on this, but the discovery of actual dinosaur pigment had not happened by the time this game came out. That was 2000. This game came out in 2003, and the first pigments, I think, were published in, like, 2010 or so. Anyway, yeah, so throughout the 20th century, you have a lot of new animals being discovered. The kind of rush out west has calmed down, but now we have expeditions out to Egypt, out to other places in North Africa, out to West Africa. In the 20th century, there's also this big expedition between Polish and I think Russian scientists. It was a Soviet expedition to Mongolia, and I think it was a Mongolian Soviet expedition, and that's where animals like Velociraptor are discovered. And a lot of that stuff is going back to the American Museum. So we still have this very kind of imperial scientific system where stuff is being found in other places. Great amounts of money are being spent to find fossils and take them away from where they had been found. I mention this because it's something that the field is trying to actively address and has been wrestling with for a very long time. Look at this guy go. I'm just gonna let him do his thing for a second. No, I'm not making her do that. She's just walking around. Okay. So, the 1970s roll around, and we start getting into a revived era of interest in, like, paleontology. The hype has kind of died down in the United States. T-Rex was discovered in the early 20th century, so that was actually not one of the Bone Wars era things. Yes, I have $280 million because I cheat. Because I opened up the game files and gave myself $280 million. in the 1970s, there are kind of a pair of paleontologists that end up really shaking things up, and that's a guy named John Ostrom and his student, it's Robert, right? Robert Bacher, yeah. Bob Bacher. And they describe an animal from North America called Deinonychus, or Deinonychus, depending on what you prefer. And it's a large dromaeosaur. It's one of these raptor dinosaurs. But it's so plainly obvious looking at its skeleton that it's an animal adapted for an active lifestyle. At this point, the kind of old school understanding that like dinosaurs are these slow-moving, unintelligent, basically swamp-dwelling monsters that went extinct because they just stuck around too long and were wiped out because they couldn't adapt, right? The discovery of Deinonychus and the fact that it's so bird-like in its skeleton, and the fact that it's very obviously adapted to be an active predator, that the idea starts getting around that, like, well, first of all, maybe birds actually are related to dinosaurs. That idea had kind of been around for centuries at this point. It was just one of many theories. I'm going to set this to the heart so that I don't accidentally shoot and kill another one of these little guys. So this kicks off a period that's called the Dinosaur Renaissance. And that's when there aren't necessarily a ton of new discoveries going on, but there's a lot of sort of rediscovery of things that had already been collected, already been described. And we're looking at it in a new light, right? We're starting to weigh the possibility that maybe these animals are warm-blooded instead of cold-blooded. Maybe they're not swamp-dwelling. Maybe they're living active lifestyles in like many different types of ecosystems. And there's all this basically momentum going into the 1990s, where there's this renewed interest in science. People are seeing dinosaurs again through new eyes, and that's the backdrop that Jurassic Park shows up in, right? Early 1990s. I should point this out. The knowledge that dinosaurs had been driven extinct by that meteor impact was relatively new at that period in time. So the first theory, basically, it had been known basically since dinosaurs were first discovered that they disappear very suddenly from the fossil record. And there was not a great explanation as to why. And it was not until this study done or released in 1979 that points out that there's a lot of basically iridium and shocked quartz and other kinds of rare earth minerals that are not common on Earth but very common in space, and that maybe there's an impact that happens at this time that it ... right? They don't the actual paper, as far as I remember, doesn't make kind of a grand conspiracy out of it. It basically points out that, like, hey, these things track with a bolide impact, and people come to the realization that, like, oh, that means like a meteor killed off all the dinosaurs. That's a very different story from what they had grown up with, which was they just were dumb and slow and didn't adapt in time, and so they were outcompeted very suddenly by mammals. So 1979 is when that theory first drops, but no one knows where the asteroid impact actually was. Scientists around the world start studying rocks at what's called the KPG boundary. It wasn't called that at the time, it was called the KT boundary. The T standing for tertiary, which is a term we don't use anymore. So it became KPG for Cretaceous Paleogene boundary. People start looking at this boundary all around the world, including drilling off the side, like oceanic drilling and stuff like that. And they all find the same thing. These guys haven't stopped slipping into comas. What the hell? Alright. We're gonna try this again. First of all, I haven't saved this game ever. So I'm gonna go ahead and save. And then we're gonna try not to shoot the baby again. Let's see. When I was growing up, there was a tone of, we think maybe this happened, but we're not sure. So by that, do you mean, like, are we more confident now that it was a meteorite impact? Is that what you mean? Watch this. I'm not going to kill him. You guys ready? Look, he stood up. He's fine now. I didn't kill him. We're good. Yeah, so, in that case, yes. Basically, the theory was first introduced in 1979. People around the world start to... Now you're having seizures. Scientists around the world are replicating their study and seeing the same thing. I'm shooting them with love, and it makes them not be in comas anymore. That's what I'm doing. Yeah, that they start seeing basically the same layer of iridium and other kinds of rare earth minerals at the exact same boundary all over the planet. So the story is developing that, like, this is not just an impact, this is one enormous impact that affected global populations of animals. But we don't know where the impact actually happens until 1989 is when the impact site in Chicxulub, which is on the Yucatan Peninsula in Mexico, so southern Mexico, kind of the southern rim of the Caribbean, it's discovered that, okay, so this is an impact that's the right size, it's the right time, and there's no other candidates. So that was kind of nailed down then. Now, when I was a kid in elementary school, which would have been not long before you, so kind of the same situation, yeah, basically the school lesson was, well, we don't know what happened to the dinosaurs. We think it could have been a meteor. We think it could have been a volcano. Now, the volcano theory was always kind of not well represented, because what they mean more specifically is that the formation of a large igneous province might have caused that extinction. A large igneous province being a basically massive lava field. And in this case, the candidate were the Deccan Traps in India, which is a very large igneous province that is the right age. And basically, the idea was that volcanic eruptions would have, put ash in the sky that has a global cooling effect when you have particles in the atmosphere. Volcanic eruptions also emit lots of greenhouse gases, so in an event where, and we don't really know what happens when a large igneous province, I shouldn't say that, there is nowhere on Earth right now that is currently becoming a large igneous province. So we have to run models on what that would have done to the environment, like what the impact would have been. But the idea was that there was this, volcanism happening over a period of several 100,000 years in India. It's not one big volcano that just like blows up one day and kills everyone. It's kind of this slow poisoning. These guys are Gallimimus. This is, I think, the first animal I've shown that actually does show up in the Jurassic Park movie. It's an ornithomimid. The name means chicken mimic. And here they are flocking. I was talking earlier about the AI in this game and how they kind of move and interact in very interesting ways. They all kind of crowd around here, and then they'll make their way somewhere else. And again, this is all running on like 2003 software. Yeah, so as you pointed out, it is extremely, because it's so bird-like, it's hard to picture them without feathers, right? And in the case of ornithomimids, like Gallimimus, they almost certainly did have feathers. So they would have had, you know, at the very least, coverings across the tail, on the trunk. It's Boyd behavior. It's very likely that they would have had like wings as well. Not not flight wings, but they would have had feathers kind of extending down on the arms as well. Because they are part of the group of dinosaurs that do not become birds, but are very, very close on that family tree. And in this, I will also add Gallimimus, Homalocephali, these little pachycephalosaurs, which are extremely cute. So, in the 80s is when this stuff kicks off. You'd think I would do more research before running an hours-long stream, but meh. I think it's like tail end of the 70s and into the 1980s. The discovery is made of something called Egg Mountain in Montana. And it's this incredibly impressive fossil site where the remains of an animal called Maiasaura, which was at that time new to science. It's a hadrosaur. It was discovered with adult skeletons at every growth stage, all the way down to babies and hatchlings still in eggs. And this appeared to be a nesting area where these animals would migrate to year after year. You have crushed eggshells in nests, like thousands of years worth of nests stacked on top of each other. And clearly there are signs of parental care, right? These are clearly animals that are taking care of their young, which at that time was kind of a controversial characterization. Reptiles were thought of as being, it's mammals that care for their young, reptiles don't. That's the key difference. And so we have these animals that are like clearly raising, like not only forming, like assembling into these massive nesting colonies, but also raising their young and returning to the same place for thousands of years, is a pretty compelling narrative. So Maiasaura is named. Maiasaura means good mother lizard. And the guy who is given credit for this discovery most often, it wasn't a solo thing. He did have collaborators. But basically the guy who gets the credit for this is Jack Horner. And do a little stand. You're so pretty. Wonder how old some of the in-game. It's currently October of 2002, so I don't have to worry about any of my old dinosaurs dying of old age yet, I don't think. Anyway. So yeah, there's this revolution in terms of understanding dinosaurs as warm-blooded and not cold-blooded, as like active and maintaining an internal temperature instead of like relying on the sun and other things to thermoregulate the way that modern reptiles do. And there's also this understanding that, like, well, maybe they're taking care of their young as well. And so there's all these like hints at a much more complicated, much more bird-like, behavior in dinosaurs. There's our mixed herd of Gallimimus and Homalocephali. Look at how cute they are. Look at that little noggin. So, when Jurassic Park rolls around, there is this, like, desire on behalf of, obviously, Michael Crichton, whose whole thing as a science fiction author is being on the bleeding edge of developments in science, they're paying attention to the dinosaur renaissance, and they want to incorporate these new discoveries. And so there's lots of dialogue cues in the original Jurassic Park where they talk about I think I've already mentioned this, the fact that, you know, the Brachiosaurus shows up, they say, oh, this is clearly a warm-blooded animal. They Alan Grant remarks, they do move in herds because they're finally, again, in these last 2 decades leading up to Jurassic Park, they're starting to realize that these are social animals, at least in certain cases. So herbivores are moving in herds. The predators may be pack hunting. They're taking care of their young. They are active. And it's completely remaking, like, people's ideas of what a dinosaur is. Like, a person in the 19th century, if they could comprehend a video game and, like, what they're seeing on screen, would not recognize this as a dinosaur, right? It's not dragging its tail on the ground. It's not standing like a human, which is a really funny motif in, like, older paleontological reconstructions. They have them standing like people, or, like, more people-like than is clearly, like, natural for them. Yeah, it's pretty goofy. Here we glitching again. If I could rename you, I would name you Glitch, because I love the way that they just kind of, like, glide along. Keep extracting. Her name is Girl Boss. Okay, alright. I won't argue. And so Dr. Grant, again, in the movie, in the, like, intro scene where he's at the dig site, he's talking about how, like, maybe these are more bird-like than we think, and he's kind of treated as, like, making kind of a ridiculous suggestion. But again, at the time, in the 1990s, this would have been fairly new for a wide public audience. People who pay attention to science were aware of the dinosaur renaissance, but the wider public isn't necessarily. And so we get all these cool things dropped into the into this movie that today, 30 years later, does not depict dinosaurs especially accurately, but at the time was on that cutting edge. And the use of dinosaurs in that movie, they could have made a monster movie out of anything. They used dinosaurs specifically because they wanted to show that they were cloning animals that they didn't fully understand, because paleontology had not caught up to, accurately depicting these animals quite yet. So the park was not aware that, like, oh, if we clone velociraptors, they're going to be pack hunters. They didn't realize that. And yeah, they weren't thinking about things like, oh, what happens if, we give all of them, a female chromosome, but what happens when, I don't know, we splice it with animals who look at ideas of gender binary and piss themselves laughing, right? So anyway, yeah, at the time, they were using dinosaurs as, like, you don't understand what you're messing with, and because paleontology has started to give us this perspective in the 1990s that things are very different, they're basically setting the movie's science 20 years back in order to, like, give them this, like, really dramatic reveal of, like, no, this is what dinosaurs really are. People weren't thinking of them in accurate terms. But because of the way that franchises work, especially, stuff that becomes extremely nostalgic, right? What are you honking at? Leave these guys alone. The franchise's, like, idea of dinosaurs gets frozen in time, and it completely struggles and in many ways fails to catch up with the changes that are even happening in the 1990s. So in the in-film universe, they're just starting to get a hold on, like, warm-bloodedness, pack behavior, that kind of thing. in the real world, a really, really important discovery was made in China in 1996. And it was the discovery of an animal called Sinosauropteryx. It's a small theropod dinosaur that is completely covered in feathers. It's very, very clearly not a bird. Fossils of basically transitional birds had been known since the 1800s. Archaeopteryx is a very old discovery, but it's so bird-like that it was not itself like evidence that birds came from dinosaurs. And it certainly was not evidence that like theropod dinosaurs themselves would have had feathers. Sinosauropteryx is a non-bird theropod that has this adorable little coat of feathers over it. And it was the subject of the very first study on dinosaur color as well, but that comes a couple decades later. So in 1996, this discovery is made, and it's not officially published on for a little while, but there's this legend in the paleo community about SVP 1996. That's the annual meeting of the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. There's like sets of like legendary SVP meetings that people are envious if you went to, and SVP 1996 was one of these because unpublished photos had been acquired of the specimen, and it was basically brought around to SVP, and it was shown to this picture of a fully feathered theropod was shown to John Ostrom, who had theorized for years and years ahead of them that, like, yeah, animals like this almost certainly had feathers. We just don't have good enough fossils yet. We just haven't found where the preservation is good enough to have fossils. And it turns out that place is China. China has all kinds of, like, volcanic activity happening in the Cretaceous, and it's producing these basically lake beds that are filled with thin, small grain, thin layers of small grain silt that are slowly covering up all the animals that fall to the bottom of these lakes. And that preserves them in incredible three-dimensional detail, including soft tissue, including feathers. So Sinosauropteryx is just the beginning, but it was like the first thing that was found. It was found by a Chinese farmer. It apparently brought John Ostrom to tears, because it was this vindicating moment of like this thing that that he had been theorizing about for so long was proven correct in a completely unconnected discovery to him. So 1996, we know that things are going to continue to change, and now that we have this massive juggernaut franchise whose thing is like being on the bleeding edge of science and showcasing dinosaurs, you can understand that there's this excitement that, like, you know, we're going to be able to show people around the world like feathered dinosaurs, and it's going to completely blow their minds when we, you know, again after we had just blown their minds in 1993. Jurassic Park 2 rolls around, and I think 97, 98. No feathered dinosaurs in that. Jurassic Park 3 rolls around in 2001. And I think we're going to... So I finally crossed off Dinosaur Renaissance and the Bone Wars from my list, so now we can move on to recapping what happens in Jurassic Park 3. Widely considered to be the worst of the original trilogy, it is not a good film. The context I enjoyed it in the most was when I was in like high school, and we had this lunch club where we would basically hide in a computer lab and watch pirated movies and anime. And at one point we were talking about like bad B movies, and someone brings up Jurassic Park 3, and I was like, yes, let's watch that. And we had a great time because it's a bad movie and it's excellent to rip on with friends, and it effectively killed 2 hours in between my morning classes and my afternoon classes. So I have fond memories of Jurassic Park 3 just because it's excellent at wasting time. But if I was someone who went to the theaters to see like the much teased follow-up to Jurassic Park, I probably would have been pretty disappointed in it. Um, there's a very famous scene. One of the like first things people will point to as evidence that like this series is just going off a cliff is Alan Grant, who is returning for Jurassic Park 3, has a nightmare where a raptor is on a plane with him, and it says his name. It goes, Alan! And then he wakes up. And people rip on this scene because it's ridiculous, but again, this is, Universal trying to wedge in this, like, brand new theory about, well, maybe, like, dromaeosaurs are extremely intelligent, and in a previous scene, and this is what's kind of lost, I think, to people, is that there's a previous scene where Alan Grant is playing with a parakeet and trying to get the parakeet to say his name. And so it's one of these things like, not only are the raptors, which he's already been hunted by before, not only were they clearly intelligent, but they were, like, more intelligent than birds, more intelligent than, like, primates, even. I would not personally, as a paleontologist, go so far as to say that dromaeosaurs were more intelligent than primates. I would have to see a lot more hard evidence of that, but it's a fun idea, and it makes for a good monster movie, right? And kind of the role of paleontologists in these movies as, like, action heroes, which is kind of an interesting context, is that they know something about the threat the group faces that, like, everyone else doesn't, right? And so Alan Grant is the one who, like, is accurately estimating how intelligent the animals are, is used as a plot point, just not very effectively, right? It's just kind of a badly scripted movie, in the same vein that, like, Jurassic Park 2 is, and it has the exact same problem where nothing actually happens, it's just a bunch of chase sequences. And the chase sequences happen because Alan Grant, despite saying at the beginning of the movie that there is no force on heaven or earth that would send him back to Jurassic Park, a rich family basically bribes him into doing it. So it's the exact same thing that goads him into joining the original Jurassic Park, like, tour, is having money dangled in front of him that he can't say no to because paleontologists are running from grant to grant and don't have a lot of spare resources. So they wave money in front of him. He agrees to a low-flying aerial tour of the island. Unbeknownst to him, this rich couple is not a rich couple, and they're not tourists either. They're flying low because they want to land on the island, and they want to land on the island because their son is marooned there. He and his, like, stepdad or uncle or whatever, I think it's his stepdad, takes him parasailing off the coast of Isla Sorna. They get attacked by dinosaurs. The boy is missing. We've got to go find him. So it's a literal kidnapping in this case. Certainly, like, human trafficking under false pretexts to get Alan Grant, who they assume is, like, an expert at Jurassic Park because he's a dinosaur guy and he was there, so he'll know. And they didn't understand that, no, there's actually two islands. Isla Nublar was where Jurassic Park was. Isla Sorna is Site B. Alan Grant has never been to Isla Sorna, so they've just kidnapped a man and put him, like, back into a situation where he's running from dinosaurs again. And the big bad... I actually wonder if I can clone one of these now. Yes, I can. The big bad of those movies is a guy called Spinosaurus. And Spinosaurus is one of these animals that is discovered on these kind of earlier 20th century expeditions and subsequently lost in World War II. Its bones had been excavated by a German paleontologist who brought them back to, I want to say, Berlin or maybe Munich. And they were blown up in World War II. So at the time, there really isn't any, like, real published Spinosaurus material. basically there's drawings of the old there's drawings of the old bones that were blown up, and there's fragments of new things that keep cropping up in North Africa, but not anything really substantial. So at the time that Jurassic Park 3 is being made, they're running off of very old models of the animal. And I'm going to add one to this park shortly so you can see what I'm talking about. It's a carnivore, it's a theropod. It's not one of these, like, animals that's particularly closely related to birds on the theropod tree. They're more closely related to animals like Allosaurus, probably. Let's put a carnivore feeder, another cow dispenser.
Cow dispenser.
Cow dispenser. From chat, my dino professor doesn't like Spinosaurus because they can't officially declare it if it's the same as another dinosaur. That would be Sigelmassaurus, or Sigelmassasaurus. Is almost certainly the same thing as Spinosaurus. Here he is. Here she is. Biped, long arms. It's got this big sail on the back. The only fossils of this animal that had been found, and again lost in World War II, was the skull. So we know that it has this kind of long crocodile-like skull. And we know it's got these long spines on the back, which are what the animal's named for. Thank you. But that's pretty much it. So basically it was inferred, based off of more complete theropods, that yeah, it's probably bipedal. It's got, you know, longer arms than Tyrannosaurus, but, you know, still bipedal. And it's got a regular theropod tail. And it's got, you know, we don't have the full sail, but we'll just assume that it's basically a half-moon shape, because that makes sense. Turns out, based off of fossils described in 2014 and in 2020, that actually Spinosaurus is probably quadruped, or at the very least it has much shorter back legs than depicted here, to the point that it would have probably appeared to be four-legged. The tail is also has a spine on it. It's very tadpole-like in shape, so it probably wouldn't have been like, probably wouldn't have had this full sail necessarily, more like kind of like a fat sort of crest on it, I suppose. And it turns out to be not just like associated with water, but almost certainly living spending a lot of its time in or near water. Some have gone as far to suggest that it is a like semi-aquatic or even like fully aquatic dinosaur. That's still very much up for debate. But Spinosaurus is selected to be the new big bad of Jurassic Park 3 because your one-up in your monster movie from Jurassic Park 1 to 2 was, instead of one T-Rex, we have two adults and a baby. And for Jurassic Park 3, they're like, we want a new animal. So they picked Spinosaurus, which did not age well, just because more fossils of it were actually described. And it turns out to not look pretty much anything like its movie appearance. One of the things that happens in the movie that makes this kind of an unfairly slandered entry into the Jurassic Park franchise is that they have Spinosaurus kill a rogue T-Rex. It's actually like one of the only cool scenes in the movie. Besides, like, the introduction of Spinosaurus is cool. They try, like, they can hear it coming from a distance. They try to take off in an airplane. The airplane actually hits the Spinosaurus. It's pretty stupid. Plane crashes. Spino attacks. They escape. Run into a T-Rex. Run from the T-Rex back into the Spinosaurus's arms, and the two battle it out, and Spinosaurus actually kills the T-Rex. And people really, really hate this because again, one of the many downsides to this franchise, to, you know, basically franchising natural history, is the fact that you have fanboys and you have super fans who do not want anything that they cherish about the series to change or be challenged. They kind of want it to be frozen in time at exactly like the version of it that they grew up with. So 2001 rolls around, and there's a new dinosaur that just killed T-Rex on screen, and a certain very whiny percentage of the population is extremely mad about this, and they continue to be mad about it to this day. It's hard to say if, like... Actually, I will say this, just because Jurassic Park is so prolific that, I don't know that this sort of, like, problem would have arisen in, like... I don't know, if Jurassic Park never happens, if this even becomes an issue. But basically any change to our understanding of Tyrannosaurus, like, biology, in any way that makes them feel like their monster movie version of T-Rex is being taken away from them, is met with an extreme amount of resistance. So something that, like, it's my female colleagues that have to worry about this, is anytime you talk about Tyrannosaurus or Spinosaurus on the internet as someone who pretends to be a paleontologist, you will be quote-unquote checked by fanboys incessantly, and, you know, disruptively, because they're asking in the chat, why are they even mad? It's because they've become to... There's a distinct difference between people who enjoy paleontology and natural history and extinct animals and people who are fans of Jurassic Park. You can be both of those things, but there are certain people who are only really fans of Jurassic Park, right? If you bring them to a museum, they're viewing it through that lens of, like, it's what I saw in Jurassic Park, but without skin and not killing people, so it's kind of lame. And, like, any changes made to that is a threat. And I really can't explain it beyond that. Like, it's really frustrating. It holds back science, which you would think people would be all in favor of. Just kind of letting the natural, like, mystery and complexity of these animals, like, be something that's important and be something that's treated with respect. And people not kind of inserting their own feelings about it and inserting their own desires with, like, well, you know, this science conflicts with, like, my understanding and, like, the happy little fantasy picture in my head about, you know, what the Earth looked like, and so I'm gonna get really mad and misogynistic about it. Anyway, I believe I'm still attempting to recap Jurassic Park 3. Really, the best part of the movie is Spinosaurus, just because it's something different. I really like it when big franchises do something else instead of repeating the same thing over and over again. And this was one of the few changes that they actually made. They had the gumption to put in a new big bad dinosaur and even have it kill the one from the previous entries, just to, like, you know, make the point. Like, oh, the stakes are upped, you know. Something out there is big enough that it can kill Tyrannosaurus. And by the way, that whole like way of thinking that basically nature works on rock, paper, scissors, that everything that, like, there's stuff that are just, like, perfectly evolved for killing, but there's, like, one that's even more perfectly evolved that can kill you. Real world is not Fight Club. This whole problem was not helped by the fact that there was literally a TV series that attempted to, like, ride the coattails of early 2000s, like, Jurassic Park fandom, called Jurassic Fight Club, that was literally all about, like, well, if I put Animal A and Animal B together, just, you know, completely ignoring, like, whether or not the two would have ever encountered each other. I should point out that in a fight between Tyrannosaurus and Spinosaurus, there is no concluding winner because they lived in different continents at completely different times and never would have interacted. So, like, it's kind of a moot point, you know? That fight between T-Rex and Spinosaurus first appears in Jurassic Park, and every time it appears in media afterwards is because of that appearance in Jurassic Park 3, which, I will point out, includes a very famous anime called Attack on Titan. In one of their intro sequences for, I think it's like season 2 or 3, there's like a bunch of like images of like dinosaurs for some reason, and in one of them they have a Tyrannosaurus and a Spinosaurus fighting each other in basically the same pose that you see it in Jurassic Park 3. So it was literally probably redrawn from a still capture of that movie, and it can only be that because, again, the two animals have never ever actually interacted and had never met in any kind of fictional setting until Jurassic Park. So that's just one of the many ways that you kind of come to notice the way that this series, like, its tendrils infect everything. Like, it shapes the way the public views dinosaurs to such an extreme degree that an entirely unrelated media property, like, picks up on the same motifs. That image did not come from any scientist. It came from Jurassic Park. So that's kind of odd. Little factoid for the Attack on Titan fans. Yeah, over the course of Jurassic Park 3, they are chased across the island. They come into... Okay. They come across a hatchery where you start to see animals that, like, didn't show up on the original list. And one of the things that I really enjoy about the Jurassic franchise is that they are shameless about inserting species in between movies that did not exist previously. So Stegosaurus, again, never shows up in Jurassic Park 1, except for its misspelled label on the embryo, like, thing. But it shows up in Jurassic Park 2. Spinosaurus is never mentioned in any of the, like, InGen files, and they even say this in universe. They say, no, this isn't on InGen's files. Well, that means that there must be other things being hatched on Site B, on Isla Sorna, that we've not heard of. And I love that because it gives an excuse to add things in between movies and completely ignore canon, which I'm fine with because the whole point, to me, like, the benefit that these movies give is that they add exposure, right? I'm pretty sure at least an hour ago I was talking about this, that, like, once one of these animals has, like, appeared in media, it gives you something that you can point to and people will understand, right? Obviously people had, like, heard of T-Rex before Jurassic Park, but might not have heard of Velociraptor. And so you can say, well, you've seen Jurassic Park. Or, for example, if I'm trying to explain what an ornithomimid is, I might say, remember those orange guys from Jurassic Park, like Gallimimus? We're talking about one of those. So I quite appreciate it when they shove animals completely out of context between movies. So I was pro them doing that. They show a bunch of pterosaurs, the pteranodon, which is... A lot of people like those sequences. I thought they were kind of boring, but it's whatever. They start to show some of the male raptors. So again, you know, these animals are bred to all be female, and they're demonstrated in the very first movie that no, they can change sex in order to reproduce. So as you would expect on Site B, where there are no fences and they're just kind of doing their own wild thing, you have breeding populations of the quote-unquote velociraptors. I think I've neglected to mention up to this point, but I should do so now, that, again, Velociraptor in reality is much, much smaller than their movie appearance. But it was in the 90s that the announcement was made of a new animal called Utah Raptor by a guy who, these days, I'm very fortunate to have gotten to know quite well. His name is Jim Kirkland, state paleontologist of Utah. So they were introducing a dromaeosaur. It's actually big. It would have been bigger. It's a polar bear-sized dinosaur, so it's bigger than the Jurassic Park raptors. But yeah, the like identity of that animal in the movies, it's always called Velociraptor. Some people will say, well, the real Jurassic Park raptor is Deinonychus. Some people say the real Jurassic Park raptor is Utah Raptor. It's a fake movie monster, so I'm not going to lose too much sleep over it. So, they show some of the male raptors. They show a lot of, like, you know, the animals communicating with one another. They do a bunch of these really... I love the raptor vocalization, like, sounds that they do in those movies. I talked about how, as a monster movie, these films do quite well in differentiating their cast by sound. And the noises that the raptors make is extremely unique. It's extremely recognizable. This movie also introduces one of my favorite motifs, which is a satellite phone that is eaten by Spinosaurus. And so there's this ridiculous scene where it just kind of, you hear the satellite phone ringing, and all the characters come running to each other. The boy who's been lost finally is reintroduced to his parents, and they're all like, we heard that satellite phone, that stupid satellite phone from your business. And they're like, the guy who was holding that phone was eaten by the Spinosaurus. And then they turn around, they literally do, he's right behind me, isn't he? And there it is with the sat phone ringtone coming out of its stomach. And then it chases them around again. The raptors have, like, little quills on them. So again, this is 1998. We know that these animals would have had feathers. And basically the retcon they're going to do is adding these, like, tiny little filaments, these, like, long little hairs kind of on the, like, back of the neck of the raptors, and that's their, like, yeah, we're still on the bleeding edge. We gave it, like, a stupid little coat. That's pretty much it. This guy's doing great. Okay. And basically, the way that this one is randomly saved is that they finally managed to squeeze out a call on the island from the survivors to Ellie Sattler, who was in the original Jurassic Park and is basically just a housewife now, but she's at home with her kid, and they managed to get out a call to her. She somehow manages to send both the Marines and the Coast Guard. Costa Rica, by the way, has not had a military since 1948. So these inclusions in the stories about, like, yeah, the Costa Rican government went and, like, nuked Jurassic Park at the end. You know, it's just another one of those. Could have done a tiny bit more research. But anyway, I've done so much talking about the raptors, I might as well hatch a few. Put them in the park. So the Marines and the Coast Guard show up, everyone gets rescued, and once again, almost all of the plot points are not really addressed. One of the guys they visit the island with tries to steal raptor eggs, and in order to communicate that they're trying not to... Okay. So at the beginning of the movie, Alan Grant 3D prints a, like, sinus cavity from a raptor and, like, blows in it, and it makes this, like, weird kind of fluting noise. and then he brings the 3D print along with him. They feature 3D printing in this movie. This is one of the like predictions they make that does actually become true. This guy's glitching as well. But yeah, it's so difficult to look at an animal like this with that long sturdy tail and those folded arms in front. And why anyone would insist like, no, that can't have feathers on it, when it's like it literally looks like a naked bird, right? How's everyone doing in chat? It's almost 7 p.m. So, at this point, 2001, partly through reasons that are not their fault, they are starting to kind of fall behind the like bleeding edge of accuracy, and then the franchise just kind of disappears. And that's where we get into, let's see, let me cross off the topics I've done. So I talked about the cult of Tyrannosaurus, basically people who became mega fans of this animal, which is such a strange thing. Like, we don't have like, I don't know, lion and tiger stands. People just like lions and tigers. But there's this like personality of person who will like jealously, it's the weirdest thing. They will seek out any kind of discussion online, Reddit, Twitter, wherever, where someone's talking about Tyrannosaurus, and they will incessantly butt in with like, you know, any kind of like both real and imagined like scientific like study about, oh no, oh no, they're actually like super predators, like they're extremely smart and extremely fast, and like no, they're not scavengers or anything like that. And it's an extremely toxic. It's weird to talk about this like this. It's a very toxic fandom. Like, it's an animal that has a toxic fandom. In chat, we are fighting yarn and popping stomach ulcers. I'm glad to give everyone a nice calm background to perform those tasks. Jesus Christ. I think it might be time for me to move my dig sites so I can start finding new stuff. The Flaming Cliffs? You guys seen that? The Flaming Cliffs? Uh-oh. Alright, let's actually dig in North America. Put some teams in the Morrison Formation. The Morrison is late Jurassic, so it's going to be some of the same animals that we already dug up in the Tendaguru beds, but it'll add a few more. I'm also going to sell all of these, since this is all unusable DNA at this point. And then, yeah, right below Cult of Tyrannosaurus, I have T-Rex versus Spinosaurus written down. We did kind of touch on that too, how one action sequence in that movie that was just kind of a fun thing. You know, these are supposed to be like, sorry, I completely lost my train of thought. This is supposed to be monster movies for people to have fun, but this like fandom has appeared that is extremely protective, and you know, they show their big bad being killed by something new, and it kind of drives them crazy, and we get to this like Jurassic Fight Club thing spin-off. It's not legally connected, but that's what it's there for. It's this debate that is pointless and incessant in the quote-unquote paleo enthusiast community, of just like, well, what will win in a fight? This or this, this or this, this or this. Animals that never would have seen each other, never would have interacted. Animals in the wild are not just like fighting each other as like the first thing that they do. And no one like wins like rock, paper, scissors, right? And a bear can fight a moose in so many circumstances and there's so many things that can change that can affect the outcome and bias it in one way or another. So even if Tyrannosaurus and Spinosaurus ever saw each other, there's no reason to assume that like one would win every single time, or that they would even fight every single time. It's just kind of not a useful scientific inquiry, right? It's a non sequitur, it's a fantasy. And that's why it kind of frustrates me when I don't know, when like time and space is being spent on discussing like nonsense. I did talk about Sinosauropteryx in 1996. Horner, Bacher, and Brusetti. So these films all have a scientific advisor, a paleontologist on staff who is ostensibly there to ensure that what they're doing is on the bleeding edge of science. It's literally the same thing that, like, it is quite literally the same thing that they do to Alan Grant. They approached that guy, Jack Horner, who had been responsible for, publishing those studies on Maiasaura, because he's on the bleeding edge. He gets this huge new, like, victory for him, and so he's entrusted to make sure that everything's on the bleeding edge. So he's an advisor for the first 5 movies. But he starts to take these, like, weird contrarian takes that conflict with, first of all, like, plausible scientific consensus, and also with, like, the whole point of the movie. So Jack Horner starts getting really into this theory that Tyrannosaurus is actually not an active hunter, it's a scavenger. And again, this is one of those things that, like, from a naturalist perspective is kind of a nonsense conversation, because most animals, when presented with a free meal, as in, if there's a dead thing that isn't too rotten they can scavenge from, or they can steal a carcass from some other animal, they're going to do it, right? Are they like Patrick Bateman and Walter White supporters? Yeah, pretty much. But even weirder, because it's literally just an animal. It doesn't inherently have any, like, charisma or traits, or, like, I don't know. Anyway, so Horner starts really pushing this theory that T-Rex is a scavenger. It, in actuality, is not going to be chasing people down. It's actually only going to run from carcass to carcass, basically, and use its bulk to, show off all the competition. All the smaller active predators that actually take down kills, they just kind of show up and use their might to steal the carcasses. And part of this comes from the fact that Tyrannosaurus clearly is adapted for crushing bone. Their skulls are just extremely reinforced. There's really nothing like a Tyrannosaurus skull bone. I've had the pleasure of working with several out in the field, like seeing what they look like coming right out of the ground. And they look very unique. They're extremely knobbly, they're extremely thick. And it's all there basically as reinforcement for when an animal is crunching through bone and just obliterating very tough defenses of other animals, either by their size or potentially stuff like the frills of ceratopsians or the horns of ceratopsians. And he basically takes this as evidence that, like, well, they can crush through bone, and that makes it extremely advantageous to scavenge, so it's just a scavenger. And he starts trying to, like, rally his own popularity and getting his like, news press out there as, like, Jurassic Park advisor goes against Jurassic Park. When in reality, like, there's a lot of evidence that Tyrannosaurus was an active predator. Oh shit, we got a rampage. This guy's going crazy, we gotta shoot it. Oh wait, no, it's good. Now I'm gonna shoot it anyway.
Cold-blooded killer.
kill you. Let's see, I think I'm just gonna sedate it. I'm gonna make it go sleepy time. There we go. Go to sleep. Okay. And at the same time, Horner is in competition with, quote-unquote in competition with, basically the other, like, top contender for, like, most recognized paleontologist is Bob Bacher, who you'll recognize as one, you know, a student of John Ostrom and one of the people behind the dinosaur renaissance. So he kind of has, you know, a claim to fame as well for being responsible for this, the dinosaur renaissance, the shift in understanding. And there's basically a character insert in Jurassic Park 2 that is supposed to look like Bob Bacher. Bob Bacher is actually mentioned by name in Jurassic Park, which is interesting. And then a caricature of him appears in Jurassic Park 2, and he is eaten by a T-Rex. And so that apparently was like a favor that Jack Horner got with Steven Spielberg, and Bacher took that in stride and allegedly wrote him a letter that said, like, well, see, clearly T-Rex was an active predator, it killed me. But you start to have, like, oh, now they're all going crazy. They're fucking killing each other.
Just to let you know, we're getting some comments in the chat that are saying that you're pretty quiet compared to me in the game.
Okay. It might just be that I'm like... Okay. I'll move the mic a little closer. Could just be that I'm like kind of getting worn out. So I need a reminder to like speak up. You see if there's anything I can do now that they've just decided to like murder each other. So we start having these paleontologists are using their platform to push their own like sort of fringer theories and taking advantage of this platform that they're given to push their personal career, right? Jack Horner is set for life, basically. After the discovery of Maiasaura, he's put in charge of the Museum of the Rockies, which is one of the most, like, it's a counter to those rich East Coastern institutions that find fossils and take them east. The Museum of the Rockies is based in Montana, so it's finally it's finally an institution where fossils can be found out west, and they can stay out west. And they can be studied by people who live closer to where these, discoveries are actually made. And just to kind of put a point on the story of Jack Horner, again, he was basically set for life. There was no need to go ham on the T-Rex is actually a scavenger thing. Like, he didn't need to shore up any more support or attention. And him continuing to push the scavenger theory, not only does it, like, really enrage, again, those fanboys who don't want to be told that T-Rex is anything other than nature's most ruthless killing machine. So he's, like, intentionally making things worse by agitating that crowd. But he's also, like, not spreading entirely accurate information, right? There is plenty of evidence that Tyrannosaurus was an active hunter, especially at its younger ontogenetic stages. So, like, as juveniles, we now understand quite well that, like, a not fully grown, a subadult Tyrannosaurus is much more agile and much smaller. They have this complex of bones in the ankle called the arctometatarsus. It's basically a pinching of their middle toe bones that allows animals of this family, even though they get rather large, to move very effectively and maneuver. In addition to that, there are also bite marks healed bite marks on fossils of contemporary animals, herbivores, like Edmontosaurus, that had clearly been bitten by a Tyrannosaurus and survived. And scavengers aren't like attacking. Scavengers aren't attacking animals, right? Condors aren't gonna like leave a mark on a living cow. So there's no reason. There's no scientific basis for insisting on a 100% scavenger theory. Clearly, any animal is going to take a free meal if it can find it. I don't have any issue with that. Add an adult onto genetic stage, I find it quite convincing and plausible that the adults, because they're so large, probably could be using their bulk to bully their way into a free meal, and that they are probably stalking, the floodplains of Laramidia and chasing off probably younger Tyrannosaurs from their fresh kills. But that doesn't mean that it's like truly a scavenger, and that's definitely not any reason to be basically exploiting the easy button for like mass media as a paleontologist. All you have to do to get media coverage in this field is to invoke T-Rex or Jurassic Park. We're very lucky in that it's quite easy to like make our research into a headline, but you have to find a way to tie it into Jurassic Park or Tyrannosaurus or Velociraptor or any of these things that basically get free immediate coverage. And so that means that like there's a lot of publications of animals of like, herbivorous dinosaurs that come out all the time, but they don't get any coverage. So there's this massive slant basically in what gets covered in media based off of what most closely piques the interest of the Jurassic Park fan club, which is very strange. To round off the Jack Horner story, he was so he was eventually awarded an honorary PhD for his work on Egg Mountain. He never actually, and this is not a mark against him, he never actually completed a bachelor's degree. One of the things about Jack that makes him a very complicated character is that he has very severe dyslexia. So it's something to be commended that a scientist who effectively cannot read was still able to play such an important role in the description and the study of these animals, right? He, as usually happens, if there's something that you struggle with, there are other people who can work with you to kind of fill in those gaps, and as a team, we do this work. So Jack was able to get an honorary PhD despite not completing anything other than a high school level, like actual certification. So he's a professor at Montana State. He's head of the Museum of the Rockies. At this point, he's in his 60s. I believe he was 69 years old. We're now into, I think 2011, 2013. And he's been making headlines for years about his theories about Tyrannosaurus is actually a scavenger. Torosaurus is actually Triceratops. They're all the same thing. So he's throwing out all these controversial theories and exploiting his Jurassic Park association to continue making headlines for himself. I guess all the raptors are dead except you. So that's fun. I'm just going to leave you alone, because you clearly have problems. How's the mic level compared to where it was a couple minutes ago? You guys hearing me okay?
Yep, they say it's good.
Cool. Can I ask you to, cover for me for a couple minutes while I scarf down more food? I need to rest my voice.
Sure, I'll do my best. So where I am sitting, it is currently 7:12 p.m., which means it's probably 7:12 p.m. for many of you, which means that the sun is setting and it's around dinner time. So speaking of dinner, my roommate makes some incredible dinners, including, but not limited to, okay, I won't reveal your secret dishes.
No, please do.
Your-
Please do.
Your secret family recipes. Well, the one I always think about, because I think it's my favorite, is the Brussels sprouts, yam, pork chop, and bacon.
Classic.
Big fan of your chili. Love your tikka masalas. Overall, a very good cook, I would say.
Thank you. What are you gonna make for yourself for dinner tonight?
I'm not very hungry, so I was just gonna get like a sandwich.
How are the dogs doing? Actually, can you describe how, while we were trying to watch those movies last night, the two dogs
my
would just
God.
not stop like fighting each other on top
Like
of us,
directly
and then,
on top of us.
and then attacking the TV too?
Yeah, so they have this awesome thing where if they see an animal on television, they freak out and bark at the television, and then they start barking at each other, and then they start fighting. And if you know anything about Jurassic Park, you might know that there's a lot of animals in Jurassic Park. So they were barking at all of the cows, they were barking at the goats, the dinosaurs. I don't remember if there were any dogs, but if there were, I'm sure they barked at them.
There was that one dog who gets eaten.
That's true. Although I think they were both out of the room when it appeared, so I don't think they actually noticed it. Although they would have gone ballistic if they had seen it.
What kind of dogs are we talking about here? Give me a lengthy and elaborate description of these two cohabiting dogs that just cannot get along.
Okay, so I'm gonna start off with what I think is the more normal one in terms of the way it looks. I would say like medium large dog. With just like a marbling of white and like sort of very light brown. Sort of like golden or hazel eyes. Just generic looking dog, right?
This is a great.
And then that's Granger, named after the Harry Potter character. But then there is Bentley, and he's sitting right next to me right now. When I tell you this guy is smaller than a cat, that is not a lie.
Oh,
He is in fact smaller than our cat.
describe the cat too.
Okay, I'll do the cat after Bentley. So now that I think about it, pretty much the exact same coloring, except Bentley's got more white fur than Granger. But like same color fur. His little arms are like toothpicks. But like he's not the skinniest dog, so it's like big body, tiny head, tiny arms and legs. And speaking of his head, he just recently got a haircut, so he's got a bunch of fur on his ears, which are bigger than his head, by the way. He's got just huge eyes that just constantly look at you and look in slightly different directions, and massive underbite. Like, I cannot overstate how big his fucking underbite is. His teeth are constantly out. And fun fact about Bentley, he really likes belly rubs, to the point where, like, if you just like sort of start sliding your hand towards it, he'll just like roll over. He likes being slapped on the stomach, and if you stop at any point, he will wait like 2 seconds and then like do like a pawing action to tell you he wants more. So I'm constantly slapping him. I'm also slapping Granger because she can take it.
And she's kind of a bastard and deserves it.
She is also a huge bastard and deserves to be slapped.
What did she do the second I came over? The second I stepped through that door.
Literally within the first minute of you arriving at this household, I believe you may have been peed on, or at least attempted to be peed on, by one Granger.
In 2 different locations.
In 2 different locations. This happened twice.
She tried to pee on me at the front door, and then I moved out of the way so that you could clean it up, and then she tried to pee on me again. I say try because, like...
I don't think any of it got on you. At least your flip-flops were nice and clean.
Yeah, she did try to then, when I took my shoes off, tried to pee on them too.
Yes, we had to move them.
Yeah, I think she was trying to pee on me as a dominance thing, and just they
missed.
Can't aim, right?
Yeah.
It's not like I haven't met this dog before.
Yeah,
so,
you've seen her like twice.
Yeah, and it didn't seem like an excitement thing. I guess plausibly it could have been, but it felt targeted, we'll say.
Okay.
And now we'll sneak off to the bathroom, describe the cat.
And then the third animal we have is a kitty cat that has all white fur except for like one single gray splotch like right on her forehead. She's got incredibly bright blue eyes. Or sorry, I keep saying she, it's a he. His name is Izzy, and he's 13 years old, so he's an old man. He's got severe asthma and has his entire life. And he also has the absolute loudest purr and loudest meow you have ever heard. You step in the same room as him and you just hear him instantly from across the room. He's just screaming at you all the time. But since he's getting up in age, he just kind of like lays around all day. He doesn't really do much. And these two, Bentley and Granger, they love to fight. And despite the fact that Granger probably weighs like, I don't know, maybe like 3 or 4 times as much as Bentley, I'd say they're pretty evenly matched because their fighting strategies are as follows. Granger uses her superior size to try and just like stand over top of him so that he can't get her. But his strategy is he's an ankle biter. He aims for the weak spots that he can reach. So he goes straight for the throat every time. But he can't do much because he weighs like 5 pounds. That's not true. You're like 10 pounds, maybe 15 at most. But yeah, they're pretty evenly matched. So that's what the pet situation is like where I'm at currently.
Excellent. Thank you very much for the reprieve.
Also, just to answer one last question that I saw in chat, yes, I have to give the cat an inhaler every day.
How does that... So, like, I've seen a cat receive insulin. How do you give a cat an inhaler?
So what you do is it's got like a face mask attached to like a long tube, and at the end of the long tube is like the cat inhaler. So what you have to do is put like the face mask over the cat's like nose and mouth, press the inhaler thing like normal, and then you have to try and keep the face mask on the cat's face for about 5 to 10 seconds so that they can breathe it in. Although we've been doing that for like the past 12 years, so he's kind of used to it by now. He can usually get about 5 or 6 seconds before he moves.
Hold on, I'm almost. I gotta.
Okay.
Wait.
Huh? Bless you. Bless you. Did I what?
Did you hear the coughing? Out of curiosity. Yeah. Oh, okay.
That's why I said bless you.
I disconnected my mic. And
we can still hear you if you disconnect your mic.
Apparently you can still hear me when I disconnect my mic, so that's cool. Yeah, don't worry about that. I don't have asthma. I'm still sober. Don't worry about it.
You're sober right now?
Definitely. Although as we move into the God, what are we on?
What are we at?
So the timer
4.5 hour mark.
The timer in the corner says we've been streaming for 4 hours 16 minutes. I think the first like 20 or so of that is gonna get cut. So.
Okay, so we're roughly at the 4 hour mark. So what? Yeah, 33% of the way through your planned stream.
I don't think I'm going to make it till 3 a.m. I just think it would be fun.
Yeah, I didn't want to say anything, but I did not think that was realistic when you first told me, but I didn't want to say anything.
We'll see what happens.
Who knows? The night is still young.
The night is still
It's not even 7:30.
So, I keep teasing the end of this story, so I just need to get out with it before I forget. In, I think it's 2013, Jack Horner, the now Dr. Jack Horner, is basically forced out of his position as a professor at MOR, as like head paleontologist at the Museum of the Rockies and professor at Montana State because he had married a 19-year-old undergraduate at MSU who was a volunteer in his lab. He, at the time, I believe, was 69 years old. So there's nothing illegal about that, but I hopefully don't need to make this... Hopefully I don't need to argue why, like, it's not okay for someone who's extremely influential in the field to be romantically involved with someone who is under you, like, below you in the workplace, like, hierarchy. Like, dating coworkers is bad. Dating, like, someone you have control over at work is bad. And being, like, one of the most famous paleontologists in the world dating a volunteer at your own laboratory, not just dating, marrying her, is pretty bad. And because people are people and accountability is a fuck and no one takes their responsibility to, like, make sure weird gross stuff doesn't happen that seriously, there was this kind of like, well, poor Jack, you know, he had been warned, basically, you know, people were making comments about him being involved romantically with this 19-year-old. At the time, again, he's in his 60s. I think he was almost pushing 70 at that point. Dating a girl who isn't even 20. She can't legally drink and, you know, lives in the dorms. And I think about... Anytime someone wants to argue to me that, like, it was legal, you know, he's a rock star, what's the problem? Anytime I have to think about, like, a colleague of mine uttering the phrase, like, oh yeah, sounds good, I'll come for dinner tonight, I just have to pick up my wife at the dorms, jail. Right? I'm not advocating for literally imprisoning Jack Horner, I just have no other way to express my disgust for an obvious like power dynamic issue and an extremely disappointing decision that he did not have to make. It was extremely childish. It was extremely selfish of him to involve this young girl in his own like personal vendetta against having like any, I don't know, any form of accountability, right? It's just yeah. So this is all gross. I didn't know about this at the time. So in 2013, I had like been in paleontology for 5 years at that point. And like I know who Jack Horner is, but there's still so much about like the inside situation in fields like this that isn't like available to you, that, you know, I had really very little awareness of what was going on at the time. So I intersect the story in 2013 where I basically at this period in time, I was very lucky to get to go to my very first SVP conference. So we were talking earlier about that legendary 1996 conference where Sinosauropteryx is like, it's not officially like reported on, but it is kind of like shown in the back rooms, and you know, word gets out. So my first attendance of an SVP was in 2013, and I think 2013 was one of those years that deserves to be envied because I need another coffee after hearing about that again. I remember you told this story before, and it's never easy to hear. Yeah, it really sucks, especially someone who decided to meld himself at the hip to like the entire professional reputation of paleontology, and someone that, you know, could have been upheld as like a non-traditional student making it in an extremely like difficult, you know, academic situation, right? I would love it if there were people interested in paleontology who also have dyslexia, that I could refer them to like a good role model and not someone who married a teenager when he's almost 70 years old. Like, there's just no excuse for that. In 2013, Jack Horner very freshly ejected from MSU and Museum of the Rockies, is awarded by the Society of Vertebrate Paleontology. What's called I think it's the Romer Science Prize, or Romer Simpson Prize. It is the highest dedication that can be awarded by this society, basically as a pinnacle career achievement for like one person a year, right? So it's a very prestigious award. It's extremely, you know, it is basically a sign of tacit endorsement that they elect to give to him basically as a consolation prize for losing, like, his dream position. What he threw away was never having to worry about funding for his studies again, an infinite supply of graduate students and regular students who would be willing to take on any project for him, and learn under him, and he threw it all away to do this gross and creepy thing out of spite. And SVP decides to give him this consolation prize of the Romer Simpson Award, which I also feel really gross about. You know, I have been a member of SVP for a very long time. It does a lot of good things. It provides scholarships for people in underprivileged areas, to bring them into the field and give them resources and stuff like that. And it just sucks so bad that they decided to award him this like career pinnacle prize at this time. You know, didn't even give it a few years, wait until he was like on death's door maybe, and people had kind of forgotten. It was I take it as a message that I don't particularly like, you know? So that is what that is. I am breeding Dryosaurus, adding it to this very big exhibit, which I think could stand to have a few more guys. So Dryosaurus only appears in the books, in the Jurassic Park books, never in any of the movies. But it's one of my favorites in this game, just because it's so tiny, and I think the noises it makes are very soothing. So we're going to follow Dryosaurus around while I regale this unfortunate event. But like I said, I didn't understand any of that context at the time, so out there somewhere is a photo of me meeting Jack Horner at SVP 2013, like literally right after he's given this award, as kind of like a, oh yeah, I've heard of you before, you're a really famous paleontologist, that's cool. Guy who just got into the field 5 years earlier, totally not understanding what just took place. But hey, I was a kid. Like, I was, at that point, I would have been maybe 14 years old. And I don't really blame 14-year-olds today for not really knowing this, you know, kind of really gross backstory with Jack, because the field in general does not do a good job of talking about it. I personally don't know actually how much trouble I have gotten myself in. It's hard to gauge, right? But, you know, I make a point of speaking pretty openly about the fact that this happened. I'm doing it right now. And, like every academic institution, every single insular kind of group, they want to protect one another, they want to look out for one another, and it's not exactly smiled upon to point this out to people. So I am crossing Jack Horner off the list of topics. And I'm going to mention briefly a guy named Steve Brucetti. So after Horner is basically dropped as advisor, I think very recently, I think he was still advisor for Jurassic World and Jurassic World 2, which I will stubbornly refer to as Jurassic Parks 4 and 5. But he does not advise for the 6th film. And the guy who does is a guy named Steve Brucetti. And Steve is, again, a very prolific paleontologist. He has written a lot of books, including The Rise and Fall of Dinosaurs, that gives a very good, like, modern look. Tells the modern story of dinosaurs very well. And switching from Jack Horner to Steve Brucetti, I will say that I agree with Steve Brucetti's analysis of things more often than I agree with Jack Horner. But switching scientific advisors did not improve the movies at all. I will get to this when we recap those latter 3 movies, but they're atrociously bad. And while he clearly brought stuff to the table and enabled them to make 3 more movies out of this, at most, 1 movie franchise, right? Yeah, I know it's in a coma. Beats me why they keep falling into comas. Weird. Anywho, yeah, changing the advisor to Steve, it's a good move because he's less of a crank, and he's, I think, less likely to use his position use his position as, like, now someone tacitly endorsed by Hollywood as a paleontologist, not abuse that situation to push his fringe theories or anything. But he was not able to make these, like, there's never any return to that bleeding edge of science, right? Jurassic Park 6 does not hold up to 2022 standards of paleontology. But to talk about something a little bit more fun, I would like to get started on the leaked script for Jurassic Park 4. This is not Jurassic World. This is not the movie that eventually was made. This is a leaked script that was put out on the internet, I think in the late 2000s. So it was at the point that, like, clearly the franchise is not coming back. Jurassic Park 3 is not a well-loved movie even now. And that was kind of seen as like, okay, these are descending into like B-movie territory. Spielberg isn't going to touch it again. Let's just leave it at a trilogy and let it be that. It's basically going the way of Jaws. But there's still this expectation and there's still this hope, especially like among the paleontological community, that, you know, we still have this media juggernaut. Maybe they'll think about other books or TV or something, some way for us to continue to communicate science, you know, while they're deciding to take a break from movies because they sucked so bad at making them. And so there's a lot of interest in, like, what is Jurassic Park 4 going to show? Are we going to finally catch up to the feathered dinosaurs, which at that point, at like 2008, it's irrefutable at that point, the connection between dinosaurs and birds. This guy's just losing his shit again. Where'd he go? Am I gonna have to literally shoot you to death? I think I'm gonna have to literally shoot this guy to death. I gotta get my helicopter. So the leaked plot of Jurassic Park 4 goes as follows. I'm not sure how to make this a more, like, interactive experience, but, like, there's parts of this that you wouldn't, like... It's really bad, I'll put it that way. The plot basically goes, as I mentioned earlier, the Barbasol can filled with dinosaur embryos, which is originally inserted into the movie. At the end of that scene... Why won't you go to sleep? Come on. I'm gonna get you. There we go. So there's this Barbasol can that is showed at the end of that little scene when Nedry is killed. It's full of embryos. It's covered in mud. Who knows? Maybe the internal contraption, it said it would only keep them alive for, 20-something hours, but, like, it practically got refossilized, so maybe there's something useful going on, right? And that's exactly what the screenwriter of Jurassic Park 4 was going for. Basically, a new character who is an ex-Marine, and now we're starting to... let me put it this way. You guys in chat, I would like to see if you guys can guess what plot elements of this make it into actual movies and what part doesn't. So just if something I mention you think might make it into the real movie or not, leave a guess and I'll let you know how accurate you are. But there's an ex-Navy SEAL character who's introduced. His name is Nick, I believe. And right off the bat, I don't know how else to say this. The idea is that InGen, which is going broke, wants to use its genetic material to create basically military hardware. And there's a competitive company based out of Europe that is intending to, like, steal these embryos as well and use their DNA to create super weapons. So the ex-Navy SEAL, and by the way, in certain drafts, I believe, the ex-Navy SEAL is Arnold. Instead, Arnold is Samuel L. Jackson's character in the first movie, who has his arm bitten off. He's, like, killed off screen, and his arm falls onto Ellie Sattler, But basically, the twist of this was actually he didn't die. He got his arm ripped off, and then he escaped Jurassic Park, and now he's coming back. That part was apparently scrapped, and so it's this new guy, this ex-Navy SEAL, and he's going to go to the island. He's going to steal the embryos. At that point, he's caught, basically, by the hired mercenaries, this European company that also wants the embryos. There's a firefight. There's a bunch of what they call digging raptors that show up and start killing people. So they're showing off like, oh, there's all these new animals we didn't know were here in the abandoned Jurassic Park, which I'm in favor of. I don't know what digging raptor, quote unquote, they were talking about, but it sounds cool. I guess in the books, the velociraptors live in these like elaborate tunnels. Oh, I can't believe I didn't mention this. Okay. 4.5 hours in, I'm going to drop an actual interesting detail that I've somehow completely forgotten. The whole thing with the animals breeding is kind of taken as... It doesn't really affect the plot much, right? It's not that, like, suddenly there are hundreds of dinosaurs we didn't expect. It's just, like, they're starting to lay eggs. They're showing that, these animals are not in our control. In the book, and this is, like, one of the actual, like, things about the book that makes the book a well-written book with a plot, is that the computer system that was designed for Jurassic Park is basically scanning every single day for the health of all the animals in the park. Every animal has some like chip or node embedded in them that is reporting like biometric health data. Sci-fi bullshit by 1993 standards, fairly standard, like, yeah, I mean, that's a thing people do today, right? Basically, their computer was designed so that it could only... It was checking all, or actually no, it wasn't biochips. It was like a radar of some kind. Basically, it was scanning for a certain number of expected versus found life forms inside the park. And the reason they didn't catch the fact that the animals were breeding is that they never. There was no way for the computer to report. More dinosaurs than expected, right? It was number of expected 60, found 60. And so once the actual like terminal is being used and they're like, okay, well, if you search for 500, if you say expected is 500, suddenly, the found is much, much higher than what you were originally anticipating. So like that's an actual part of the book that does not make it into the movie. Which I feel like definitely would have given it more of a plot, right? If someone's actually, first of all, interacting with this 90s technology in a way that's not like flying through a Unix system. It's weird. They completely dropped that. But I wanted to make sure that got in there because it actually gives context to the fact that the animals are breeding. It's kind of a neat little thing. Anyway, Jurassic Park 4, there's an escape sequence, I believe. I think this is where they introduce marine reptiles finally into the universe. So like he tries to escape by a helicopter. The helicopter is downed by, I think it's a Kronosaurus, which is like this big paddled reptile that swims in the sea. And then he's rescued by the enemy helicopter or something and taken back to Europe, where he's introduced to this other company and reveals that they've been creating dinosaur hybrids that cooperate with them because they've been infused with dog and human DNA to make them more sociable. And then there's like, I don't really remember how the rest of it goes. I don't think there's much plot beyond that, basically. Like, that's the big reveal, that they're using human DNA in dinosaurs to make them like military hardware, and then there's like a dinosaur training sequence where they have to like participate in a rescue operation to prove that dinosaurs are capable of like being a safer alternative to the military, and then I guess stuff goes wrong and then the movie's over. I think we can all agree. What's your review of that plot? Would you watch that movie? Would you enjoy that movie?
Me?
Yes, you.
Um.
The answer is no. Like you can have whatever answer you want, but the answer is no, right? Really?
Probably not.
I would say definitely not. Sounds dumb as shit. Yeah, sorry for the tangents. I am trying my best to keep this in order. But like this stream is the compromise where like I was never gonna get around to actually scripting out 11 different videos and rants on Jurassic Park, so I'm just kind of doing it all now off the top of my head in one sitting. So, well, you may think it's better than the Jurassic World plot, but quite a bit from that was actually makes it into Jurassic Parks 4, 5, and 6. So, I guess that would be a good time to move on to recapping what we actually got, which was Jurassic World, comes out in 2015. And the plot of that basically goes, so if you've basically followed up with what's happened previously in the series, there's a small-scale incident that happens in 1993. And by the way, in universe, the years are the same. So the year that the movie releases is the year it takes place in. So there's the incident in 1993 where 5 people are killed. There's the incident in San Diego, as they call it, where I don't remember what the body count is, but I think it's kind of like a ton of people in San Diego are directly affected by it. Either get eaten or crash their cars, or their dog is killed in one case. This guy's just murdering cows. Cow killer. And then there's Jurassic Park 3, where once again someone gets tricked on going to the island. I don't know that in-universe the events of that movie get much like publicity. Like if there's headlines going around like, hey, people went to Jurassic Park again and a bunch of them died. Stop fucking going to this island. And for many, many years that's basically it. And then Jurassic World rolls around in 2015, and 2015, look at these dirty ass roads. You guys are pigs. Oh my god, they're all dead. What the fuck happened? Holy shit. Was anyone gonna tell me about this? Did you guys see anything?
What the fuck? Rest in peace.
Give me 1 second. We're just gonna show their decaying bodies here real quick. This is the fly ASMR portion. Okay. So 2015 rolls around, and Jurassic World exists. It's been open, it's been constructed, and people are visiting the park. Somehow Palpatine returned, right? It's just this, like, right off the bat, I have a hatred for this movie because it does basically no... It does a soft reset on the universe, but with a persistent universe. So Jurassic Park existed in the 90s. Everything was built. There were multiple escapes and leaks, people dying all over the place, and somehow in 2015 the park is just rebuilt. They don't have any issues for however many years this thing is running. Something that they don't really address is the fact that, like, I don't know, even like a genetic, like, mutant needs time to grow from, like, a hatchling into an adult. Actual dinosaurs are probably taking on the order of like 8 to 10 years in some cases to, like, reach sexual maturity. Some of them closer to like 15 or so. So to reach a like full-sized sorry, I'm just checking chat. These guys are frolicking around the decaying corpses of their predecessors. It happens. I guess that means some of these guys are going to start dropping dead too pretty soon. So yeah, just suddenly the conditions exist for Jurassic World to be built. It's clearly been around. I'm sure in universe they say when the park was reopened, but it's not, like, explained directly in the movie. And there's a lot of, like, fully grown adult animals that presumably had to have been hatched within the last, I don't know, 2, 3, 4 years. So the timeline doesn't make any sense. They only set it in the modern day because that's how everything goes. Nothing else in the in-universe has really been affected. So, like, nothing about the trajectory of technology or anything like that is any different than it is today. Everyone's got a smartphone. The smartphones are just the smartphones that we have. In fact, there is probably, like, Samsung product placement, if I recall correctly. Nothing about the universe is any different from the universe we live in. Jurassic Park is the only thing that's changed. And I think that's really lazy. Again, I think it's just kind of a missed opportunity when, you know, part of what makes Jurassic Park iconic for people is it's so rooted in, like, 90s tech futurism, and obsessing with some things that actually did pan out, right? So they show in that intro that InGen is using, like, VR systems, so that's funny. They've got a guy with, like, a plastic visor on, and he's, like, manipulating DNA with his hands and, like, haptic feedback gloves. So all those things are actually real. That all did come true. But, you know, again, they also showcase the Unix system, these, like, extremely 90s, like, spy goggles and stuff. And I just thought it was kind of a missed opportunity that the new Jurassic Park is basically just like if Jurassic Park was built in 2015. Everything's, like, clear plexiglass, like, see-through hologram displays and stuff. It's just kind of like, I would have thought it would have been a little bit cooler to, you know, basically adapt that kind of 90s futurism and continue to develop it, right? So, like, what if Unix actually stuck around, but there was, like, a modern version of it? Or, you know, all these things that like, today people, you know, fetishize the 90s aesthetic. I feel like they would have capitalized on that really well by continuing to adapt it in the movie, like, continuing to kind of give everything a distinct feel, and that probably would have helped lend this new trilogy to feel like an actual successor to the original trilogy when it really frankly doesn't, right? It doesn't even share the name. It calls itself Jurassic World, which is also just like one of the laziest and most obvious relabelings that you can go for, right? Well, we want to expand like the purview, so it's not a Jurassic Park, it's a Jurassic World. Just kind of
Can't wait until they create another series in 2028. That's just Jurassic Universe.
well, I mean, literally
Now there's dinosaurs in space.
literally where else can it go, you know? Like,
I feel like if the series goes any further, we're gonna start approaching like Sharknado territory.
I guess. This is definitely like one of the last things I'll touch on before I finally end this stream, which we're getting not too far away from 9 p.m. and I'm still going pretty strong, so we will genuinely have to see how much of this I can put up with. And thank you seriously everyone who's like actually watching and talking in chat. I am still, yeah, Park to World is a classic example of overcompensation. It just, yeah, it comes off as kind of like we've got to up the stakes somehow and we have no idea how else to do it. I have decided that in this paddock I am going to put Camarasaurus, so we're going to start breeding those. And I'm going to move my fossil hunts to, let's do Hell Creek. Hell Creek being the classic North American Maastrichtian dig site, so we'll be finding bones of Tyrannosaurus and Triceratops and Torosaurus and Edmontosaurus, and I'm going to put those in the park in like an hour if you've been waiting for that for any particular reason. And yeah, Jurassic Park 4 introduces Crisp Rat, who is an ex-Navy SEAL. So they actually did keep that part from the leaked script into the final version. And I simply hate his character. Maybe hate's a strong word. It's incredibly difficult to have anything, like, he's so forgettable and so pointless. I guess it kind of harkens back to what my co-host roommate was talking about at a couple hours ago with, like, part of what gave Ian Malcolm charm is the fact that he's this, like dork mathematician who is, like, forced to be, who like, acts like he's cooler than everyone, and then, like, in the second movie, he just, like, becomes the action hero who is better than everyone and just, like, invincible. It's kind of the same thing, where in the original trilogy, the heroes are paleontologists. Like, the people put into the action are, specifically in Jurassic Park 1, Laura Dern is the action hero. I am 100% comfortable saying that like, Jurassic Park is a female lead action movie. Because Alan Grant basically runs around with the kids, and it's her who is going with the security guy to actually turn the electricity on, facing down the raptors. She's putting herself consistently in danger. And, like, not concerning herself with whether or not, you know, in this case, John Hammond, like, she's not concerned about validation, right? John Hammond says, like, you know, well, it's, you know, in a proper situation, it would be me, the man, putting myself in danger, and not you, the woman. She's very much like, you, like, okay, boomer, like, I don't concern myself with whether or not you think this is okay, right? You put us in this situation, shut the fuck up. And there's this very strange shift between the 90s, basically the way that the 90s movies try to be feminist and the way that the 2000s movies try to be feminist, because in Jurassic Park 4 you have Claire Dearing, who is played by Bryce Dallas Howard, who just should have been the lead of the whole trilogy. Chris Pratt just didn't need to be there. So the fact that, like, the fact that Chris Pratt does basically nothing that she couldn't do. Sorry, I need to actually finish a thought. So in the original trilogy, the paleontologists are the heroes. They are the normal people who have to act heroically. And then the hero of Jurassic Park 4, 5, and 6 is a Navy SEAL. His entire job is putting himself in danger. So he's an action hero because he's literally designed to be an action hero, right? It's just kind of inherently less interesting. And he's got this, like, on again, off again relationship, classic, with Chris Pratt, and they're joking about it's like brought up as something of a mutual, like, it's played off in the same stupid rom-com-y thing where, like, oh, we were together, but now we're not. So there's just, again, this constant, like, tension that isn't interesting about, like, what, you know, are we going to be romantically involved? As, like, the subplot to this disaster movie. Which I don't think anyone ever thinks romance subplots in disaster movies are, like, worthwhile or really add anything, right? I think they're generally put in there as kind of a sexist, like, it'll make the women interested because there's romance and love. No one watches these movies for the romance, right? Especially because Bryce Dallas Howard, as a, like, red-blooded human being, clearly has no chemistry with Chris Pratt because he is a wax statue. What are you guys freaking out about? Oh, they're socializing. Anyway, this is Camarasaurus. This is actually one of my favorite animals in the game because it's a small sauropod. It's not like Brachiosaurus size, but it's in that family. It's just kind of a little guy. A human being would basically come up to, like, you know, the knee, kind of, on one of these guys. So they are fairly big, but they're not super huge. The Arizona Museum of Natural History, where I kind of, like, got my start, has a mounted Camarasaurus skeleton, so I spent a lot of time, you know, looking at it, walking around it, staring at it. And they've also just got kind of a nice, lovely little song that they do. So we'll spend a lot of time hanging out with Camarasaurus. And not with this dipshit raptor who just wants to kill himself. I'll also point out in that top right corner, I have hit over 100 dinosaurs in the park, which is well above... far above what this game is originally designed to handle. Again, the, like, limit is supposed to be 60. So what you're seeing on screen is, like, not the intended use of the product. So that's fun.
Someone in chat has mentioned it. Water break. Everyone make sure you have water and you're drinking water.
Are you saying that because my voice is going out?
No, I'm saying it because someone in chat mentioned it.
Yeah, I mean, is Rita, are you trying to tell me to take a water break? There we go. Sorry, the chat doesn't seem to really, like, update super fast. So I'm just catching up to what you guys are saying.
That's because the stream is a couple seconds behind the Discord.
Oh yeah, I know that. It's just like I only just started seeing the thing about, yeah. Anyway, yeah, ice water's good. I generally recommend it. So there's just kind of a lot of boring choices and missed opportunities with Jurassic World. Chris Pratt doesn't need to be in that movie. He doesn't need to be an action star. He shouldn't be an action star. And his character doesn't do anything interesting or really add much, right? He's the guy that in the trailers, he's riding a motorcycle with the raptors. He's training the raptors because the military wants to use them as weapons. So that dogshit subplot also actually makes it from that terrible leaked plot into the real Jurassic World movies, which is amazing. They've got a couple of changes they've made. Like, I think there's a couple of new animals added on the roster from Jurassic Park 3 to 4, but they didn't really go crazy as far as adding new and unknown animals. They did finally add a mosasaur, so the first aquatic entry into the roster comes in Jurassic Park 4, the mosasaur. In reality, mosasaurs are squamates, so they're relatives of lizards and snakes. They are very large aquatic predators. Some of the largest would have potentially been in the same weight and size class as an adult Tyrannosaurus Rex. I'm talking really big marine predators. So, yeah, it's cool to see. No idea how they think... Again, we're allegedly making these, like, genetic monstrosities through amber. How on earth did you ever get amber from a marine animal? I don't know. I don't know if they ever actually explained that, how that happened. But there it is. That's just what's going on. Let's see, can I actually breed a Stegosaurus yet? Oh yeah, I can. I'm going to put 2 Stegosaurus in this exhibit. I think I'm going to try building some like restaurants over here so I can get people to actually come to this side. They all literally concentrate in this tiny area, and a lot of them look pretty pissed off. It's a good thing I don't actually rely on like money. Let's see. At this point, John Hammond has died, and he's been replaced as CEO. It didn't end up going to... There's, as I said, this kind of like rival faction in Jurassic Park 2 in InGen, and they don't end up giving the company to... they don't end up giving the company to... I forget what his name was. He's such a forgettable character. Basically the nephew of John Hammond. So it doesn't go to him because he held a 3 a.m. press conference about how he was bringing a dinosaur to San Diego. It immediately crashed into the dock and starts killing people, like right away. Like right away. So that doesn't make the shareholders impressed, and he doesn't inherit the company. It instead goes to this guy Masrani, who I don't think has like any notable traits that I can think of. Basically, his whole character arc is he wants to open Jurassic World. He opens Jurassic World, and approximately half a day into the beginning of the movie, he's dead. He dies in it. He like takes a helicopter and like crashes it and dies. And that's the CEO of InGen. Like I said, there's a lot of like criticisms to make of the Jurassic Park films when it comes to their commercialism. The fact that from the very start, doing some synchronized swimming, from the very start, the franchise potential of the movie was like immediately obvious, and people were immediately inclined to start, you know, it comes with its built-in like merchandising, and the cool thing about dinosaurs is, again, it's all public domain. So other people go through the hard work of finding fossils and describing them, and basically creating this like character that you can adapt for free, right? It's all public domain. This is Stegosaurus. The real animal is shaped a little bit differently. Their tail is actually held quite a bit higher, but it's not a bad model overall. I am obligated to point out that these spikes on the tail are called thagomizers, and that they are known as that because of a Far Side comic where
The Far Side.
the Far Side comic,
Ooh.
where a caveman scientist calls them thagomizers on an anatomical diagram in honor of the late Thag, who is implied to have been killed by them, and that's why they're called thagomizers. So that term is actually used for those bones now. There wasn't one before, and are there any animals today with similar features like spikes on the tail? Okay, if you want to really get freaked out, this isn't actually an apt comparison, but you've reminded me of it. I think it's tigers. Let me look up. Okay, so if you look up pictures of lion tails, at the very, very tip of a lion's tail, they have this weird, like, keratinous claw thing. You have to, like, really dig at it in the fur to find it, but they have, it looks like a little stinger. In a more apt comparison, no, not really. Mammals generally don't adorn themselves with spikes, and mammals are the, kind of predominant, like, macro, what do you call that? Megafauna. The exception to that, obviously, is like antelope and other kinds of animals like that. They have, like, horns on their head, mostly deciduous. And then you have things like rhinos, which obviously have horns on the head. But, yeah, no, not like tail spikes. That's not really a thing that mammals do. And that's kind of what makes, that is like the core of what makes paleontology extremely important for anyone who cares about, like, studying evolution, is that there's all kinds of things that happen in deep time that don't happen now. And it gives this really cool look into, like, what is possible. And basically the ways that different organisms over time have kind of worked around physiological limitations, right? Something like the ancestor of Stegosaurus didn't have those kinds of defenses. It evolved them, and, there are not animals like this around today. So without having learned about this, we might not know that it's a possibility. But through the study of deep time, we learn about the limitless possibilities of variation. The one big thing that the latter-day Jurassic Parks bring is the topic of genetic hybrids. Now, as I mentioned, it's been kind of used as a draw, in especially Jurassic Park 1 and 2, to talk about the fact that, like, these animals are more real than what are represent. Basically, the animals in Jurassic Park are hyper real. They are more like their original form than they are than our representation in, like, museums are. Our museums are still catching up to the idea that they flock and raise their young and are intelligent, and we've accidentally cloned animals that are far more complicated in their behavior than we gave them credit for. 4 starts the backward slide of going back on that and really stepping away from the idea that this franchise is on the bleeding edge by saying that, well, no, these are theme park monsters, right? Yes, we use ancient DNA to create them, but we've been filling in the gaps with frog DNA, and they start kind of explaining that, like, well, we could choose them to make more accurate to what they would have really been like in life, but this is a theme park and we're creating attractions. And so comes the addition of Indominus Rex, which is my least favorite dinosaur because it does not exist. It is an invention, an in-universe invention by InGen, that is joked about in-universe as being like this soulless cash grab, right? We are going to create an incredibly powerful predator, something really, really scary, that is a hybrid of, spoiler alert, it's not just like Tyrannosaurus DNA, they also incorporate a lot of raptor DNA. It clearly has in its design influences from a group called Abelisaurids, which are, I guess, nominally more closely related to Spinosaurus than anything else, but they're the ones that have kind of short skulls and extremely small arms. If you're familiar with, like, Carnotaurus, it seems to have, like, genetic influences, like, in that sense. Yeah, see, chat's only now, like, my chat just refreshed, where you're talking about the like, manticore tail spikes. Yeah, the spikes in Stegosaurus would have been defensive. As a matter of fact, I believe that there is a famous pathological, it's the pubis bone from an Allosaurus, one of these guys. Allosaurus and Stegosaurus would have lived in the same place at the same time, and the pubis is this bone that kind of drops directly down between the legs, right? So the pubis is kind of there, the ischium goes there. I assume my mouse is like is being shown on your screen. So the pubis is kind of this front part of the hip, and I believe that there is a famous pathological specimen of an Allosaurus pubis that, like, has an obvious thagomizer, like, impact injury. So yes, clearly they were used for defense. And yeah, it's extremely the irony is palpable in that in universe they are making commentary on the fact that this is all a soulish cash grab. The animal is introduced. Literally, the line of dialogue goes, "Verizon Wireless presents Indominus Rex." Right? They're leaning into the fact that this. They're leaning into the corporatism, but then the movie itself also has, like, it like also has obvious, like, product placement. I think it's BMW has a lot of, like, logo in frame, like, it's one of the car companies, I forget which one. So it's just kind of this really hypocritical, and just deeply strange. Like, why do they continue drawing attention to the fact that this is a cash grab if that's, like, also just blatantly, like, what this is? Like, the writers of Jurassic World created Indominus Rex to sell toys because the in-universe characters of Jurassic World wanted to sell toys, right? Some people give the series credit. I'm not going to shoot it, okay? I'm not killing it. I'm not making that mistake again. There we go. Yes, it is Nerd Talk. Hello, Mr. Chili Bee. Welcome to the stream. I've been going for over 5 hours now. Again, I don't know how long that's going to be in the actual VOD, but it's probably over the 4.5 hour mark. Yeah, so Indominus Rex, the one kind of cool thing I can say about it is that it, like, physiologically, just from my perspective looking at it, I think it's supposed to have, like, a Belisaurid DNA, again, something like Carnotaurus. And one of the things that Indominus is revealed to be able to do is camouflage. And not in, like, a, you know, not in, like, a passive way, but in a literal, like octopus, like, you know, entirely changing its, like, skin texture and color in order to blend into the environment. Catching up on my emails, deleting everything. Many visitors are leaving. They're extremely dissatisfied with the... Okay. Apparently, people are not happy with the park. Everyone in the chat is calling out for Chili B. What's y'all's fucking problem? This is also one of the things that they discuss in universe, is like, no one's impressed by a dinosaur anymore. We have to keep upping the ante and making things that surprise people, because no one's that impressed with seeing a dinosaur anymore. Which, again, is meta to the actual situation, where putting out a Jurassic movie is no longer like a big cultural event, right? It's just another one of these shitty movies that gets plotted out every single summer. Because people have seen dinosaurs, like, presented on screen convincingly, and they're not impressed by, for example, the plot. Would have been amazing if they had, like, done a better job, like, reworking a new aesthetic, or actually writing an interesting story that involved all the kinds of plot threads that they throw out and then never do anything with. I love these guys. It's gonna be funny when all the Gallimimus drop dead in, like, one big pile and I never notice. Are you dead? No, you're sleeping. I think I'm getting fairly close to having a decent portion of the animals in this game all in one park. I've got most of the small herbivores. I've got a lot of these I gotta catch up on, but that'll be easy because a lot of them can all be kept together. And the large carnivores. I'm making progress. I'm not shooting anybody. What are you talking about? I'm not going to shoot anybody. Yet. I'm going to build one extremely large exhibit. I think that would be cool. So, yeah, the thing that's supposed to be new about Jurassic Park 4 are the hybrids. They bring out Indominus Rex. Indominus Rex is super cool and scary, and it's our cool new corporate asset in both a literal sense and an in-universe sense. And you know, the fact that these things have to coexist with one another is never not, like, just a distraction, like a huge distraction, in my opinion. You know, it's hard enough to like these movies when they're so aggressively bad in so many ways, and it just doesn't help when you are, like, throwing it in my face that you're doing this for the money, right? You're making me feel like a mark, you know? And yeah, again, keep in mind that in paleontology, we're still, you know, basically being... We're all still kind of in the situation where we don't want... you know, we want to spread science and genuine, you know, science communication, and we want the new developments in our field to be presented in an authentic way. Because we run on basically no money. We have to continually make the point that we are coming up with new discoveries. We're still doing interesting things. The work of the science still matters, and when this huge franchise that decides it needs to come back, I guess because they were afraid of things being out of like their copyright, so they've got to make Jurassic World now. When it's just so blatantly about their personal corporate profit, it definitely makes the argument that like, no, we need to play along. This is something the public really likes, so we may have our gripes, but we're not going to talk too much shit about it. That's where it starts to really lose me. I really appreciate that you are enjoying the stream. I definitely... I always wish I articulate this stuff slightly better, when I'm kind of just doing this off the cuff. I hope that everyone watching this afterwards can appreciate that I misspeak. I misspeak sometimes. I don't make the most clear points, but I do have a lot of thoughts about this stuff as someone who obviously is not like madly in love with Jurassic Park, and I have a lot of criticism about it and a lot of thoughts about what it could have done and the situations that it puts us in, and the way that it kind of enables bad behavior. God, I haven't even touched on Robert De Palma yet. That's an entirely different thing on here. I'm still trying to finish recapping Jurassic Park 4. Yes. Basically, so Indominus is revealed to have the ability to camouflage, which is something that in the Jurassic Park 2 novel is kept for an animal called Carnotaurus. Carnotaurus, as I said, is an abelisaur. So the fact that Indominus kind of looks like it has abelisaur DNA, and the fact that it can do something that an abelisaur in the books can do, I thought was kind of interesting. I was like, oh, there's something from the actual original canon that was brought into this monstrosity. That's interesting. Again, thank you very much for your kind comment. I'm currently swallowing a noodle that has gone cold a very long time ago. How incredible would it be if I fucking died on stream? I need you guys to promise me that if I die on stream, that you will make sure to cut and remix and make shorts out of it so that I can finally get my channel monetized.
I will make sure that your channel reaches 1 million subscribers posthumously.
Thank you. So a question came up. You might have already mentioned this, but are there any intentionally fictional dinosaurs in the series? So, yeah, so basically the hybrids. So Indominus, totally fictional, they make it up. In Jurassic Park 5, they make another hybrid, and then they basically call it quits. They're like, we're going to stop doing that. Seems like people don't like the hybrids. But yeah, that's basically it. Now, to your point, I don't know if you're kind of intentionally implying this, but I'll run with it. It would be really interesting if they decided to, again, plot this as kind of an alternate reality and make this extremely clear that, like, what happens in the Jurassic universe does not affect real-life paleontology. Would be to do things like, you know, make up stuff. I guess this is kind of a tricky thing to do because, I would catch on, for example, if they, like, in universe, the name Tyrannosaurus Rex is never used. It's still Dynamosaurus, because in reality, by kind of the rules of publication, if two extinct species are found to be the same, and they need to be assigned to a singular genus, given a singular name, the oldest existing name takes priority. And so in the description of a bunch of different animals in, I think it's 1950. I might be wrong about that. It's in the early 20th century for sure. Basically, a bunch of different animals that all turn out to be Tyrannosaurus rex were described at the same time. And basically, the name Tyrannosaurus rex shows up first. It's like one page before the description of an animal called Dynamosaurus. Dynamosaurus turns out to be T-Rex, so that name isn't used anymore. But it would be a fun, like, you know, it would be something that I would catch up on if, for example, in universe they call it Dynamosaurus. I'd be like, oh, okay, so this is a universe where in that manuscript the like a singular page is flipped around, and this is like the butterfly effect. That's kind of fun. Unfortunately, I think the reality of the situation is that that would just lead to a bunch of people assuming Dynamosaurus is like a real thing, and we'd have to explain, no, it's just T-Rex. Maybe that's an idea someone can run with. I should probably just say don't. Just don't take any advice that I have. Let's see. Indominus Rex can camouflage. Oh my god, that's so cool. Yeah, the military subplot is really stupid. Basically, Chris Pratt is able to train a pack of raptors because they're so smart, and they're able to imprint on him from a young age that he basically just barely has control over them. He's just barely able to convince them not to murder every human being that they come across. And basically, the instant that there's problems in Jurassic World, the Indominus breaks out, and then a bunch of animals break out, and you have an escape situation. And as soon as that happens, the like active military recruiter guy, who physically resembles like 10 different grown-ups that used to be like advisors at my old Boy Scout troop, so kind of like a portly man with bad facial hair and an inflated sense of self-worth. He jumps on it immediately, and he's like, it's time to use the raptors, or it's time to demonstrate that they can be utilized for public safety. Because his whole thing is like, well, drone warfare is fantastic, but in the event of, like, you know, an electromagnetic bomb being, you know, going off and frying all of our circuitry, well, we need something else to be able to, like, yes, it's actually, yeah, in effect, unfortunately, a lot of stuff like that just ends up turning into, like, harassment of my colleagues, and I really, really don't like that. I personally am not bothered by Jurassic Park fans that often, and I mean that in the literal, like, they don't, like, go out of their way to harass me. They tend to go after my female colleagues, and there's a reason for that. It's because they're gross and misogynistic. As like an entirely unrelated but extremely common trait that people have is like misogyny and correctile dysfunction. One might draw a clear line between a guy who overconfidently explains paleontology to a paleontologist and person who has problematic and derogatory opinions on women. This is a girl power stream because all these dinosaurs are ladies. In this game, the dinos cannot fuck, which is sad, but there's no men, so that's awesome.
Feminism moment.
Feminism moment. No trans rights, but feminism moment. We'll take it. I would, in an instant, I would love it if someone would mod in basically an extra, like, so on this list right here, we've got our tranquilizer, we've got our all cure medicine. We've got our our fucking gun, and then our magic heart pills. It would be amazing if like there was another option tagged on. That's just you got transed. You just fire it at you know, dinosaurs, at like park guests, just transing them, or maybe you know, you can try like dumping gender fluid from helicopters. That would be fun. Turn the freaking frogs gay. Now, okay, now we've got some Kentrosaurus. Dying and decaying, that's awesome. Completely unbothered. They lived exactly 3 years. Would you guys stop saying don't shoot?
Stop shooting the animals.
I literally have only killed one. But you know what?
That's too many.
I think we can do a little detour, not on topics, but on what part of the game we're playing, because we've gotten a pretty large amount of the park built. I might try switching over to some of the missions, because they take about 30 seconds each to finish. And there will be a lot of murder and killing.
Okay.
Oh, no,
wait, I fully support that.
Don't delete that. Okay.
I think there's one mission in particular I'm thinking of.
The one that I showed you that's just all killing?
Yeah.
Okay. We're going to start at the beginning. A picture is worth 100 points. A recent documentary has accused Jurassic Park of being a fraud. Help us prove them wrong. Do you guys like that intro cinematic? Okay, so I gotta take a picture. I gotta get 100 points. Here we go. Gotta get 100 points. You gotta get 100 points. I gotta get 26 points. Hey, wake up. Whoa, check it out. Why'd I only get 2 points for that? This is bullshit. Anyway, you can bully the dinosaur. Oh, injuring dinosaurs will reduce your score by 25 points. This is what happens when you guys say don't shoot. There we go. I got 8 points. Give me my points. Give me my points. 2 points. 2 point. Fuck.
Kind of serving.
Ooh, I'm gonna get these guys. Okay, wait. Bam. 165 points, bitches. Beautiful work. You only hit that Allosaurus 15 times. Wow. You guys see that picture? You guys see how good that came out? Wow.
Wow. So beautiful.
Okay. Next mission. When carnivores attack. Our carnivores have gone crazy and we can't open the park. Please help us. They do move in herds. Just before this park was open, the carnivores went berserk. You must retire all the carnivores. Okay, I have 4 minutes to shoot every single carnivorous animal in this park. You guys ready?
Fuck them up.
Here we
Fuck
go.
them up.
Here we go. Here we go. Bam! Dead. These guys. Carcharodontosaurus. Goodbye. So, while I'm doing this, I'd like to pitch what I think would make for a good, like, climax of a Jurassic Park movie that will literally never happen. Because everyone in Hollywood is cowards and would never fund this idea.
Chat's going fucking insane, and I love it.
So I think what would be really awesome is if at the end of one of these movies where there's a dinosaur rampaging and killing people, and they finally just go, oh, I'm having a hard time shooting this guy. That took so many bullets. There we go. No scope. No scope. He says, clearly using a scope. I think it would be really badass if they gave Alan Grant like a sniper rifle, and they're like, you have to put down this T-Rex. It's gonna kill like 1 million orphans if you don't kill it right now. Like you've got to do this for us.
You know what?
What's up?
I'll say it. Jurassic Park 2 would have been good if they had given Goldblum a really big gun.
Yeah, they did have a really big gun, but they gave it to one of the minor characters.
They gave it to some random guy you don't even see.
He literally never uses it. He's like, the poison on this is like, it's like conch shell venom. It'll kill you before it even realizes like it's been shot, and they literally never utilize it. I've stopped those carnivores dead in their tracks.
I'm so sorry, Rita.
It's okay. Somehow our herbivores have escaped, and we need them back in their enclosures. The muster is starting. Are you ready?
Kill them.
No, we're not shooting them in this one. Although, actually, I might shoot that Rex. Anyway, I think what would really, like, spice things up would be they give Alan Grant a gun, and they're like, you have to shoot him. And they he has this flashback where he goes back to grad school where he's in like a comparative collections in a museum somewhere, and he's like looking at a Tyrannosaurus skull bone like from head on, and he's like looking at it through the eyeball, being like basically tracking where the brain is, and like looking at all the different parts of like, because the frontals that like would protect the brain from the outside are fused, right? They're extremely tough. And I genuinely have no idea if like you shoot it with, you know, too low of a caliber, it probably isn't going to get to the brain. So you need a little bit of like anatomical. Yeah, I'm gonna shoot a few dudes here. Basically, he flashes back to like trying to like visualizing where the kill shot on a Rex would be, as a way to like, I don't know, give there like some cool part about being a paleontologist in these movies, because while they are treated like they're given the roles of action heroes, their actual jobs as paleontologists I don't think ever comes off particularly well, you know. Again, that could just be me, but like Alan Grant always comes off like, in the first movie he's kind of a child-hating, like humorless, basically academic, and that part of his part of growing up is like kind of letting go of it. Maybe it's hard to tell what the hell the message of those movies is. But like, again, the unique situation here is that these are people with some kind of knowledge about, you know, potentially important like aspects of these animals' biology that could be relevant to like getting them out of like life or death situations, and there are like cool applications to that, and then there's what the actual movies implement, which is like Alan Grant 3D prints the sinus cavity of a velociraptor, and then in order to tell the velociraptors that they don't want to harm their babies, he blows into it. He literally like blows a raptor skull whistle, and the raptors magically understand like, oh, they're not here to like harm our babies, and then they don't kill everybody. That's, I guess, a part of Jurassic Park 3 I neglected to mention, but that does happen. God, go, get in there. And then they instantly fall asleep. Go! Okay, now I need to get some of these fucking guys. Alan! I will say, I think you would not regret your choice if you decide to stay up late to watch this stream. Especially considering I think I'm also gonna stay up late, like, doing this stream, and that could potentially get very fun. Because I actually have not broken out the alcohol yet. I said that I would, and then I've been so caught up on this that I have not sauced up at all. And there's still so much I want to talk about. How are we doing on time? Getting close to 6 hours. Jeez Louise. So, oh, no, not shooting. Don't worry. I'm not shooting. Let's see. I don't think I, like, put a like, dot on the end of Jurassic World, but essentially it plays out the way you expect it to. The reveal is that the Indominus actually has raptor DNA, and so Chris Pratt is trying to use his raptors to hunt the Indominus. The Indominus instead becomes their new alpha because it like does like a shout, and it's stupid. So the Indominus like takes over the raptors. It's immediately proven that, like, well, we thought we had control of them, but we don't. They've got a new alpha. Great. I guess we'll just break out the explosions and we'll just blow up the Indominus instead. And everything accumulates. There's this chase sequence. The new park rides in Jurassic World are narrated by Jimmy Kimmel. just to add in another little detail to crush your soul. There's this whole subplot with these two kids, who, you know, the kids in Jurassic Park movies are never, like, good characters. It's hard to write a likable child character, and they are not likable. Their whole thing is, like, our parents are gonna get divorced, and we're on vacation because our parents are, like, trying to ignore us and pawn us off on our crazy aunt who works at Jurassic World, and oh no, this happens to be the day everything goes bad. So there's still, like, trying to shoehorn in, like, a lesson about family or whatever. They narrowly escape danger. Chris Pratt has a bunch of garbage one-liners that are just par for the course for, like, any action movie in the 2010s. The writing never improved in any of these movies, so I don't know why you would expect anything different. At the end, the Indominus Rex is taken down by a combined effort. Claire Deering is convinced to go let the T-Rex out of its cage so it can fight the Indominus. So, again, we just get into fucking Jurassic Park Fight Club. And yeah, the Rex is let out. It fights the Indominus. A raptor jumps in briefly to, like, help, I guess. and then the Indominus gets backed up to the Mosasaur aquarium. The Mosasaur jumps out. We were talking about Jurassic Park 4. We were talking about Jurassic World, yes. It ends when the Indominus is backed up into, like, backed up to the aquarium. The Mosasaur jumps out of nowhere and then drags Indominus down to hell, and that's the end. The entire park is destroyed, the T-Rex is loose, and everybody leaves, and that's it. There's Jurassic Park 4. It is not identical to the original because it's slightly different, but it basically has the exact same outcome. There's a park. This time it's actually open for business, but it still gets blown up anyway. Engine scientists want to conduct research into the effects of weather on our dinosaurs. We've chosen an island which has unusual weather patterns. Please help our scientists by taking photos of dinosaur behavior. Take a photo of Gallimimus during the heat wave. So with that, we've summed up Jurassic Park 4. And next we get to Jurassic Park 5, which is, in my heretical opinion, honestly probably one of, like, I think the most fun I've ever had watching one of these movies was Jurassic Park 5. And that's a heretical opinion because it is universally considered to be a trash film. Like, even the fans hate it. But it's so weird that I can't help but love it, kind of. So there's a lot that makes this one. Jurassic Park 5, aka Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom. What am I supposed to be taking a photo of right now? Does anybody know? Maybe it's these guys. Oh, it was those guys. Lucky guess. Find a Ceratosaurus during the heat wave. Yeah, so at this point it's 2017. No, 2018. And so we've gotten it out of the way. We've reestablished that Jurassic Park happened. It was reopened. It has exploded. So the franchise is rebooted, but we don't know what's going to come of it yet. You know, there's still possibility for something interesting to happen. And Jurassic Park 5 frequently threatens to become interesting, although it never quite does. The plot goes that... Oh, there's Ceratosaurus. The plot goes that Isla Nublar... Get out of the fucking way! Get out of the way! So Isla Nublar, which is where Jurassic Park was built both times. Hi, guys. A storm is approaching. Oh my god. Second objective is take photos of dinosaur behavior during a rainstorm. Check the objective screen for more information. How about you just tell me, please? Photo of Corythosaurus. Okay. Boop. Okay. Oh, that's it. Cool. That's the end of the mission. We did it. Oh, awesome. The next one is rescue the president. The president of Dragovia is stranded in the park. He needs your help.
Yes.
Yes. I am not a... Believe it or not, even though I am now nearly 6 hours into a stream on Jurassic Park, I would not consider myself a lore expert. So I could be wrong about this, but I think Dragovia is never mentioned anywhere else but in this game. And it's just for this mission. It's, I think, just like a fake made-up country. But that's some deep lore for you. The president is the only person still alive, and he has taken refuge in the visitor shelter. You must retire all of the rampaging carnivores in the park and rescue the president.
Woo!
Are you guys ready, literally, for how much violence is about to happen?
Woo!
Woo!
Violence!
His life depends on it. Time to kill. Time to kill. Oh, come on. Come on. Come on. Bam! Shit. There we go. It's these little guys that are the hardest to shoot. There we go.
What? You're telling me smaller targets are harder to hit?
Well, if I had a bomb, this wouldn't be a problem. Come on!
I know I think you've mentioned this like way early in the stream, but I love their movement. Just run forward in a straight line, stop where you are, turn, continue running, repeat.
Yeah. I believe I was talking about how all that's like it's not pre-programmed. It's like it's procedural. So it's like it's glitchy, but it's kind of cool that they were able to make a program that like does that. And yeah, in this kind of sequels people have attempted to make to this game, the animals do not have iterative behavior like that. What are you doing? I'm in a helicopter. You literally can't fucking touch me. No scope. No scope. Listen, all of you guys saying don't shoot in chat are only making me more bloodthirsty. I think that guy got electrocuted. Bzzz. Just like Tritzy and Katya.
Okay, now you made it political.
Now you've made it political. I think Jurassic World... I think any Jurassic Park movie would be improved if they had a drag queen. And I think it's kind of ridiculous how there are no... There are no queer characters. Despite the fact that there are literally an unbelievable number of L's, G's, B, T's, Q's, I, A's, and so forth in paleontology. It is literally like one of the gayest sciences I have ever seen. And it is literally not believable to me that they have so many like paleontologist characters and not even one of them is LGBT of like any stripe. It literally is not believable. And I think they literally only do this. Here's the president of Dragovia, guys. We've established that I shoot him, but it doesn't do anything. Watch. It doesn't do anything. Let's rescue him. Thank goodness. And August is coming to say hi. Could I ask someone to waffle for another 2 minutes while I feed my kitty cat?
1 minute? 1 whole minute? That's like 60 seconds.
I said 2 minutes.
2 minutes? That's like 120 seconds.
You're the math guy, so...
Fun fact about the number 120, it is exactly 2 times 60. That's crazy. Now moving on to chaos math. Have you ever heard of strange attractors? So basically, uh, basically, an attractor is called strange if it has a fractal structure. In the mathematical field of dynamical systems, an attractor is a set of states toward which a system tends to evolve for a wide variety of starting conditions of the system. System values that get close enough to the attractor values remain close even if slightly disturbed. In finite dimensional systems, the evolving variable may be represented algebraically as an n-dimensional vector. The attractor is a region in n-dimensional space. In physical systems, the n dimensions may be, for example, 2 or 3 positional coordinates for each of one or more physical entities. In economic systems, they may be separate variables such as the inflation rate and the unemployment rate. Blah, 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 blah. Where's the good part? Oh, there it is. An attractor is called strange if it has a fractal structure. This is often the case when the dynamics on it are chaotic, but strange non-chaotic attractors also exist. If a strange attractor is chaotic, exhibiting sensitive dependence on initial conditions, then any 2 arbitrarily close alternative initial points on the attractor after any of various numbers of iterations will lead to points that are arbitrarily far apart, subject to the confines of the attractor, and after any of the various other numbers of iterations will lead to points that are arbitrarily close together. Thus, a dynamic system with a chaotic attractor is locally unstable yet globally stable. Once some sequences have entered the attractor, nearby points diverge from one another but never depart. Okay. Thank you, Wikipedia, for telling me what a strange attractor is. So speaking of dinosaurs, how about Joe Biden? Am I right? We're here for the timely political commentary. This is the longest 2 minutes of my life. I've been put in an impossible situation. Right now, I'm being followed by a dog.
Keep going. I'm almost done.
As soon as I said that, they stopped following me. Now I'm following her. I'm giving you a play-by-play. Now I'm petting her. I don't know if you could hear that, but that was me smacking my dog. Thank you for the goat emojis.
Okay, I'm back. Hi, guys.
I don't know what that's in reference to, but I appreciate it.
Hey, guys. Laptop issues. Did I hear you talking about Joe Biden?
I did not mention Joe Biden by name. I am under oath when I say this.
Hi, gay. Okay. Would someone politely remind me what I was talking about? I think I was trying to describe the plot of Jurassic Park 5. But I may have been on a tangent.
I don't remember, quite honestly.
Okay. I'm just going to keep describing the plot of Jurassic Park 5. And I will also note, as we are about to hit 6 hours on the live recording, again, probably closer to now 5.5 hours on the VOD, that I have procured a rum and coke in anticipation of a wondrously productive remaining stream. However long this is going to end up going, I have a horrible feeling that my inability to be succinct and stay on topic will literally drive me to be doing this until the wee hours of the morning. But we'll see. We'll see. There's no guarantee. We'll see what happens.
I will be here for the whole time.
No matter what.
I will die trying.
That's so sweet. That's why we're roommates.
Roommates.
Okay. Let's see. Our next mission is cleanup operation. The automated hatcheries have gone haywire. Shut them down and save the park from angry carnivores. Time is limited, so please hurry. Don't know what that means, but I'm going to guess it involves more shooting.
Is rum and coke your favorite alcoholic beverage?
I would say I would order a mojito before I would order a rum and coke. But as far as stuff that I can make at home that's extremely cheap and easy, rum and cokes are not bad.
It's probably also one of those things that's incredibly hard to mess up.
Yeah, it is not an exact science, especially when I make them, because I tend to just kind of pour in however much alcohol I feel like pouring in at the time. How am I? Okay, I'm supposed to shoot the building.
Yes. Get their ass.
Okay, I shot the building. I might have to also shoot all the dinosaurs too.
No! Don't shoot it. That's a children's hospital. No! Drone warfare is so cool.
Yeah, I think there's a good chance I'm gonna have to kill all of these guys.
Do you think if I knew enough about modding, I would mod this game so that this part was just like a one-to-one recreation of the video that Chelsea Manning leaked?
What? That is crazy. That would be incredible. I don't know if Gabe is still in the chat, but it would be, I would in a heartbeat turn over these files to him to see how he would corrupt it. 1,000,000%.
Well, we've got to try it, because you said this was. I'm sorry, I just got to the part in the stream where they get electrocuted. I'd like to point out that my favorite part of the first movie was when the kid gets like electrocuted and just flies off of the fence.
Yeah.
I laughed so hard at it. I feel so bad.
Good work. The authorities will never suspect a thing. There's just... I just shot so many animals in such rapid succession. Hello, Chili. Welcome back. Rum and Coke. Okay. Next mission, the Amazing Maze. A herd of Edmontosauruses A herd of Edmontosaurus and Ouranosaurus are lost in a maze of enclosure fencing. Our dino vets want to examine them, so I need you to muster them to safety. I gotta use my must.
War crimes with Ouranosaurus. Bombing a children's hospital in Afghanosaurus.
Look at this cinematic cam. Whoosh. Okay.
Hello to our audience members. Oh. Oh, are we gonna get our third co-host?
Oh. Yeah, Ad.
Come here, come here. I don't know whether that actually added you. I think he left as soon as I approved his request. Awesome.
I've got 12 minutes.
Harvey, if you can hear me, please come back from the dead. I'm using my necromancy powers.
Hold on. Okay, I sent an invitation to speak. I don't know if that's gonna work. Let's see. Are you speaking? Oh shit, hold on. No, I just broke it. I just broke it. No. Hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
It's in the audience.
Okay, hold on. Did I fix
get
it?
it.
Did I fix it?
Yes. Yes, we do.
I got to say I'm quite impressed by you. Yeah, managed to kick himself out of his own stream.
Yeah. Pretty incredible. Okay. Alright, everything looks good now. If you guys cannot hear my other speakers, please let me know. That means that I've messed something up in the
Hello.
stream. There should be... Okay, the message "Hi Dad" has appeared in chat, so I'm presuming they can hear you now.
I believe so.
Okay. I'm not entirely sure what's going on here, so I'm just gonna shoot everything and figure out later.
Never underestimate the power of incomprehensible violence.
Exactly. Exactly. I'm always saying that.
I thought it
You
was
are.
run into the woods. Throw out your phone.
I'm also saying that. I could
Which I believe I actually saw posted on Twitter the other day.
He says a lot of things.
I do say a lot of things. I've been talking for over 6 hours now. Hold on. Avoidance
Yeah,
beacon.
we're probably approaching 6 hours in the VOD or so.
Sick.
The slider says 6:07.
Yeah, that
Awesome.
tracks. I think the first like 20 or so minutes of that will be cut for the VOD because it was setting up the Discord call. But anyway, when you start doing videos this long, your audience basically are people doing chores or like
Oh yeah, I'm over here
Trying to
playing Final
sleep.
Fantasy.
or playing Final Fantasy.
The award-winning MMO, Final Fantasy 14, with a free trial, yada yada yada, however that fucking copy pasta goes.
So, if you actually made it, if you're listening to this video right now, and you have actually made it this far, I would like you to leave a comment under the video, and it's got to be some phrase that can't be mistaken for anything else, is like the passcode. What should it be?
Well, if you're trying to get your channel monetized, everything I'm thinking
Mhm.
of I can't say.
Oh, that's probably true. If you reach this point in the VOD, leave a comment that says, "Don't forget to drink your Ovaltine," and I'll know what you mean. Or alternately, just leave an extremely graphic comment about what you think two dinosaurs having sex would look like.
Or what it would sound like.
Or what it would smell like.
Letting all the stank out.
Welcome back, Harvey, to the audience.
Oh, Arby's back.
If you want to speak, I tried letting you the first time, but it like either you left or it disconnected you as soon as I approved it.
Okay,
We might get a
that way.
4th roommate co-host.
Yay! All of these people are currently moving into my house, even if they happen to live in a different state. God, alcohol is good for the throat. I feel so refreshed.
You're just gonna say, God, alcohol is good for you.
No, it's very bad. You shouldn't drink.
Oh,
Except
here.
if you want to.
Approved. Oh,
I-
hell yeah.
Something very important to say.
Harvey! What do you
I-
have to
Passcode
say?
should be, hello, Harvey.
I agree. Alcohol is very important. It's critical to your health.
Yeah, and you're a
and-
doctor, right?
Yeah. I'm a doctor in epigenetic slave. You might have heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I know that for sure.
Dr. Molecular and Cellular Biology.
Oh yeah.
Cellular biology. I already complained about how aggressively not gay these movies are, right? I've already done that rant. Okay. Have I already done my rant on how, like, it's not explicitly a trans metaphor, but it should be, but they're too cowardly to ever do something that cool?
Yes, that happened in hour, 1 or 2.
Okay. Good, I actually am hitting all my points. Because I absolutely do not, whatever happens, I do not want to wake up tomorrow and go, oh, I completely forgot this, extremely important point I wanted to make. Maybe I'll do another stream sometime. I'm not doing this again. No, I'm not doing no more Jurassic Park recap streams. Ever. At least not until...
He says right now.
At least not until we hit the 60-year anniversary or something. If
Who's
I'm...
ready for Jurassic Universe?
No.
Yeah.
No.
What I'm actually hearing is you want Michael Bay to make a new...
Yes, Michael Bay. We love Michael Bay.
Fucking get through the fucking hole. Get through the fucking hole.
Are you, trying to use, mind control on the dinosaurs?
Yeah, it's not going very well.
That's because dinosaurs are stupid.
Get through the fucking hole. This is your reward if you manage to make it this far in the stream, where things start to get genuinely pretty vulgar. You're not allowed to curse on YouTube still, right?
No. As a matter of fact, I believe you are pretty much automatically demonetized for existing.
Okay.
Well, considering you aren't monetized yet.
Exactly.
Wow,
I
he
don't
hadn't
think
even
you have
said
to worry
anything and he's
for-
demonetized.
Optional, destroy all the avoidance beacons. I don't even know what you're talking about. Okay. I also gotta rescue some Edmontosaurus. There we are. I use my mind control. Alternatively, I can just shoot them. I'm gonna try to use my mind control. Just like the leaked plot of Jurassic Park 4. Thankfully, no one ever tried making a movie where you mind control the dinosaurs, except with laser pointers, but that's different, I guess. Speaking of mind control with laser pointers, I was attempting to explain the plot of Jurassic Park 5, which is a dear favorite of mine. I would genuinely represent, or I would suggest, if you want to watch any of these movies, particularly the ones that I say are not good, do Fallen Kingdom, because it's genuinely a lot of fun, even though it's aggressively stupid. And hopefully the way that I recap the plot will make that more apparent.
Genuinely a lot of fun, even though it's also aggressively stupid. Does sound like my experiences on dating apps, too.
Wow. I didn't know people left, Rate My Professor on Tinder.
That would be...
I think Rate My Professor was taken down specifically because people were using it in that way. No more chili peppers, that's gone now. Anyway, So open in your mind. Try to picture this with a
For your
child's-
consideration.
For your consideration, the childlike imagination required. Jurassic Park has fallen again. It's like the second time in 20 years that it's done this. And it, like, a bunch of people got hurt last time. Very few were actually killed, besides, like, the CEO of the company is dead. He crashed in a helicopter crash and died. The babysitter was brutally killed, and I mean, in one of, I think, the strangest deaths in this entire series. The babysitter character in Jurassic Park 4, whose only responsibility, she's like the sister of Bryce Dallas Howard, and her whole responsibility is just chaperone the kids.
Oh, she the one that gets tossed in the air and like eaten? Is that the
Yeah,
one?
so
Yeah.
some
I remember that one.
some pterosaurs break out of containment, and they go ballistic. They fly everywhere. They're doing the thing where they pick people up with their feet and drop them. I think, again, I'm not a pterosaur specialist specifically. You'd have to ask Mark Whitten about this, but I think Mark Whitten would tell you that pterosaurs probably don't pick up human-sized prey with their feet, even the really big ones. But that's just, what do I know? What do I know? Anyway, yeah, she gets picked up and just annihilated. She's like picked up, dropped from the air into like the mosasaur aquarium, and then gets like eaten by the mosasaur. So just incredibly brutal death, and literally her only thing was like being kind of annoying. So
Yeah, I felt like they were kind of trying to like Game of Thrones that one. Like they were like, oh, you know what really gets people's attention when someone dies and you don't expect them to.
Right, but that death scene literally comes, I think, not even a minute after the Jimmy Buffett cameo. So
That is true. That is actually true.
There's a Jimmy Buffett cameo in that movie.
That was another one though. It was like once I read that one, I like looked back at some clip and I was like, oh yeah, that's Jimmy Buffett there.
That's
all
Jimmy
right.
Buffett. What's
He's
Jimmy
running
Buffett
around with a
doing
pair of
there?
margaritas.
Yep. Oh my god. I need a drink. 1 second. Okay.
All right, guys, time to take a detour into Margaritaville. If you have a beverage, alcoholic or not, take a sip of it now.
Hold on, I got a good sip. Did you guys hear that?
Hey, Fox, do you happen to have any ginger beer? No. So you can take in sips?
And I want, you know what? You're so right. My sinuses are so fucked that I think if I snorted ginger beer again, it might actually help. I don't know.
Clear them right out.
I guess I did take more of that allergy medication you ran to me at 3 a.m. one time. So
Hasn't that been like years?
I forget that it's there all the time.
I that's fine. I just would wonder if it would still be effective.
No, I don't know. I love ginger beer. I wish I had gotten some for the stream. I'm sure I'm gonna stream on YouTube again. I'm just not gonna talk about fucking Jurassic Park every time. So,
Do not the dinosaurs.
I'll talk about dinosaurs. I'm just not gonna talk about. I might even play this game on stream again if people like. If we come up with some really fun ways to mod it, I'd be down for that. But if I'm doing that, I'm not talking about Jurassic Park.
Was it you who played? It was you who played the Skyrim with the mud crabs modded to have hentai girl moans.
So I am trying to get monetized. Yes, I did. And as a matter of fact, I would 100% stream Skyrim.
Yeah, not if you're trying to get monetized. I don't think it is possible to play that game in a way
Look,
that is
I'll-
monetization friendly.
All I need, I don't need to make money off of the streams. All I actually need is to get those watch hours, and then they turn monetization on. Anyway.
So this is just a way to metagame the whole shit.
Yes. Because
Got it.
as we have talked about, I don't even know how many times.
The fox tells lies. Oh, never mind.
Well, yes,
Yes.
but also the like lesson of the Jurassic Park series that should have been learned by me and by everyone else a long time ago is that people will use money to make paleontologists do stupid things because they know that we need money, and you just need to not just steer away from it. Yeah. You don't need to make an ass out of yourself because you're gonna get Lucy in the footballed every time. So me gaming the system back by doing an hours-long stream on Jurassic Park simply because I'm going to rack up watch hours. I think that's fair. I think after the literally every single one of these movies we've talked about has either made over $1 billion or like the 1990s equivalent of $1 billion. So what, like, and we don't see a cent of that. Like the Universal Studios does not sponsor like SVP. They don't cover like student memberships or anything like that. We don't ever see any of that money actually directed back to paleontology. So me talking shit on a very long live stream, I think, is justified. But YouTube, yeah, is not going to give you any money. Even though they literally run ads on stuff is the stupid thing. They just won't give you money for it.
Yes, they will run ads. You just don't get anything for it.
Right. They already do. That's part of what like makes it so distressing to like.
Although, if it makes you feel better, Fox, I'm watching with an ad blocker on.
That does make me feel better. I would never. I just got 464 points, and you know what else? I'm gonna hit every single one of these bitches with my car. Just to show this isn't about the money. You know what? There we go.
Also, I can't get over the fact that the main character in the original Jurassic Park is not actually played by Bill Paxton, despite the fact
Yeah, it's Sam Neill.
that he looks just like him.
Sam Neill. Oh, I barely avoided hitting that guy. Rita says, I have YouTube Premium so my views pay more to creators. That's insane. like that, I mean, that's awesome. You should watch my videos all the time, but also, like, that's crazy. Oh, they're so weird with the way monetization works on YouTube.
All I just hate is I've discovered if I watch anything after about, I don't know, call it 8 or 9 p.m., the advertising gets aggressive.
Really?
Like, I have straight up had nights where I watch and it's like I am watching as much advertisement as I am video.
That's pretty annoying. Although the pie hole should...
The pie hole doesn't really work well on YouTube ads because they self-host.
Dang.
So you can't really detect them. You have to have an actual, like, uBlock origin or whatever.
What if I went to the Google headquarters and I asked them very politely not to serve me ads?
I bet they would listen. Almost certainly.
So?
YouTube is well known for listening to the opinions of its content creators.
Look at this baddie. Look at that baddie.
Boy, you thick.
Girl, look at that body.
Oh my god.
Girl, look at that body. How much points do I need? Can I just go home?
Why are you taking upskirt pictures of the dinosaurs?
Why aren't you?
Because I'm not a pervert.
A prevert. Okay. I I think I got all my points, so I'm just gonna run out of film and see if that ends the mission. Mission failed.
God, how are you just so awful?
I think it might have been because I killed a bunch of those raptors at the beginning. Yeah, sorry for the LMFAO reference. My apologies. Did you guys know that LMFAO is an uncle-nephew pair?
How do you
I did
think?
not. But I'm
How
slightly
do you
concerned as
think-
to why you know.
It's a pretty common fact, I think.
Okay. We want a photo set worth at
But-
least 350. I literally delivered that.
What I want to know is what, like, the nephew's parent, who's like the sibling of the uncle, feels about this. I want to know their thoughts.
I want to hear their story. I want to know what they've got going on. Wow. Okay, I'm not going to hit them. I'm not going to hit them. I'm going to honk my horn so they stay away from me. I'm not going to hit them.
Honking his horn on a stream. I'm going to
Oh
report
my-
that to YouTube.
No! I am not honking my horn on the stream.
You just said you were. So you're lying on your stream.
Miss...
Misinformation.
Did you notice that I'm streaming this under science and technology?
Walking word for terrorism.
I think I'm justified in doing that. Everything I talk about is science and technology. Look at these goofers. Just hanging out. You're about to die, bro. Leave him alone. Get a job. Stay away from her. See, baby? I got you back. I got you back. It's already turning into a skeleton. Okay, so my score has surpassed the threshold. I've got the 350 points. So I don't know why the mission is still going. This one might be bugged out. Oh, we might have a laptop dying tonight. That's cool.
Rip.
Okay, my score is perfect. So I think it's time to hit the hay. I think it's time to... You're gonna let me... No? End the mission. I have a perfect score. I have literally so many points. No! He's gonna get him. This is how real life hunting works. You just kind of run in circles. I think I'm still struggling to complete my thought and actually describe. By the way, can you guys still hear me? You guys still hear me okay? I know I was getting kind of quiet earlier.
Hello?
Hello.
Hello. Okay. So, it's 2015. Actually, it's 2018. It's the far-off year of 2018. Jurassic Park has blown up, and the island has been abandoned, and also, the island is going to explode. Because it turns out that Isla Nublar, off the coast of Costa Rica, which is, to my recollection, actually not a volcanically active area, and the islands are like not volcanic. Turns out it's actually one big volcano that's about to blow up, and not like Kilauea, where, you know, the viscosity of the lava is so low that it's not gonna like blow up. It's just kind of like gonna leak lava for a while. No, it's gonna have a big explosion, Pinatubo style. Objective complete. Your next objective is to capture 2 images of dinosaurs eating.
Eating what? Remember, you're trying to get monetized.
Let me think about that.
Probably grass, if I had to guess.
Some of them, actually, I don't think any of them ate grass. Grass wasn't really a thing.
Well, that's regrettable.
I'm just gonna hang out with the Ceratosaurus, because they're like constantly eating and killing. Yeah, come on, do it. Yeah! What? I just got a game over. I think this mission's bugged. Oh, but it's gonna make me do it again anyway, so. So the park is going to explode, and the people responsible for Jurassic Park, which would be Claire Dearing, aka Bryce Dallas Howard, she feels responsible for these animals, which she had previously only ever referred to as assets. There, I got 400 points in one go, so let me keep my remaining shots, please. I'm just gonna drive around. So she feels responsible for these animals, which are going to be exploded when this volcano blows up. And she's lobbying the U.S. Congress, because InGen is an American company. She's lobbying U.S. Congress as part of the Dino Protection Group to have, like, basically endangered species status given to these animals so that they can, like, derive funding to have, like, an expedition to the island to save the dinosaurs from the island that will blow up. And Congress is like, absolutely not. What are you talking about? Like, this is an island off the coast of Costa Rica. It's an American company, but we don't, like, we don't pass laws that, like, impact American corporations. Like, that's not a thing that we do. We're not gonna, like, regulate or, like, help. That's, like, also not what we do. And also Jeff Goldblum is in the movie for 5 minutes because he shows up as Ian Malcolm to basically say the same thing, like, according to because he's older now, according to chaos math, there is 100% chance everybody dies if you do this extremely stupid thing and bring the dinosaurs back from the island. So Congress is like, we're not going to do anything. A random wealthy donor like, at the last minute comes in to fund an expedition to the island. So everyone's going back to Jurassic Park to observe and rescue dinosaurs. Does that sound familiar? Does it sound like the plot of a movie that's already been done before? Oh my god, I didn't know there was a Rex here. Hi.
All I really got to say is these Jurassic. I'm always, you know, a firm believer in, you know, try again, all that. I feel like these Jurassic Park folks are
Should
missing
stop
the
trying.
message a little bit. Yeah.
Should stop trying, or at least let someone else handle the billion-dollar media juggernaut that kind of has the entire industry in a chokehold. I would love that.
Of course, he said, I say this as I am currently starting up getting over it, but...
I see.
So, you know, maybe I shouldn't be the one talking about learning your lesson.
There he goes. Ka-ch. I hope there wasn't anyone else, like, trying to get into the stage and wasn't able to talk when they wanted to. Oh no, I think I did it again. Hold on. Can one of you talk, please?
Yes.
Shit. Okay, hold on. I gotta... Don't worry, don't worry, don't worry. I'm just fixing something real quick. Don't even worry about it. Hello, I'm back. Don't worry about it.
That's unfortunate.
I keep, like, tapping on the screen to see if there's anyone waiting, and that makes me join on mobile, which means that all the audio is redirected from my computer, which means it is no longer being captured by OBS.
OBS, more like open bullsh.
More like, open ballsack sores.
Well, there went the monetization,
More
but
like
anyway.
Open sores on my nutsack. Do you think people at YouTube actually are going to watch a 6-hour live stream to see if I talk about open sores on my scrotum?
No, but they will have a bot do it, so you will be responsible for Skynet.
Oh, come on. So the island's going to explode. We want to get the dinosaurs off the island. I just blacked out because I can't remember the last 2 straight minutes of what was happening.
What's funny is I actually thought you were referring to your character in the game, and then I realized that makes no sense. So...
No, I do remember. I had to fix the Discord thing. The madness is starting to set in. I'm starting to show signs of we're entering. We're gonna hit hour 7, and I'm starting to show my first signs of breaking.
She's honestly, pretty good when you think about it.
Yeah, I think it speaks to some kind of, like, deeper need to punish myself, that I was already so prepared to do this with very, as I said, very little prior preparation. Except for the fact that I can't stay on topic, and it's going to be impossible when someone later tries to, like, write out, like, chapters. You know how like, YouTube allows you to add, like, little, like, they were discussing this topic from here to here and here to here. I think it's going to be a nightmare for anyone trying to actually, like, track what was actually going on, so I apologize for that. Although I would greatly appreciate any effort to categorize what the hell it was I was talking about.
I acknowledge that it's horseshit, but I appreciate you doing it nonetheless.
Yeah. We on the island, and there's a couple of new fun characters. One of them is... What?
You started this story like 4 times by now.
So we're on the island.
5 times.
The island that's about to explode. And we want to get the dinosaurs off of the island, right? Let me go over this again, just in case you don't understand. Because this is a really advanced science movie for science people. And it wouldn't surprise me if
gonna turn Jurassic Park into the fucking Rick and Morty fandom.
It's already so much worse, to be quite honest. Can I be brave and come out late in this show and say, like, the Jurassic Park fans are some of the, like, worst people?
I don't know. I've never really heard of Jurassic Park fans standing on a McDonald's counter shouting about Pickle Rick.
No, but the McDonald's closest to me here in Tucson, Arizona, does have a T-Rex statue outside.
Well, you just doxed yourself.
It's not a secret that I live in Tucson.
No, but how many fucking McDonald's are there that have a fucking T-Rex?
Just the one.
I'm pretty sure I see that, like, show up in, like, did you ever know that somewhere in a weird part of the U.S. there's a McDonald's with a Jurassic Park with a dinosaur out front?
It
and
does.
Like, yeah. So anyway, Tucson.
Yeah, it does show up, like, on Reddit periodically, which is really cool.
Anyway,
yes.
Expedition to Godzilla shows up there.
It's what we're known for.
My location in proximity to this T-Rex is classified information. You don't know how far away I am from it and in which direction, and any attempt to discover my location will result in your immediate liquidation by my psionic warriors. Anyway,
That one might actually be true. I don't really trust August.
you're on the island, and the island is about to explode. And there's dinosaurs on the island that's about to explode, and we need to save the dinosaurs that are on the island that are about to explode. And we're on the island. And
Surely he'll get past the first sentence at some point.
and the island is
It's fully
Isla
about to explode.
Nublar. Okay, it's the location of Jurassic Park and Jurassic World. They built one on top of the other, like Rome. And
Not Pompeii.
I think every major European city is basically built on top of itself.
Hey, chat, how long do you suppose it is until he finally realizes that I've been derailing him on purpose?
It's gonna take a while. Because this island is full of dinosaurs.
And the dinosaurs are going to explode.
And the dinosaurs are going to explode. But the really interesting thing is that Jurassic World Fallen Kingdom, aka Jurassic Park 5, aka I just hit a dinosaur with my car, is that you can be a dinosaur can be touched by lava and not die. They can directly touch lava and not die. The dinosaurs on the island that are about to explode can touch lava and not die because Fallen Kingdom does this thing that I love. As I mentioned, I don't respect canon. I think you should be allowed to like add in species between movies and pretend they were there the whole time. And that's exactly what Fallen Kingdom does. Fallen Kingdom adds an animal called Baryonyx, which is a relative of okay. I think the mission may be progressing. I got a different piece of flavor text that time. So we're on the island, and there's this animal called Baryonyx, which is a relative of Spinosaurus. It's a Spinosaur. It's in that family, but they're kind of built a little bit different. So they don't have that.
Different.
They don't have that like sail on the back. They're not quite as large. They tend to have kind of long, slender snout. And Baryonyx is named Heavy Claw, is what that name translates to. And it refers to the really large claws on its hands. Baryonyx in Jurassic Park 5 does not look particularly close to what an actual Baryonyx looks like. They kind of just made it a two-legged crocodile. And as I mentioned, one of the things that the early Jurassic Park movies did really well was differentiating their animals based off of the sounds that they make, so that even if you can't visually tell apart a bunch of dinosaurs that look identical, you know that they sound different, and therefore they may have different abilities that you have to be concerned about. Baryonyx just looks like a two-legged crocodile. It sounds like a two-legged crocodile. It's really nothing special. They put in a new Spinosaur. Cool. Ooh, they did it. But it can touch lava, because this island that's about to explode is having lava dripping everywhere. And as our intrepid heroes are going deep into the bowels of Jurassic Park 5 in order to retrieve genetic information they can use to clone... They're going to rescue... And the island's about to explode. And
you can actually hear the moment that he short-circuited.
So, yeah, the animal can walk through lava. There's lava falls on its head.
So Fox, tell me,
what?
As a content creator,
what?
Are you the type that will go back and watch your own content?
I hope not.
Yeah, I hope not too.
I tend not to, because I don't like it, so I don't have any... I don't suspect that I'm going to do it with this. Particularly because I'm currently stuck in a nightmare loop where I cannot get this mission to complete, and I cannot for the life of me explain the plot of this
Okay.
fucking movie.
Both you and your brain and this game are stuck in Groundhog Day.
Yeah. Which makes for great content.
It does. It
So-
does.
So, oh
Expect
no,
to be at the
don't-
top of YouTube Shorts by the end of tomorrow.
That would, hey, if you want to make TikToks out of my stuff, go right ahead. Because clearly I do not have the discipline to force myself to do it quite yet. Everyone's asleep. Everyone's taking a little nappy nap.
It's not because you just drove through and headshotted them all.
I didn't shoot anybody in this mission. There's also, like, in some of the pre-productions for this show, they have shots of, like, a Teratophonius skeleton, which is kind of cool because Teratophonius is a Campanian Tyrannosaur. Ooh, I work in the Campanian. Maybe we'll finally get representation of animals that, like, I work on, or look like animals that I work with. Isn't that fun, right? The whole reason paleontologists are supposed to love Jurassic World is that it, like, represents things that we care about and puts them in the flesh and whatever. So Jurassic Park 5 is about to explode, and it finally does actually explode. There's just this big explosion, and Claire Deering and her shitty boyfriend, Chris Pratt, are attempting to outrun not only a stampede of dinosaurs, but also a pyroclastic flow. And for those unfamiliar with, like, volcanics, a pyroclastic flow is this, like, superheated, extremely dense cloud of, like, rock and ash that moves far faster than a human being could. And Christopher Jurassic Park 5 is simply able to run so fast that he outruns it. And then he jumps directly into the ocean. And he has no problem with that. Claire Deering and her little nerd, like, sidekick end up in one of those hamster balls that Jurassic World is known for. They're like using it to escape the explosion, and they end up also falling into the ocean, but now they can't get out. And so Chris Pratt, who has just outrun a pyroclastic flow,
Explodes.
he uses his knife. Well, first he uses a gun underwater and shoots a hole in the gyrosphere. That doesn't do anything. So he then uses his knife to kind of, like, pop out a section of glass. This is, like, fully, like, multiple minutes of, like, submersion underwater, right? So all tension has basically been lost at this point. Because we just watched a guy outrun a volcano and jump into the ocean. This scene also includes the series debut of, finally, Carnotaurus, and a Belosaurid finally makes it on the big screen. And it doesn't look that bad. It's actually quite a good model, all things considered. And it is almost immediately killed by T-Rex. Who, in classic style, you can sense coming from far away with the little, like... I say this as I'm literally getting chased. I don't care. I can just get a new car, dumbass. In all the movies, they show, like, oh, you can tell it's coming because the footprints, right? The vibration in the water. And there are so many times in the movies where it literally appears out of nowhere. Like, the universe... What makes it not a great monster movie is the fact that it is not good about sticking to its own rules, right? The rule is T-Rex can't see you if you don't move. First of all, I don't know if I've said this yet. There's absolutely no reason to believe that, okay? There's no reason to assume that that's not, like, a scientific theory. That is just something that was made up for the movie, right? We're adding rules to the way that the animals behave so that there's, like, a plausible way for characters to survive. If you stand still, it can't see you. except that it's also extremely well established to have a strong sense of smell. So just standing still right in front of it should not save you, and yet occasionally it does. But also, no one ever stands still. They just immediately start running. So there's never, like, an extremely tense situation where they're just, like, everyone has the discipline to stand still and not run. And they're, like, actually put this theory to the test, right? If Alan Grant, who confidently states from the beginning, it has vision based off of movement, it can't see you if you don't move, if, like... if they pull like a Squid Game level of like eliminations, right? If you literally have to stand still or it will slaughter you, and then they move on from there, like that would be a cool moment with some tension, right? This never happens in any of these 6 movies. Basically, they throw out like, if you don't move, they can't see you. Sometimes they'll stand still for a little while, and other times they just run. The effect is always the same. It's a never-ending chase sequence. These entire movies don't have any plot. It's just chase sequences. So the island's about to explode.
I am truly amazed that this stream has been going on for 7 hours, and as far as I can tell, you have quite legitimately been talking about the lore of Jurassic Park.
And to some degree, the lore of paleontology itself.
It's basically the same thing, right?
Girl, I'm gonna...
I'm gonna get myself banned.
Girl, I'm gonna... You see what I'm doing to these guys right now?
Siri, well, oh, yep, there, yep, you just hit him, okay. Actually, that one you just hit with your car, and he just, like, bounced off.
Yeah, some of them are big enough that you can hit them with your car, and they're basically fine. Yeah, this mission's bugged out, so I'm not gonna feel bad about not finishing it. So they've now washed up on shore, after they've escaped the island, which is still exploding, and it turns out there's these evil mercenaries that have shown up to the island also, and they're there to take the dinosaurs away so that they can be sold, which would be shocking if it hadn't literally happened in the same movie canon. Oh my god.
I'm watching you, Wazowski.
I'm watching you. If it hadn't literally happened in the same film canon, like literally less than 10 years previously. So anyway, Chris Pratt gets shot with a tranquilizer. This actually happens before the chase scene, but whatever. He gets shot with a tranquilizer and does like silly gymnastics to avoid getting melted by lava. He doesn't get affected by like the radiating heat of magma at all. It's just there's lava. They basically treat it like hot water, like ooh, ow, ah. A little bit got on my head, but that's okay. It didn't, like, literally burn a hole through my skull or anything. Anyway, Baryonyx is apparently immune to lava. I think that's really cool. So the evil corporation are collecting dinosaurs. I gotta just blow my car up and get this over with. They're stealing dinosaurs, there's this epic explosion, and our heroes basically hijack a car and drive it from a loading dock onto a moving ship and are able to immediately mask themselves, because again, they're being hunted, right? They're being hunted by these mercenaries, and they jump a vehicle onto a moving boat and immediately blend in. I'm just not even going to interrogate that too much. And then they turn around and they show... Whoops, my pop filter has fallen down. They show the island is exploding, and chasing after the boat on the dock is a Brachiosaurus. And according to the director of the movie, it is the same Brachiosaurus, canonically, that you see in the very first movie. That first intro scene, the big long-necked dinosaur, it shows up, it's beautiful. This is its death. You get to see that what is allegedly the exact same animal basically get melted by the pyroclastic flow that Chris Pratt previously just kind of outrun. Anyway, there's a surprising amount of like violence against animals in these movies as well, which is strange. It's just kind of strange. But anyway, this movie is awesome because it's really stupid. And it gets stupid because the second half of the movie is basically a monster movie in a mystery manner. And you're introduced to this little girl named Maisie Lockwood. And Maisie Lockwood is the only good child character that these movies have ever had. Just because, like, she's not written super terribly, and her actress is fairly competent at her job. She's well directed. So, Maisie Lockwood is the granddaughter of Benjamin Lockwood, who is the secret co-founder of InGen that was never addressed until this movie. And he's dying of old man disease, right? He's old. So he's really old. And there's dinosaurs on this island that are about to explode. And he feels bad because he's partially responsible for them, and he wants to give a place for them to live. And so he basically offers up his estate in Northern California. So again, we've already done this plot point where they're going to bring dinosaurs from the island to California. And basically his solution is, let's not put them in San Diego. We're going to put them in like NorCal. And that's going to fix the problem. We're just going to have a big preserve out there. They're going to live their own lives. It's going to be fantastic. Well, it turns out, again, that these evil mercenaries are not taking these dinosaurs to Benjamin Lockwood's estate. They are selling them to the highest bidder. Wah, wah. And Maisie Lockwood discovers this, and also discovers that she is a clone of her dead mother. Wow. So the human DNA thing was reworked into this sequel series after all. Surprise, Maisie Lockwood is a clone of her mother, and dad, like, her mom died of, like, disease, and he clones her and raises her as his granddaughter, which is really cool and not gross and creepy. So she discovers all this. She also discovers that, oh my god, there's another hybrid, guys. There's another hybrid. And it is the Indoraptor. So it's not Indominus, and it's not a raptor. It is the same thing but slightly smaller. And also it's a little bit scrunkly. It's got, like, scale falling off disease, so you see it, like, fall apart, kind of. It's hard to explain, but, like, it's just generally given this, like, veneer of being a poorly put together animal, and it's quite strange. I'm now filling my late Cretaceous pen with all these idiots, including these guys who are just going to, like, hang out in the corner. Pachycephalosaurus, another Pachycephalosaur, obviously. They're cool. I wish I would find one of these guys out in the Menifee, because their entire head is just like 8 inches of reinforced bone, and you would think that those would be fairly common to find because they're so, like, thick. But hasn't happened yet. Oh well. Good night, guys. Good night. So the island's about to explode. Actually, the island already exploded, and now we have all of these guys in Northern California, and they start getting auctioned off. And also, there's the Indominus. The Indoraptor. There's an entirely new, genetically created animal that is a weapon that is going to be used by the U.S. military, but it's not ready yet because it needs a mother. It's just too crazy, it's too violent, it needs to imprint on something, and so we're going to give it a mommy. And so the whole reason why those mercenaries, or one of the big reasons why those mercenaries went to the island, is to recapture Blue, which is one of the velociraptors that Chris Pratt was able to kind of train and ride his motorcycle with. All of those raptors are given names. It's like Blue, Delta, Charlie, whatever. I really don't agree with the drive to make, like, individual dinosaurs active like characters in this. I think it crosses the line into, like, way too campy and unserious to try to, like, make they have, like, emotional, like, exchanges between the raptor, which is an unfeeling killing machine by design, not natural selection, but by human design, right? It is at this point, by the way, established that, like, people, obviously in 2015, people well know that dinosaurs are supposed to have feathers. And this is well into the era where Jurassic Park, like, lore apologists will start to explain that, like, well, no, you know, they're very clear about the fact in this series that these aren't animals, these are monsters, and so we can't expect them to be anything like the real world counterparts. So basically, any, you know, interrogation onto, like, hey, so Jurassic Park was built a second time, why is it that all of the animals have the exact same inaccuracies they had in 1993? Well, they're made with frog DNA, so they're not actual animals, they're theme park monsters. Great, it's not a compelling reason, I guess. But unfortunately, when they do finally attempt feathered dinosaurs, it doesn't look very good, so I guess I shouldn't really say anything. Anyway, I'm getting ahead of myself. Everything goes exactly as you would expect it to. The Indoraptor breaks out, the dinosaurs being auctioned off break out. Interestingly, in the actual movie, the dinosaurs are being auctioned off for, like, a couple million apiece. When, like, in the real world, actual dinosaur skeletons, even when they're primarily, like, composite, or, you know, at these high-profile auctions where stuff is, like, it's the jumbled together bits of, like, 10 different animals, and half of it is replica anyway, those auction for, like, tens of millions, you know? So the idea that, like, a real living dinosaur or something that is transparently just going to be harvested for its DNA is only fetching a couple million is just strange. Like, it would have taken barely any effort to just, like, yeah, they go for 100 million, right? It's just strange. Again, one of the things that they could have put any amount of thought into and just didn't. We need to start filling this with more guys. Let's put in some Edmontosaurus. Let's see, rest area. Sandwiches, roast burger, dino dog, a hot dog and salad for $36. What else are you gonna do, huh? Starve? At the end of this movie, which is extremely fun to watch and extremely stupid, the one where there's dinosaurs on the island and the island is about to explode, is that, let's see, Raptor, Ceratosaurus. I'm going to put some Dilophosaurus in here. show these guys some love, even though I hate the Jurassic Park version of Dilophosaurus. Because it's not even a little bit close to what it's supposed to be. Anyway, they get into the situation where Maisie Lockwood, who again has just been outed as a human clone, so, you know, the lid on that has just been opened, right? Here's Dilophosaurus. It is both too small and too frilled to be in any way accurate to the real animal, but we've already complained about this. I'm just going to move on. They do make very cute little... The noises that they make sound quite a bit like the noises my cat makes. Just tiny,
Really?
extremely high-pitched, like... Eek. I'll be quiet for a second and see if you can hear it. Did you catch it?
I think I did.
Look at these guys. I always make the mistake of trying to cohabitate them with, like, Ceratosaurus or something, and then they literally run around panicking until they have a heart attack. Which I think is kind of relatable.
I too love to run around until I have a heart attack.
It's got Brucetti. So we get to the end of the movie where the island is about to explode, the dinosaurs on the island. They go to California instead. But now they're all trapped in a basement. And also there's a neurotoxin leaking into the basement. It's going to kill all the dinosaurs. Unless someone hits the escape hatch, right? So someone has to, like, hit the thing that will let all of the dinosaurs out loose into the wild. As we've already established, like, these animals will take off and breed on their own and establish their own populations if you let them out. No attempt to, like, there's basically no way, like, they didn't figure out how to stop them from doing that, from changing sex and reproducing. I don't think they even necessarily say in Jurassic World if, like, they tried to make them all female again. I presume they would have, but clearly it didn't work because, spoiler alert, immediately after this movie they start breeding in the wild again. This dude lives a wonderful life of just kind of killing cows and eating raw beef all day. Not a bad life.
I think we should triple the park's cow output.
Okay. I think that's a reasonable thing to want to do.
Just converting this dinosaur park into a cow dispenser.
A cow dispensary? We'd make a fortune on beef. Are you dead? No, you're just sleeping. So, everyone's basically like, damn, this is such a difficult trolley of a problem. And Maisie Lockwood is like, well, no, it's not, because I'm a clone, and so are they. So, like, if their life isn't worth anything, then my life's not worth anything, so I am gonna let these dinosaurs the fuck out, and they're just gonna hang out in California now. And in basically no time, I think at the end of the same movie, they show animals just kind of like wild in America and across the world. So she lets them out, and they're all like, well, what are you gonna do? She's also a clone. That's kind of clone stuff. Clones be cloning, I suppose. Bryce Dallas Howard and Chris Pratt, despite the fact that they have this utterly dull and completely unnecessary on-again, off-again relationship that nobody cares about, decide that, like, you know what? We're going to adopt this clone. We're going to be your clone mom and your clone dad.
So nice of them.
So nice of them to invite a child into this unstable, unhealthy relationship. Such a great thing to do. And that's Jurassic Park 5.
Wow.
And that took so long to try to explain. But we're getting so close because there's only 6 of these movies, and there's only 1 left.
There's only one.
This is Carcharodontosaurus. This is another animal that never appears in the film canon, or I believe anywhere else. But it's a very large carnivorous dinosaur, and so, of course, it is in this game.
Hell yeah.
I have a tooth of one of these guys sitting in my cabinet, which is cool.
Nice. The big guys.
One of the big guys.
The fellows.
Did you know that there's actually a Jurassic Park 5.5?
No, there isn't.
Yeah, there is. And what if I told you it's actually my favorite film of the series? What? So, on YouTube.com, which is the exact platform that you are watching this live stream on right now, presumably, there is a short film called Battle for Big Rock. And it's only like...
It's not called Battle for Big Rock.
I think it's called Battle for Big Rock or Battle at Big Rock. I forget which. It takes place at Big Rock National Park in California. And it is 10 minutes long. It has character development. It has family.
I see it. Battle at Big Rock, an all-new short film, Jurassic World, 3 years ago.
Yep. So it's only 10 minutes long.
The second recommended video is the trailer uploaded by a channel named Smeagol.
Oh no.
What's
Get
he
to
doing
high
here?
ground.
The unexpected crossover we didn't know we needed. I'm also getting recommended like one of those like randomly generated ads, but this one is a picture of some duckbill dinosaur, and it says, "What dinosaur are you?" Everyone has a dinosaur similar to them. I'm assuming it's supposed to be like a quiz.
The personality quiz.
Yeah. Should I take it? Should I find out what dinosaur I am?
I think you should, just because that conveniently gives me a window to take another quick break.
Okay.
Okay. I'm gonna save, and I'm just gonna let the park run for approximately the amount of time it takes to do a personality test, and we're gonna see if anything explodes. Sounds good?
Yeah, I don't know how many questions there are, but we'll try. So,
We'll try. I'll be
first
quick.
question is, what's your favorite food? Hamburger, sushi, broccoli, veggie burger, pizza, or popcorn? I guess of those, I really like sushi, and I don't have. Yeah, I'll do sushi. Do you wish you could fly? Gliding is better. No, I'm scared of heights. Yes, all day long. I'm a runner. I would rather swim or not really. Well, I did do cross country and track, so I guess I have to say I'm a runner. Are you a loner or social? I need to be alone sometimes. Where's my tribe at? I love my friends. A bit of both. I can't stand to be alone. Loner all day. I guess I'll say I love my friends. Are you a vegetarian? Only on Sundays. Yes. I drink raw blood. No, but I love veggies. Not really, and once in a while. No, but I love veggies, I guess. Uh-oh. If you were a dinosaur, would you be more furry or more feathery? But the options are bald as a bowling ball, definitely furry, no idea, not plucking this chicken, feathered like a boa, or a bit of both. I'm just gonna say no idea, man. Is your personality prickly? When I need to be, only at work, only if you cross me, maybe if I'm in a bad mood, all day back off. No, I'm soft and sweet. Say only if you cross me. Do you tend to withdraw into your... Just shut up and give me the spotlight. I need a protective blanket. Yes, I'm antisocial. I'm happier alone. Not really, but sometimes I'm open about my vulnerabilities. I'll say not really, but sometimes. Do you like to swim? I'm scared of drowning. I prefer running. Yes, I'm fully aquatic. Not very often. I hate getting wet and only when it's hot out. I prefer running. Ooh, do you like gossip? Do you want to know what other dinosaurs are up to? I like to listen but don't spread it. I tend to poke my head into others' business. You can tell me, I'll keep a secret. Come on, spill the beans already. No, I mind my own business, or I love to chat about people. Literally 5 of these 6 answers are identical. I like to listen, but I don't spread it. Do you practice good personal hygiene? Only when I start to smell. I'm fresh and clean like $1,000,000. Yes, I bathe daily. I bathe every other day or so. What's hygiene? I don't like soap. It's a chemical. Well, I do shower every day, so I guess I'll do the daily one. How do you react in emergencies? I run away, I keep it cool, I totally freak out, I get even more focused, I get nervous, I am a natural leader. I mean, what do they mean by an emergency? Like, if I'm getting chased by a dinosaur, it's a different type of emergency than like a hurricane. I usually keep it cool, I think. Are you a night owl? I can go till midnight. I'm best in the late night. I don't sleep at all. I occasionally stay up late. I don't sleep till the sun comes up. Nope, I'm an early bird. I occasionally stay up late. Do you like being the center of attention? Didn't they already ask this question? Sometimes I do. I rarely go at all. I get nervous. They spelled nervous wrong. I like to have my turn for sure. No, I prefer to slip away. And yes, always. Center of attention. I kind of want to do the nervous one just because it's misspelled. Do you like to dominate others? I just naturally am a leader. I don't do relationships, only if they mess with me. I would rather be dominated. No, I prefer an equal relationship, or yes, I am the king. I don't know if I want to answer this one out loud. Do you consider yourself a headstrong dinosaur? Yes, and I have the scars to prove it. The most you'll ever meet, only when I need to get my way. How else do you survive the Jurassic age? Oh, fuck. Oops. I went back by accident. Okay, here we go. Yes, but I also know how to back down. Pretty much the opposite. I'm a doormat. Headstrong. Are you a city dweller? I never go to big cities. I love urban life, but there needs to be some open space. Small cities are fine, yes, and the bigger the better. I prefer small towns, or cities make me claustrophobic, and I'm pretty sure they also spelled claustrophobic wrong. Well, I do like a little combination of both, big city and open space. So I'll do that one. Do you like cold weather? How many fucking questions are there? Okay, I'm just gonna ask the questions out loud. I'm not reading six options every time.
I'm almost done. I'll be right there.
Okay, what's my favorite color? Yellow. Do you like kids? Okay, these answers are good. Can't stand them. 1 or 2. Don't want any. I want a tribe. Other people's kids. And for dinner, yes. What's your favorite animal? Cats. I'm scared of animals. Turtles. Cute and fuzzy ones. I don't do pets, or all of them taste good. No dog option. No fish or bird or anything. Just cats. I hate animals. Turtles. Fuzzy ones. I hate animals, and I hate animals. What great options we have. I like cute and fuzzy ones, I guess. Do you like to stay active? You would be surprised. What's your zodiac sign? And they provide literally 6 options. Leo, Gemini, Scorpio, Aries, Capricorn, and Taurus. Do you take good care of your dinosaur teeth? Are you easily entertained? They spelled occasional wrong, but not adrenaline. Amazing. How is your sense of direction?
Hi guys.
Do you have a romantic soul?
Me?
That's what the question is asking.
I don't know if that's an appropriate question to be asking your roommate. I don't know. I would say that I'm very romantic.
Do you like to dance?
Only when no one's watching. Are we still doing our dinosaur persona?
Yes, there's so many fucking questions. Do you get along with your family?
That sounds loaded.
One of the answers is I had them for lunch. What's your favorite kind of art? Here's the options. Realism. I like abstract art. Video games. Comic books. Kids cartoons and horror movies. I don't know. I guess of these I like video games. Who is your favorite movie star?
Fence break.
Michelle Pfeiffer, George Clooney, Jim Belushi, Keanu Reeves, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Foxy Brown. Who the fuck?
Oh, you know.
I don't know. George Clooney's been in a few movies I really like, so I guess I'll choose him. Yo, you're a Triceratops. Even-tempered yet ready to stand up for their rights, Triceratops are kind of people that work for just causes and like to help other people out. Wow.
I don't know if that.
Actually,
it's completely accurate. Go to sleep now.
I think it is completely Oops. Fuck. I accidentally closed it out of the stream. No. There we go.
Welcome back. Rita asks, what happened to the education stream? I feel like I left to have a panic attack and the stream changed tone completely. First of all, what happened is that alcohol does something really interesting to the brain where it makes you stupid. Since I'm not ingested any alcohol, there's really no reason to be concerned about that. trying to explain the plot of Jurassic Park 5 apparently broke my mind. It was a hurdle that I was having a hard time going over, and so we need a little bit of comic relief to help heal the trauma. But I'm not quite up to trying to explain Jurassic Park 6, which is the least favorite of any of these. And yeah, I'm not ready to go there. So we're doing a little personality test. I do have extra topics, including briefly saying that if you were expecting me in this stream to address basically anything that happens in Camp Cretaceous, I'm not going to, because I haven't watched it, and I'm not going to. Camp Cretaceous is a Netflix original series that adapts Jurassic World for children, so you can kind of already see why I wouldn't want to watch this. I genuinely gave it a shot, but like within the first 5 minutes, it's established that like there's a Jurassic Park game that if you play it really well, you get a free trip to Jurassic Park or something, and and it's literally like a Charlie and the Chocolate Factory thing where like the one super fan gets it, but also like the rich girl, and she's a social media influencer, and also the rich boy, and I was just like, I'm not doing this.
Okay. Uno reverse card. I need you to stall for time. I need to pee.
Okay, sounds good. So here's what I know about Camp Cretaceous. It apparently includes shit, we got a rampage again. Damn. Where's the rampage? Did you do that again? Who's rampaging? I think we're fine. Oh wait, it's this guy. Is it the raptor again? What's your dealio? Oh no, are you stressed out because you killed your entire family and now you're lonely? Does that sound like my problem? Okay, we're just gonna shoot this guy a little bit until he calms down. I better not hear anything about this in chat. There we go. Nap time. Guys. We've got drama with a desperately ill computer. So basically, there's an island. And on this island are all your hopes and dreams. And I take those hopes and dreams, and I squish them up in my hands. And I crush them up, and I ball it up like a piece of paper, and I throw it in the trash. And then I
Does the island explode?
And then the island explodes. And that's the meaning of life, I think. Let's see. Large herbivore. We've still got some species that haven't been unlocked yet. I gotta step this up if I want to sleep anytime soon. Because there will be no follow-up stream We're doing pretty well so far. Except for the occasional rampage, there's not been an issue with tornadoes. I think maybe just for funsies, I might set off a tornado again as kind of a way to, once we've got everything all made, just to destroy it again. We create and then we destroy, such as life. And then they're on the island. And the island explodes. So, Camp Cretaceous is not a show that I'm going to watch, because when a Gen Z appears in media and they are a blogging influencer, high fashion mega bitch, I completely lose all interest. I'm just like, no, I don't need this. This isn't, I don't need this. But I will note, you know what, I'm gonna put an observation dome. I haven't really utilized these anywhere, but they're kind of weird. So you got, like, I'm about to sneeze. So you've got this little entrance, right?
Bless you.
View, and you can look at, oh my god, how cool is this? Look at this view. Okay, I'm gonna try the next view. Oh my god, this one's exactly the same. We can't see anything. Oh, there they are. Our girl bosses. The one thing that I'll note about Camp Cretaceous is that it does contain the one and only appearance of its own unique hybrid called Scorpius Rex, which is venomous and has a stinger. And he's kind of a little chupacabra looking guy. And, okay. The sequel movies pretty quickly set out, like, they established after Fallen Kingdom, which was, again, not a well-received movie. Again, it took me about an hour just to kind of speak in broad strokes about the plot, which is about half the runtime of said movie. So it's really kind of a mess. I think it's incredibly fun to watch, but basically in order to shore up, like, okay, we know we're gonna do another trilogy. You can't stop this third Jurassic World movie if you wanted to. You can't stop this train. So it's gonna happen, but we're not gonna do any more hybrids. Is like the first thing that they promise. So Camp Cretaceous has its little hybrid. Good for Camp Cretaceous. I am not watching a Netflix animated series for children, especially when it's Jurassic World, which is, as I think, I don't know if this is getting across, is just not my favorite thing. Viewing platform. Here we go. Wasted potential, squandered opportunities. I hate Jurassic Park because it reminds me of myself. Small herbivore, carnivore. Let's get some Ceratosaurus in here. They deserve it. Like paleotrees. Whee! Just a few more species. I'm gonna cross off Camp Cretaceous. Jurassic Park the game. Did you know that there's actually an additional Jurassic Park game? Is made by Telltale, the Click and Point Adventure Company, which gained like quite a bit of notoriety for their adaptation of The Walking Dead and their original story, The Wolf Among Us, which I have actually still yet to play. They made a Jurassic Park game. I played it. I barely remember anything about it, but there's a couple of things that stand out. It actually features a Costa Rican character, which is, I mean, like, and not just like there's a Costa Rican in the game, but like there's an actual like local who is a character, like a named character. You would think that would have happened before the Telltale adaptation. And I don't really remember anything about her. I think she might be ex-military as well, so again, just kind of not an interesting character. She does have this kind of... She makes this comment as they're trying to kind of navigate their way around Jurassic Park for whatever reason. They're on the island, I don't remember why. But they... there we go. There's our Ceratosaurus. Ceratosaurus appears very briefly in Jurassic Park 3. It wanders out of the jungle, smells a giant pile of shit, and then walks back into the jungle, and that is the entire canon cinematic appearance of this animal. The real Ceratosaurus is slightly more interesting. It is on the small side as a carnivore in its ecosystem, so it would have lived alongside Allosaurus and the very large Torvosaurus. But it's still bigger than some of the smaller forms like Ornitholestes. I would guess Ceratosaurus, as a smaller bodied animal, is probably we talk about in Morrison ecosystems, and in this ecosystem that includes where did they go? Camarasaurus, Stegosaurus, yeah, these guys. So in an ecosystem that includes all of these very large animals, you have to kind of wonder what on earth are the small carnivores like eating? And the answer is that nature is all about baby killing. So, there's still lots of study to be done on Jurassic ecosystems, but I would wager it's quite likely that Ceratosaurus, as a predator, is probably just massacring sauropod babies at any chance that it gets. Because they don't have natural defenses. They're not fast, they're not smart, they don't have armor. So a young sauropod in its first couple years of life is basically a walking buffet. There's also, again, smaller critters like Dryosaurus, I think, is in this same Morrison environment. So they're probably eating a mixture of small animals, which include fully grown forms and babies. Chat says 5 watching. Folks, I'm here on my laptop. She is working. She is new. She is not lagging at all. That is excellent. I'm so happy for you. And that sets a good tone for, let's see. Okay, Jurassic Park the game. This Costa Rican character makes an offhand remark about how one of her escape routes that they're taking used to be like 1,000 or so year old goat trail on the island of Isla Nublar by like its original inhabitants, and that is the one and only time I think it's ever acknowledged in canon that like, these islands probably used to belong to people. It's off the coast of Costa Rica. They mention several times that they want to work with the Costa Rican government, but there's very little acknowledgement as to how these islands got into the possession of InGen and John Hammond in the first place. And that small piece of dialogue sticks to me because it acknowledges that, like, there were goat herders on this island long before it was turned into a theme park, and that is an angle that has, as far as I know, never been addressed. Again, if something comes up in Camp Cretaceous, don't tell me about it. Like, I'm not going to watch it just because it addresses something in canon. I don't consider it canon because canon is what I watch, and I'm not going to watch it. So we're gonna cross Jurassic Park the game off the list. I guess I'll also throw out that in Jurassic Park the game, their Troodon are have like giant glowing eyes, which is kind of weird. They tried to give a new like animal some kind of unique feature, so again, I can like my objection to the series is not the inaccuracies, it's kind of the way it's proven itself completely inflexible to adapting to new understandings when they conflict with its own level of with its own franchising. Like it's this complex and like self-contradictory model of something that wants to criticize capitalism and franchise and like comment on environmentalism, but is purely a vehicle for money for Universal Studios. And I cannot emphasize enough how much it does not help the field of paleontology. I think a lot of the time people are just kind of wishfully thinking that it does, but it's not like we see a noticeable uptick in like museum sales when these movies come out, right? It's extremely hard to keep a museum running. It's financially very costly to do so, and there are a lot of museums that are in danger over the next 50 years because they're struggling to find money. And if those museums house collections, those collections are at risk of being basically auctioned off or lost as private property. And paleontologists themselves, there are people who are at the very top of this field, at the apex of what they do, who have to resort to GoFundMe for healthcare. So there's very few people who are like financially stable or well off in this field. I'm definitely not one of them. I try to be very open about the privileges that I have and the opportunities that I've taken advantage of, but it is impossible for me to see this billion-dollar franchise that does not take particularly careful means to cover natural history with respect, when I have to worry about like where my next paycheck is going to be. I'm certainly not going to spend any amount of my time like defending your franchise and like trying to tie it into what I do as like a mutual benefit when like we don't see benefit, right? Jurassic World Dominion did not raise money for, again, it would be so easy to throw $100,000 could build a new museum somewhere, right? $100,000 could create travel grants for probably dozens of different students to get them to somewhere like SVP, and going to conferences and doing field work is what got me into paleontology, not Jurassic Park. So again, if there actually was some kind of pipeline and some kind of link that was bringing people from the movie theater into the laboratory, there would be an exchange of money, right? That's just how this works. Paleontology does not have a built-in it doesn't have a built-in way to raise funds, basically. If you're not selling fossils, which very, very few paleontologists do, I would say, most engaged with this in an academic sense and not in a commercial sense, but there are still plenty who do engage in a commercial sense. These guys are going to murder each other. Let's watch these two guys kill each other. And it just makes it so much more... Like, it could not be more upfront about what it is, that the plot of multiple of these movies involves people swindling paleontologists by waving money in front of their face that they never actually see, right? At this point, I'm sure I've said that multiple times. I'm actually not gonna shoot it. Actually, I am gonna shoot it. I'm gonna immediately contradict myself. I'm going to knock off a few more things on my list by bringing up what I would consider to be like an early 2000s or late 90s media that actually did, in my experience, inspire people to become paleontologists. And that would be it's a 1999 documentary called Walking with Dinosaurs. And it's a BBC affair that I think was first of its kind, that basically went around and filmed in like nature, filmed blank landscapes, and digitally animated dinosaurs into it to tell the same kind of nature documentary stories that you see on like Planet Earth. And this is such a different approach to like representing natural historical narratives, in that it actually gives room to tell stories about these animals and their lives and the kind of like environments and ecologies that they were adapted for. You start actually answering the questions people ask when they see an animal that looks like this, you know? Why does it look like that? Why is it built that way? And Walking with Dinosaurs first started airing, I think, in May of 1999, so I would have been 1 month old at that point. And the first episode, which is based off of the late Triassic, is based in Arizona. And so there was something, you know, some people in my field, and it's not a bad thing, I'm not trying to diss you, if, you know, seeing that Brachiosaurus at the opening of Jurassic Park got you into this stuff. If that's what did it, that's great. Again, I'm not trying to take that away from you, but it is far from the only experience that people have, and I think it's important to point out that like what got me as someone terminally inflicted with, you know, an interest in natural history and a desire to study ancient things was the fact that I saw somewhere close to home animals that would have lived where I grew up shown on screen and in a lifelike way. That, yeah, in 1999, again, the CGI was not fantastic. There's a lot of those episodes that's basically hand puppets, which is extremely obvious. Again, when you watch it now, years and years later, as screen resolution has gotten better, it's been more difficult to like hide, you know, CGI and stuff. So the puppetry is more obvious. There's things that, again, have not aged well, because in any like reconstruction of the ancient Earth, you're going to have to make some inferences, and sometimes those inferences are later contradicted by actual hard evidence, and that's okay. I would not hold it against Jurassic Park for not aging 100% perfectly, because nothing ever will. Prehistoric Planet will not age perfectly. There will be things about it that are eventually overturned, and that's okay. Yeah, so I was just talking about Walking with Dinosaurs. Seeing that when I was a little kid, I would say that and some books that I read, some just really cheap kind of hand guides, is what really showed me that there was a lot more to this than anyone had really implied before. Because Jurassic Park presents itself as the be-all, end-all, and it sucks the oxygen out of the room, sometimes I wonder if, like, the average person is aware that there are literally hundreds and hundreds of dinosaur species that they have never, ever seen on screen. And that it's a conscious decision, basically, by people who choose to involve themselves in natural history media to always show the same stuff over and over again, because they presume average audiences want the same thing over and over again. I'm not sure why these brachiosaurs are having seizures. But we're going to shoot it until it feels better. I have not seen the movie Dinosaur, released in the year 2000. Is it good? I'm guessing probably not. I'm not shooting him. He's fine. Everything's gonna be okay. I might shoot someone else, though. I'm just gonna shoot these guys with hearts, because I love them so much. Part of what keeps people going and invested in ongoing franchises like these is the possibility of what could come next. It was really exciting when I was in theaters watching Fallen Kingdom, which I think I saw in theaters 2, if not 3 times, which is kind of absurd, and I shouldn't admit to that, but I did. And the first time I saw it, I saw there's like a flash of a briefcase where they're showing like stolen embryos, and one of them I saw the name Dreadnoughtus, and I instantly recognized it, like, oh, that's not something that's been in this series yet, right? Dreadnoughtus had only been released it had only been published on a couple of years prior, and so it was cool to see like what might eventually be translated onto the big screen. Dreadnoughtus does make it into Jurassic Park 6, and it's okay, I guess. It's okay. But it was really fun to see that it could be, it could make an appearance. It was really fun in what I presume people who enjoy the Avengers feel when, they watch like an end credits and they see like half of someone's cape and they're like, oh my god, I know exactly what this is. I know what the next movie's going to be about. It kind of got that feeling, and it gave me an empathy for people who enjoy the Avengers, which is not something I expected to ever have. But my patience wears thin just because, they do shove new animals into the successive stuff. Jurassic Park 6 actually has a bunch of new animals introduced. It's just that, most of them aren't even close to what they're supposed to look like. Yes, if you have to ask the question, are those dinos 69ing? The answer is always yes. It's because they're in love, and 69ing is the Christian thing to do. Let's breed some Albertosaurus. I don't remember if these guys get along with other members of their kind, so we're just going to have to figure that out. I also have definitely noticed that these lazy asses will not go anywhere else except this entrance area, which might be my fault as a park manager, but I strongly believe it's actually their fault. I also don't know why all these guys are congregating in this corner. It kind of bothers me, but I'm not going to do anything about it. I'd also like to give a shout out, because it's on my list, to a little series called Prehistoric Park, which was something like a counter to Jurassic Park and was never anywhere near as popular, but really scratched an itch that I felt needed to be addressed as kind of like the wish fulfillment. Like, God, if only someone who had like an ounce of like animal husbandry in their bodies was in charge of Jurassic Park. And so Prehistoric Park is a short series produced by BBC using basically the same assets as Walking with Dinosaurs. So the BBC basically commissioned and created these models and then was able to reuse those assets both as they were and in iterative changes in order to represent new species, and was able to basically, produce a great amount of natural history content in a way that, like, because the Jurassic, in a way that the Jurassic franchise never could, because they're so controlled, and because we had two helicopters synchronizing there. That was weird. Do you remember at the beginning of Jurassic Park 1 where Alan Grant literally, like, runs directly towards a landing helicopter, which is something you should never, ever, ever do? I'm not going to shoot this guy.
Remember, kids, if you see a helicopter landing, it's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so you should run as close to the helicopter's landing site as possible to get as good a view as possible.
Yeah, because when are you ever going to see a helicopter again, right?
Exactly.
Here we go. These guys have extremely annoying screams. They're kind of cute, though. So Albertosaurus is a tyrannosaur. It would have lived fairly close in time to T-Rex, but it is significantly smaller and more slender. I may or may not have mentioned this at some point in the stream, but when tyrannosaurs reach basically the apex of their evolution at the end of the Cretaceous, they basically, at their adult forms, are designed for, like, bone crushing and, like, maximizing body size in a way that the family really had never done up until that point. Tyrannosaurs appear actually in the early Jurassic, and as far as I know, the earliest known Tyrannosaur is from the UK, Proceratosaurus. So if our British listener is still in the chat, there's your UK mention for you. But early Tyrannosaurs are actually very slender. They've got... I know I've mentioned the arctometatarsus at some point, because I distinctly remember my mouth making that shape. So this is an animal that is closer to kind of the ancestral, gracile, highly agile condition, whereas... You what, mate? Whereas T-Rex represents something very different, where towards the end of the Cretaceous, they're just putting all their points in bulk. That was a weird... Did you just burp or something? Anyway, that's them. That's Albertosaurus, named after Alberta, Canada. There's something of a bias against Nameplaceosaurus in paleontology, and I can't blame it. In my opinion, you should try something different if you want to name something Nameplaceosaurus, but that's just me. Hell Creek. Judith River. So we have exhausted all of these dig sites. I think we've pretty much dug up every fossil on the planet. Which is the goal, by the way. I think naming it after a place is better than naming it after yourself, at least. So one of the few rules about what you can name a new species is that you cannot name it after yourself. So all of the dinosaur names that include someone's real name in it, including, for example, Utah raptor, Ostromazii, I think is the species name, honors John Ostrom by name. John Ostrom, again, being one of the inspiring forces behind the dinosaur renaissance, the largest North American dromaeosaurid discovered to this point, Utah raptor, another classic example of place name Asaurus, it was named for him. Ugh, sorry, I keep hitting my pop filter, and I assume that's making an awful noise. It's just past 8 hours on my tally, and we're slowly but steadily checking off thing by thing. I think I'm getting quite close to being at a point where I can just not speak. Oh no, I think my game crashed. Oh no.
Uh-oh.
Oh no. Oh no, when was the last time I saved? Are you kidding me? Oh no, wait. No, don't show my music. They're gonna know I was listening to Fleetwood Mac earlier. Wait. Save. Alright, we're good to go. We had a crash scare at the 8-hour mark, but we are stronger and we will persist.
We're stronger than our demons. Wait, I have the perfect image for that. Just for you. I need to find it.
Oh no, are you in a coma? What the hell is up with that? It's an omen to continue, you say. Alright. I think I will. Rita, when you listen to this later as a thing to fall asleep to, I'll be very curious to know if you get nightmares about dinosaurs on an island and the island's about to explode because of that phrase being repeated over and over again. Hi guys. How are we doing? Fun fact, the extremely annoying roar that they give to Albertosaurus is a sped up and pitched up version of the Spinosaurus roar. Eating that goat, delicious. Delicious. I'm waiting for this image. I don't know where it's going to appear.
Give me a second. I thought I had it on my phone, but I guess I deleted it.
No.
So I have to re-find it, but I think I know where to find it.
I'm just gonna sit here and extract some DNA. Dino DNA. Anyway, what made Prehistoric Park really cool is the fact that it was supposed to be run as an endangered species preserve. And so the framing device basically is that there is a time-traveling naturalist who is able to he's got these 2 stakes he puts in the ground, and it creates a portal that he can use to travel back in time. And he will just kind of go places and carry animals back through his portal, or sometimes they chase him through it, and sometimes he just kind of puts it on the ground in the path of where the dinosaurs are walking, and then suddenly they're in the future. Wow. But they do a lot of like really cool animal husbandry that really only shows up in Jurassic Park 1, which is a half scene that is never fully explained, where they have Ellie Sattler examining the diseased Triceratops. They're trying to figure out what's wrong with it. She is pointing out the West Indian lilac and is wondering why are the berries, if lilac is poisonous, they're getting sick every 6 weeks, and she's kind of ruffling through a pile of shit, and then Ian Malcolm says something to the effect of wow, she's crazy. Maybe, I don't know, maybe I shouldn't have been hitting on this girl who puts her hand in dino poop, I guess. I don't know. It's fine. The actual answer for that, conundrum that I believe is given in the book, but is literally never addressed in the movie, is that, surprise, these animals are using gastroliths, which are... Did you see how that dinosaur just, immediately... Whatever. I don't know, I don't think I need to continue pointing out glitches 8 hours into the stream. The cow holes make no sense. I don't know what that's referring to. Are you talking about the, holes in the ground that emit cows?
The cow dispenser.
Cow dispenser. Oh no, he's rampaging. I'm not gonna shoot him with the gun. Maybe he's freaking out because he's hungry. I hope I put, a food dispenser in here. Yeah, I did. It's over here, dumbass. Here, now you've got a second one. Look, it's a goat. Cow dispenser. Cow dispenser. The secret to the cow hole, since you're making a problem out of this, it's pretty obvious. They have cows stacked underground, one on top of each other, and they come out the top like a Pez dispenser. Easy. Elementary. So, prehistoric park. If you were a kid growing up in the early 2000s and you liked dinosaurs, and you actually liked dinosaurs and not just monster movies, there's a good chance that either Walking with Dinosaurs or Prehistoric Park was again, I don't want to be shitty and be like, you're not a real paleontologist unless your favorite was something other than Jurassic Park. It's just it's so uncommon for me to hear someone who is serious about paleontology genuinely say, like, yeah, it was Jurassic Park specifically. Like, usually, like, I don't know, they had a museum trip, and maybe they liked Jurassic Park, or maybe they really loved it, but, like, it's not the one thing that got them into it. Because there's really nothing about, you know, they only basically show actual paleontology, like a field excavation, at the very beginning of the first one. And as we've established, it's not a particularly apt, like recreation of what an excavation is like. The bones are never all in together in one space. You never excavate them by just like lightly brushing some sand away, you know. Maybe watching that scene in 1993 inspired you, and again, that's awesome. But I don't know. I hope you weren't disappointed by what paleontology actually turned out to be, because it's really not that. It's not like that very much at all. It is very much like being so worried about money that you will take a random trip to Costa Rica for the prospect of not having to worry about funds for the next 3 years. That part is absolutely real. The little like sub I'm forgetting what I'm talking about. Why is some of this being focused on paleontologists aren't created from Jurassic Park? I think I've been missing the larger point. It's really just like a grievance that I have, that I'm tired of like the assumption, and that making of more Jurassic Park movies does not improve the situation where we have there are so few people who do this work in the first place. Like, it's a genuinely quite understaffed field. There's so much work to be done that just isn't going anywhere, because there's so little funding, there's so much work to do, but it's impossible to get like decent sized grants to pay people a decent living to actually do this stuff professionally. And there's nothing about how paleontology is presented in Jurassic Park that makes it seem accessible, or actually like give people the tools to understand what it takes to enter the field and how it is that people actually engage with the science critically. Because most people kind of do this as a side avocation, and their main thing is teaching anatomy, or their main thing is, they might work in mitigation paleontology, so they're not someone who works for a university, they're someone who works for a construction company. And their whole thing is ensuring that natural history, like as a cultural kind of heritage, is not destroyed in construction projects the same way that like native artifacts are conserved, you know? So yeah, I probably have repeated it more often than is necessary. I'll take that as a sign that like the point has been made, but the overall message I'm trying to get at here is, I think it is a problem that should be addressed, that there are not enough people in this field. We always need more people. I'm not interested in anything that kind of constrains people's imaginations about who can be a paleontologist and who should try their hand at doing this work, because we kind of need everyone that we can get. Everyone who's willing to put up with the field as it is, I would encourage you to give it a shot. It's just that people should be aware that I don't think there's anything about Jurassic Park that actually leads people into the field. It certainly doesn't explain how one actually does that, and if it did, there might be fewer threads on Reddit with the exact same question over and over again: how do I become a paleontologist? So I don't know if that actually like answers the question at hand. Acanthosaurus, Carodontosaurus. I know. There we go, Styracosaurus. I want a few of you guys. because they're cute. Let's see. I can also talk about, so in, I think it was 2018, it was announced by a company called Frontier Games, who had previously made Planet Zoo, which I have streamed before and is quite good, that they were going to make the Jurassic World Park Simulator, that I guess had been hoped for a long time would come out, and since people really wanted a sequel to this game, Jurassic Park Operation Genesis, I've been streaming it for hours at this point, after having played it for I don't even know how many hours as a kid. And I have kind of saved the best for last as far as explaining the cultural impact of this game specifically. But needless to say, people were excited about a sequel. And with Jurassic World returning, even though the movies weren't that great, they did also come with a park simulator. And I've streamed some of Jurassic World Evolution. But they're just good, right? The reason I'm streaming Operation Genesis and not Jurassic World Evolution is partly because this runs better on my computer. It's 20 years old, so my hardware outstrips its requirements, and I can do fun things with it. Whereas Jurassic World Evolution will genuinely like chug my computer. But you know, there's just something about this game, and I don't know what it is exactly, that I don't think is fully replicated in Jurassic World Evolution. I think it's partly just because the Jurassic World branding doesn't lend it very well to, I don't know, just Jurassic World itself is less interesting than Jurassic Park. They didn't, like, make something new that could surpass the old franchise, which is to be expected. But as a result, like, it's just kind of less fun to build a park. You can now, after like 2 editions of the game have come out, one of which includes lots of like DLC of like original Jurassic Park themed buildings and stuff. But the visitors are less dynamic. In this game, you can click on every single one, and this is Bambi from Ohio, and she's a thrill seeker, saying that these prices are ridiculous. Oh god, don't freeze, please. This one is Bambi from New Hampshire, who's a thrill seeker who thinks these prices are very expensive. This gal is Victoria from California, who is a dino nerd and thinks not bad, I guess. So in Jurassic World Evolution, the crowds are basically the guests kind of move as like foot traffic in city skylines or something. Like they're not real, I guess. Like they're not individuals. They kind of move as clusters, and they don't have like an individual profile you can click on or anything like that. This guy just took the tiniest shit and hit the ground with his club, which I think is very funny. This is Ankylosaurus. Ankylosaurus is cool. It's an herbivore. It's heavily spiked. It's got a club at the end of its tail. I think that's pretty self-explanatory. Ankylosaurus, I think, makes its first appearance in Jurassic Park 3. I think. That would be my guess. Yeah, it seems like a lot of these animals, you pointed to the tail weapons, so Ankylosaurs have this in common with the Stegosaurs. And what's interesting is that the two groups actually are categorized together as being somewhat closely related. That clade is called Thyreophora, which includes basically armored dinosaurs in general. From Stegosaurus, who has those tail spikes, to Ankylosaurus, to Kentrosaurus, which I believe was the first thing that we added to this park. And it appears that they have all died. So I need to go make some more real quick. Yeah, Kentrosaurus population 0. Whoops. We are getting quite close to having a complete park, one of every species. And when we achieve that, I'm going to switch over to Site B mode, and I'm going to show you what that means for us to kind of wrap up this experience. Because I think I've pretty much said everything I was going to say about Jurassic World Evolution. Yeah, they're good. I appreciate that people are still making dinosaur park sims. There's actually several. Jurassic World Evolution is just kind of the official spiritual sequel to Operation Genesis. There's a couple of like attempted Kickstarter things called, one is Mesozoica, another is what is it called? Prehistoric Kingdom. And neither of those, I think, have officially released, but they look quite interesting. My primary issue with all of these games, including Jurassic World Evolution, is that they're just not quite optimized well enough, and my computer is just quite not powerful enough to like play it with, you know, a kind of smoothness that allows me to really kind of get lost in what I'm doing. So I don't know. I may start streaming Jurassic World Evolution once I finally get my computer kind of cleaned up and upgraded. I might enjoy it better then, but yeah, I think some of the models are really cool, and you know, the fact that they do have like fully feathered dinosaurs in Jurassic World Evolution is awesome. I'm glad they finally. You wanted to know my opinion on those other games. That's pretty much my opinion. Is that there's some aspects that are watered down, so the guests are a lot less dynamic. It's also weirdly a lot less violent, because you cannot shoot the dinosaurs. This thing where you can get into a helicopter with a gun, or into the Jeep with a gun, or into a turret, is not a thing in Jurassic World Evolution. So I don't know what that means, what you want to read out of that, but it is kind of more limited in that sense if having the like park shootout experience is important to you. I wish them luck, including Prehistoric Kingdom, which again I played a little bit of, and Prehistoric Kingdom clearly is trying to attract people like me because they cast as their narrator a naturalist named Nigel Marvin, who was the host of Prehistoric Park. So they're very intentionally trying to like, hey, this was a thing you liked before, we're going to do it again. And yeah, their game looks cool. It's just not finished yet, and I'll play it when it's out. Mesozoica, I know basically nothing about. I know basically nothing about the Isle, so I'm not going to comment on those at all. And I'm not going to shoot these guys. We're just going to fly around. Don't worry about it. I think now would be a good time to relay my story about acquiring a copy of this game, and additionally the way that people kind of use this game in the early 2000s to create their own sort of spin-off media. So I did not play this game when it released. This game came out in 2003. I would have been 4, and as I have established, I had not seen Jurassic Park at that point, so it wasn't really something on my radar. I really am kind of running out of space. We've really built this thing up. So, I think I discovered this game through YouTube, because back in the early days of YouTube, machinima was really, and I guess it probably still is, but back in those days, creating machinima was a really, I guess, popular thing to do. If you're unfamiliar, if you were genuinely young enough that you don't know what machinima means, it basically refers to like movies and like interactive, or not interactive, but basically like stories that are created using like 3D simulated environments such as a video game. And for a lot of the time, it is video games. There was, I think was, past tense, a fairly large media company called Machinima, whose entire thing was doing things like making a comedy series out of like footage shot in Halo or something like that. But back in these days, with Operation Genesis, as just a kid on the internet looking up dinosaur content, I came across a series of what I hope is still around. I really hope this is still around. Different extremely old series on YouTube called like Time Travel Safari and stuff like that, which were these like little movies that people basically filmed in Operation Genesis because it provided them a vehicle for creating these stories, right? Here's the environment, here's the animals, and they would basically make these little stories where they'd build a park that was mostly no fences, so they would try to simulate a natural environment and just kind of like pretend to be driving a time-traveling car and going back in time, and they would, you know, they actually used, instead of the Jurassic Park music, weirdly, they replaced a lot of it with like the Pirates of the Caribbean theme track. And so, for some, like, when I hear Pirates of the Caribbean music, I actually associate it more with Jurassic Park than I do with Pirates of the Caribbean, because of that really funny choice that they made. But I really watched a ton of. My neighbor just texted me saying I have food at the front door. I don't think that's right. I definitely did not order food. I'm gonna go investigate.
Free food as a gift for how long you've been streaming.
Let's see what's good.
I'll take over for a quick minute. So I've been looking for this image for like the past hour and I cannot find it. I see it perfectly in my mind. I know exactly what it looks like, but I'm really trying, but it's just gone. It's off of the internet now. So I hope he gets some free food. I've got some food here. I have a kitchen, a dining room. Wow. I also have a dog right here that is laying exactly where I need to lay down to fall asleep, so I can't fall asleep yet. Did you get free food?
So, it appears that at 6:38, which would have been at about the 3-hour mark into the stream, someone else's order from BJ's was delivered to my front door. So there has been this giant pile of food, including a beef slider, a side of mac and cheese balls, and like a tortilla bowl or something, has been sitting on my front porch that I did not order. I'm gonna presume, since it is now approaching midnight, that the original owners of those food are not searching for it. I'm not hungry, so I'm not touching it, but it's got someone else's name on it. Okay, someone messed up.
Whatever.
Maybe I'll eat that tomorrow when I wake up at 10 a.m. like I usually do.
Speaking of midnight,
What's up?
so how about Taylor Swift?
Uh-huh. We can do a Taylor Swift detour.
How does she play into all this?
So, Taylor Swift was born in 1989, which is the same year that the location of the KPG Impact site was announced. And Taylor Swift has personally, I don't know.
She's personally
What am I-
seen the KPG bound.
What do you want? What do you want from me?
I don't know.
Hold on. I just inhaled a mouthful of, oh my god. So Taylor Swift actually saw the entire reign of the dinosaurs from start to finish. All 150 million years of it. Because she used a device invented by a very smart professor to travel forward in time, and she discovered that basically time is cyclical. So she watched the universe end, and then the universe begin again in identical fashion. So she basically saw the heat death of the universe and the collapse of all matter into a singular point, which then became the next Big Bang. And, basically was able to watch the reformation of the Earth and see dinosaurs evolve and die out. I almost shot this guy, but I'm going to put it on sleepy mode instead. Why are you so, messed up? Why are you trying to rampage all the time? Cut it out. Anyway,
Well, that's
she
really awesome for Taylor Swift.
yeah, it's great for her, but she won't answer my calls, and so there's a lot of questions I want answered, and trying to search for Easter eggs in her music has not led to anything. Like I thought maybe that Cruel Summer might have been a reference to what happened during the KPG impact, but we're pretty sure that it happened in spring and not summer, so it's
Okay, this might be a good topic for the stream. And I'm sure I've asked this before, and I'm sure you've given me an answer, but how do we know that the asteroid hit in spring?
Okay, so actually I did not touch on the topic of Robert De Palma at all, so this is going to give me a perfect opportunity to both answer that question and talk shit about a colleague I don't like.
Hell yeah.
So the study, which was actually performed by a wonderful scientist, a fellow Dutch paleontologist, I will point out, Melanie During, was able to study fish at a particular site, study their, what are they called, otoliths, basically these bones that form in the ear of fish, and they form basically, in the same way that rings are laid down on a tree, right? So just a little bit every year, they get a little bit bigger over time. And did I run out of viewing platforms? I have placed all 20 allowed viewing vents. That's hilarious. If I ever stream this game, and it will not be for the purposes of ranting about Jurassic Park, but if I ever stream this game again, I will continue to modify it and remove all those other kind of limitations that I've since clearly forgotten about. So those otoliths were studied from fish that came from a site called Tanis that was believed, that I should say is still believed to be laid down at the exact day of the impact. That claim is difficult to assess because access to the site is restricted. But Melanie During is a legitimate scientist who has visited there, has done work there, so I trust her conclusions. And what she had learned is that all of these fish had all died at the same time, which points to it being a mass death event. That doesn't necessarily mean that they all died because of that impact, but it's not impossible that it was because of that. I should say the site is clearly a disaster, like mass dying that happened at the end of the Maastrichtian, and that being true doesn't necessarily mean it had to have been that particular mass dying event that happened at the end of the Maastrichtian. But it certainly is, and it may still be proven to be that exact day that the impact occurred. What's your problem? You're a year old, your health is good. Why are you rampaging?
Why are you mad?
So, anyway, Melanie looks at these otoliths. These guys go into coma again, so I've got to shoot them. And basically they have this pattern of growth that sort of follows, I believe, follows pretty closely a lot of modern fish growth. Basically, they have rapid growth in the spring, or maybe it's a slower growth in the spring, rapid growth in the summer, growth slows down in the fall, and completely stops in winter. This is a fairly common pattern for animals to have. Clearly there's seasonality that happens in this area, and during the winter when food is less available, you grow slower, or not at all. And when spring comes and everything warms back up, food becomes abundant, you start warming up your metabolism, and eventually it reestablishes. And it was because all of the fish that were studied at this disaster site, their growth all abruptly ends during that spring sequence. That points to the disaster that caused this mass death event happened in spring. And so since Melanie maintains that this site was created by the KPG impact, again, it may be proven that it wasn't. It may be proven definitively that it was. The complications of land ownership of that site will determine how quickly we're able to make that decision as a field. But because basically they all cut off at the exact same time in that spring sequence, that means that the impact logically would have happened in spring for the boreal north. So it's important to note that it would have been winter in the southern hemisphere at the time that this impact happened. And I believe one of the takeaways from Melanie's paper is that the fact that this impact occurred when it did, in spring in the north and winter in the south, impacted how quickly different environments and ecosystems were able to recover. I think one of the conclusions that that has been reached by other studies that they've been trying to answer is why North America seems to, and the northern hemisphere seems to bounce back from this disaster more quickly than the South does, the southern hemisphere. And the idea that in the South they were wiped out in the dead of winter, and there were, basically they were going to be months and months away from relief from, the kind of winter slowdown of growth anyway, notwithstanding the decades of nuclear winter that probably followed the impact. That may have caused basically a difference in the survival rates. Were you going to jump in with something?
I'm sorry, I'm talking to my dog, trying to get him to move. And I forgot to mute.
That's okay. So I addressed, so the question was, how do we know that it happened in spring? But I'm going to use that as an opportunity to talk about Robert De Palma, because he ties in pretty well to this narrative I've been trying to unravel here about paleontology presenting this opportunity for, if you basically do the taboo, there are great benefits to being kind of unrestrained in your conduct and less than restrained in the kind of claims that you make. Because if you roll the dice and it pays off, you're immortalized, right? Bob Bacher had a lot of theories that are not supported by our modern understanding of dinosaurs, but he was very correct about one particular thing. And the contributions of John Ostrom will live on forever in vertebrate paleontology because he ended up being so correct and being proven correct by, and this is crucial, an unrelated peer discovery was able to independently verify something he had theorized for a very long time. Because peer review and cooperative work is essential to science. But if you don't see things that way and you see things as like, well, it's an extremely competitive field, and it's every man for himself, and it is usually men who think this way, but not always. We do have some lady monsters as well in paleontology, but Robert De Palma is someone who clearly is trying to chase media clout over scrupulous scientific practices, and I feel confident and comfortable saying this publicly because he has called upon scrutiny on a number of occasions because of his conduct, including the fact that one of the things that is suddenly an extremely important question to answer in dinosaur paleontology after the release of Jurassic Park was, could a raptor actually beat T-Rex in a fight? Because they have Velociraptor fighting with Tyrannosaurus Rex, and then there's all these corrections people make about how this is crazy. So many videos are complaining about the high prices in the park. At this rate, our popularity will be ruined. I don't care. I barely care about the Kentrosauruses going into a coma because they do it all the time. Literally, what is wrong with you? I'm gonna go shoot him now. So, as a paleontologist based out of the Natural History Museum of, I think it's Long Beach or Palm Beach or something, based out of Florida, he's working out of a small-time operation, and he clearly has, we'll say, a dislike for large institutions, a distrust, and so he wants to do everything himself and not invite peer review. He is basically someone who tries to operate as a scientist that does not allow for his peers to check him, which is, as I'm sure I don't need to explain, highly problematic, right? What are you doing? Oh my god. Back to the helicopter. So, speaking of video games, was it The Isle? I think it might be The Isle. One of these games that attempts to fill the hole, basically, where Jurassic Park video games would, but they don't because there's far fewer of them than you might expect. Basically, he discovered in the, I think, late 2000s, the remains of a very large dromaeosaur in the Hell Creek Formation. So everyone's been asking, like, would T-Rex have fought with raptors? Well, we know that the Hell Creek Formation, like everywhere in the Cretaceous, almost certainly had dromaeosaurs. And in fact, we know it did. But they would not have been, you know, there's stuff like, there's small species. We don't really have great skeletal material from them, but based off of their teeth, they're not huge. They're not like the size of raptors in Jurassic Park. So Robert De Palma, who, you know, to his credit, are you kidding me? Okay, I'm just gonna start telling the helicopter to tranquilize these guys. Your Allosaurus has died. One of our boss babes. Girl bossing in hell. Rest in peace. Age 5 years, lifespan 5 years, kills 36. Rest in peace. So Robert finds the remains of a very large dromaeosaur in the Hell Creek Formation, and this finally, like, basically enables the Jurassic Park fantasy to be something that exists in fact and not just in fiction, right? Big dromaeosaurs that feasibly could have entered into conflict with something as formidable as Tyrannosaurus Rex. That's awesome, right? But Dakota Raptor has not, I think it still might have not been like published in a peer-reviewed journal. The bones themselves are not available for other paleontologists to peer review them. He controls strict access to these fossils. And basically, after the announcement was made that I've discovered a large dromaeosaur, I'm going to name it Dakota Raptor, which was leaked by developers of The Isle, because The Isle is a video game that's supposed to be recreating the Hell Creek Formation, and they wanted to include Dakota Raptor in it. So this guy was basically feeding information that, like, yeah, I'm going to be announcing a big Hell Creek dromaeosaur very soon. So we're gonna put it into this video game because I'm trying to piggyback off of popular media success, right? And it turns out that the reason he won't let other people see the material is that it's probably a chimera. There's definitely at least one fossil that he describes as being part of Dakota Raptor that is actually a turtle shell, which is a mistake that I easily could have made, because fossils can look like a lot of different things, right? We found, I don't even know how many turtle shells, right? And some, you know, a untextured. If I had not had the privilege of working with people who actually understand turtle paleontology and can like differentiate between like multiple different species and all these things from just tiny little fragments. Looks like all of my homalocephaly are dropping dead, so I'll go ahead and put in a few more. Why not? More urgent messages. You know, it's a mistake that I could have made had, you know, I insisted on naming a new species and not allow someone with experience with other taxa to take a look at it or provide any kind of peer review. Age 5 years, lifespan 5 years. They do not last much longer than, oh, that one's dead too. Wow. Just dropping dead everywhere. Okay, we have bred Acrocanthosaurus. Acrocanthosaurus is cool because it has a high spine, but not a high spine like Spinosaurus. It is probably most closely related to Allosaurus. I should say, you've seen, I think Carcharodontosaurus is in this somewhere. I don't know where I put him. Put him right next door. So Carcharodontosaurs are relatives of Allosaurus that are very large in size. They're some of the largest animals, predatory animals ever to live. Carcharodontosaurus is an African taxon, whereas Acrocanthosaurus is all American. It's known from Texas and Oklahoma. We don't have great material of it from further west, but it's highly likely that either Acrocanthosaurus or something very close to it was living in places like Utah and Arizona in the early Cretaceous. There is basically one big tooth that comes from the quarry where Arizona State dinosaur Sonorosaurus was found, and it belongs to an animal that would have been very similar to Acrocanthosaurus. And someday, hopefully somebody, maybe me, will find the body that tooth belongs to. It's just a matter of, like, money for, again, running the expedition and, like, housing facilities and stuff like that. It's not cheap to keep dinosaur bones. It's not cheap to keep them around. Did everyone in this exhibit die too? What was in here? Was that my Albertosaurus? Weird. Tyrannosaurus, Acrocanthosaurus. Okay, there's one more animal, I believe, that I have not added yet. Albertosaurus. Oh. Still got Corythosaurus. I'm just gonna dump Corythosaurus in this big, kind of Hadrosaur fest over here. Anyway, someone who is trying to, you know, kind of game media for clout and attention, something that is necessary for moving things forward, but also something we have to be very careful and intentional about, basically backfires on Robert, because it's revealed that actually at least part of this giant dromaeosaur is in fact turtle. And I have seen other people with suspicions. Are these guys all dropping dead too? I won't go too deep into like the other characterizations, but like people who have looked at the material through like the pictures that are available of it will say like, yeah, it appears to be quite chimeric, and it's basically in a kind of scientific limbo as to whether or not the name Dakotaraptor will even persist in the scientific literature in 5 or 10 years. So this is the exact situation you do not want to be in when naming a new animal, is that sometimes it's just going to kind of glitch. Oh yeah. his subsequent issues have arisen from kind of more serious things than just what could be chalked up to a rookie mistake, right? People describe things that are chimeric all the time. It happens. That's why peer review exists, so that other people can see what you do and provide constructive feedback so that we can reach a factual, we can agree on certain fundamental facts and then differ in interpretations and stuff like that. That's how science works. But Robert really does not like peer review, and he really does not like other people in control. And so when he apparently stumbles into what surely could be, if it is what he says it is, a UNESCO World Heritage Site, Tanis. So Tanis is, again, this fossil bed in the upper Maastrichtian of, I think it's Montana, that appears to show the actual day of the impact, right? The worst day in Earth history. And he makes all kinds of elaborate claims about what is actually there. He says there's intact dinosaur nests, there's intact fish that look like, they were alive and wriggling around just 20 minutes ago. He says there's giant intact feathers, all kinds of really impressive stuff. But again, because he doesn't fundamentally trust other scientists, it's extremely restricted who's allowed to actually see the site. And so many of these claims that he's made to the public, to the public, but also to the media. So the whole world learned about Tanis because of a New Yorker profile. And when journalists tried to do the intellectually honest thing and try to seek a second expert opinion on something like Tanis, everyone said, "I don't know what you're talking about. Like, we've never seen this, right?" And to this day, most paleontologists are not allowed to see Tanis. So I cannot say that I can personally vouch for a lot of what he's claimed. Here's Tyrannosaurus. We have finally added one to the park. It's that classic Jurassic design where the arms are not bent in the right way. It's got its teeth hanging out. The presence of lips on animals like Tyrannosaurus is a subject of constant and, frankly, rather useless debate. And it's because of Jurassic Park that we have to argue about this. Again, because fanboys who don't want anything to change about the way their favorite movie monster is presented in all media forever, perpetually, throw a fit when, oh no, this animal looks slightly less scary than it did because maybe its teeth weren't hanging out of its mouth, right? Or maybe it didn't roar like a lion, and I have a problem with that because you're just trying to make my movies less scary. You're trying to take away my hard masculine role model, the Tyrannosaurus Rex, who canonically is always female, with the exception of Buck in JP2. I should also point out that, again, one of the things that the franchise loves doing is saying that this random animal... Are you guys dead? No. Any random animal that shows up is actually, it's the same one that you saw at the first movie. So, that Brachiosaurus who dies in Jurassic Park 5 is supposed to be the same Brachiosaurus you see at the beginning of the movie, at the beginning of the series. I think all my allosaurs are dead. So we gotta add some new ones. Let's add 2 again. They seem to enjoy being together. Now that I've added, I think, one of everything to the park, I'm going to activate one of the weird cheats. You guys ready? Are you guys even
I'm ready
awake?
to get a little weird with it, considering it's past midnight now.
Ooh. Okay. Hold on, I gotta look up what the cheat is real quick.
Yep. Going on 9 hours.
Plague outbreak. Okay.
Wait.
This cheat is called Isla Muerta. And one of those machinima that I was talking about earlier is all about, it's like an entire storyline using this cheat as like a cinematic thing. Isla Muerte. So I don't think it takes like immediate effect. Yeah. It'll only be obvious once I start releasing new animals. So I'm going to repopulate this exhibit. All the brachiosaurs are dead. So let's go ahead and make 5 more. And we'll see if they come out looking any different.
Why would they look different?
No reason. Completely ordinary circumstances. There it is. Look at it. It's a skeleton.
Oh. Oh.
Isn't that cool?
There he is.
It's the Halloween version.
Ooh.
So it's a cheat code that basically replaces all the textures with the dead skeleton textures. And I'm going to save and reload the park just to see. But it might retroactively apply that skin to all of them. Let's see. Nope. Okay, so it's just going to be everything. Oh, and it took it away from these guys too. Cool. Let me just redo that real quick.
Google, delete this fool.
No. Okay. What was it again? There we go. Okay, now everything I breed will be an undead zombie. Cool.
Wow.
Let's add 5 Allosaurus. Let's add 5 Spinosaurus. I'm all for making bad decisions. Let's add 5 Albertosaurus. Let's add another Ankylosaurus for good luck. Let's add a few more Styracosaurus too. So this guy basically goes around our our established and agreed upon procedure for introducing new scientific knowledge, which includes some kind of built-in restraints, right? Where you can't just go saying you found something without providing some evidence and allowing other people to independently verify that, at least provide the chance for independent verification, right? And instead of formally publishing a paper on Tanis, yeah, good night, Rita. I'm amazed that there are still somehow 4 people in chat, including even the fact that like at least one of those is Guff. One of them is almost certainly me. That's still more people than I expected to be on here after 9 hours. So, this paper comes out about a year or so after the announcement of Tanis. This like incredible discovery that basically no paleontologist is able to independently verify or provide any commentary on, because we haven't seen it, and until there's a change in land ownership, because it's privately held land and De Palma has the ability to restrict access, right? He is fully enabled to. These guys are gonna have a little tiff. There's no mechanism for stopping or correcting this, or basically forcing, forcing some adherence to kind of the agreed upon rules of conduct. It's just, there's no means to do it. But, you start to seriously cross a line when you engage in what I may or may not be able to, like, I don't know if this makes me liable for slander or whatever. I don't really care. To point out the fact that Melanie During, who again conducted that study, she is one of the few people who is able to go to Tanis and conducted the study on fish otoliths to come to the conclusion that the KPG impact happened in spring. And he basically is able to scoop her announcement by putting out a paper that says effectively the same thing in a journal with less stringent peer review, and get it out a month before Melanie's paper. So her announcement is effectively scooped. He is taking credit for this discovery. Her paper comes out a month later, and while you would hope, again, because everyone in this field is kind of bouncing from, announcement to announcement, they rely on the, basically the press and the, support and interest and intrigue that comes with these high-profile announcements, right? That is part of what keeps you afloat as a researcher. These guys are not going to get along very well, are they? How do we like the zombie skins?
I'm a big fan of the zombies.
We rampaging. Look at the zombies. Melanie was basically able to look at the figures in the paper that he had published and notice that they contained very little variance in the data points, to the point that they appear, and I guess I'll evade making a direct accusation by relaying what she accuses him of, which would be basically directly like creating figures instead of using data to derive like an actual chart. Like, he wanted to show the growth, like wanted to basically replicate Melanie's discovery, which was these growth fluctuations from spring, summer, winter, fall, back and forth. He had created that, but those growth series had no fluctuation, like, right? So all the peaks go up to the exact same point. And she basically pens this this complaint and this request for retraction from the paper, basically saying, like, look, I'm pretty sure that this guy, because he was in the know about, the progress of this study, right? They were collaborators at some point to some degree, and so he was privy to the research she was doing. caught wind of what her discovery was, goes and makes some figures to show, right, invent some data in order to rush himself to publication so that he can get that announcement first. I'm surprised these guys haven't killed each other already. It seems like they're in the process of doing so. We'll let these guys duke it out for a little bit, and then we're gonna do the Site B thing. Look at the little zombie dinosaur. Look at how cute that is.
So we've gone through the plot of all 6 movies now, right?
No, there's still one more movie to recount. Unfortunately.
Oh my god. I forgot. Because I was going to ask, we've gone through at least one scientist you're not the biggest fan of.
Yeah, at least 2 now, because we talked about Horner and we talked about De Palma. And again, there's like a lot of like, there's things that you can criticize him for that are like, you're skirting etiquette, and like, I don't know, I also skirt etiquette in a lot of ways. It's not an inherently bad thing. The way that he does it is exclusively for his own enrichment, which I think makes it a lot less sympathetic. But fabricating data in order to steal someone else's announcement is pretty bad. And on top of that, I can verify that there have been a number of complaints made about him, again, by my female colleagues, because he makes them uncomfortable. I'll put it that way. Again, because I don't know what technically counts as libel on a YouTube stream or whatever, but he does not seem to be a safe individual on a personal level, as well as an unsavory scientist, and a one who conducts himself with we'll say, unscrupulous practices. So I'm going to put to rest the topic of Robert De Palma and leave that. I don't think I told the story of acquiring my copy of this game. I mentioned that I originally was introduced to it by watching YouTube Machinima. I finally, got a hold of... What are you rampaging for? Finally found out what, the name of the game was that people were making all of these movies in, and wanted a copy for myself. Now, this would have been around, 2007, 2008, maybe. Possibly later than that. So, this was not a game that was on the shelves anymore. It came out in 2003. This is years later. It's not like it was a smash hit or anything. But because I had only ever bought video games from Target, I basically biked down to Target with my brother, and we're like, yeah, we're going to buy a video game. I'm not going to even ask my parents' permission. And it wasn't at Target, because it was it was kind of a medium-sized release that had dropped at least 5 years ago, if not more. So it wasn't there. I have to go on some British... Here we go, another UK mention. A British online gaming retailer, whose name I have completely forgotten, and order a copy that had to be shipped to me. Again, a physical copy that had to be shipped to me. So that took about 2 weeks. I was a kid, obviously, so waiting 2 weeks for something, that's half a month. That's an entire quarter of my summer break. That's such a long time. So I was impatiently, I was thinking about it every single day, waiting for this game to come. I'm amazed these guys haven't fully killed each other either. I am waiting for, waiting for the game to come every single afternoon at 3 p.m. after UPS has already come and gone. I walk down on foot to get the mail every single day because I'm so excited for it to finally show up. After a couple weeks, it finally does show up. The package does. The game does not, because they end up sending me a copy of Turok instead. Again, some guy at a British gaming website was like, it's a dinosaur game. That's what they paid for. So we'll put in the box and say, hello, governor. And so they ship me the wrong thing. I have to say, hey, you sent me the wrong thing, and wait an additional 2 weeks to finally get my hands on Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. So it was a month-long ordeal to get my hands on this. But I had quite a bit of fun with it, obviously. Could I ask one more delay be made so that I can excuse myself to the restroom, and we will get into the final stretch of this godforsaken stream where I summarize the last and worst movie and introduce us to Site B. How's that sound?
Sure.
Okay, I will be right back.
And while you're doing that, this next bit will be incredibly rude towards British people. I'm going to put on a very stereotypical accent. I'm sorry. Hello, governor. That's all I got. I'm sorry. I was trying to think of something else to say, but I'm not going to pull out any Charles Dickens quotes. But it is currently past midnight. I have a feeling the reason this guy's rampaging is because he has no sleep, no water. Never go with the Americans. I don't know. That's just the generic British accent in America, I guess. It's the one everyone I know just defaults to. Oh my god, is he eating the... Jesus Christ. It's like 2 blocks. I did not know that. Interesting. One thing that always surprises me as an American is just because, like, knowing that, like, mainland Europe is the size of, like, all of America. I saw this one TikTok that was like, some guy was in England and was like going up to random people, and it's like, what's your least favorite town in England? Or something like that. Oh my god, did the dinosaur just fucking kill it? Holy shit. I'm sorry, I keep getting distracted by this game. This is fucking wild. Dino Rampage. Oh god. Sorry, getting back on track. There was a TikTok, he was going to British people. He was like, what's your least favorite? Oh my god. It's like, what's your least favorite town? And these people were always saying, like, towns that were literally, like, 2 miles away. Like, they're like, oh yeah, this, like, the next town over has the worst accent, and they're like, and their cuisine is horrible, and oh, the people there are so rude. But it's like, as an American, like, if I were to go 2 miles, I would go from one McDonald's to the other. There's no difference. 2 miles does not make a difference. But I guess in a country that's been around a bit longer than the US has, in a more confined space, probably segments itself more. But I have no idea. I've never been to the United Kingdom of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Also, I don't know how you guys tell, like, the different British accents apart. They all just kind of sound the same to me. Oh my god, the dinosaur disappeared. We're in... stereotype. Maybe. Oh my god, another freaking dinosaur. Honestly, if Jurassic Park was a real thing, I'd probably go. You're probably right, honestly. I've probably mentioned this like 4 times already. Just because I don't have much interesting stuff to talk about. But listen to it. Maybe I will. So it's like... How is it already 12:30? How have I been watching this live stream for like 9 hours? I mean, think about it like this. The average adult is supposed to get 8 hours of sleep, which means someone could have watched like 30 minutes of this stream, went to bed, got a full night's rest, a full 8 hours of sleep. They would have woken up by now and probably could have caught the last 30 minutes of the stream.
Hello.
Hello.
Looks like a bunch of them died. What did I miss?
Yeah, like 5 of them went on rampages or something. And they all started eating each other.
Awesome.
I think it's because whenever you click on one, like all of their like status stuff is in the red. Like they have no food, no water, they're not getting any sleep. So I don't know.
Okay. I mean, they've got food and places to lie down. Let's go ahead and load my little Site B save.
Well, you explain the plot of Jurassic Park 6.
Yep. I'm gonna see if I can... So, when I was testing out this build, I had set the animal limit to 600, and I upped it to 6,000. So I'm gonna see if that new limit retroactively applies, if I can breed more, because right now I've hit the limit on this island at 600.
Have you?
Oh, there we go, 601. Alright, so I'm just gonna start pumping out as many dinosaurs as I can, because I want the stream to crash now, just to make that clear.
Okay. Here, it'll be a challenge. Start explaining the plot of Jurassic Park 6 and see which happens first.
Exactly.
Does the game crash or do you finish explaining?
Okay. So, Jurassic Park 6. Dinosaurs are in the wild now. As was established by the short film Battle at Big Rock. Yeah, the dinosaurs are just kind of out in the wild now. They immediately start reproducing on their own, so that's cool.
They have lesbian sex.
They have lesbian sex.
But purely for reproductive purposes, never for pleasure.
Exactly. Because dinosaurs are good and Christian.
Life finds a way.
Life finds a way.
Life finds a way to recreate the missionary position.
Well, we weren't getting monetized before, and we're not getting monetized now. So, yeah, let's just start churning out. I gotta place down more hatcheries if we're gonna hit 6,000. So, dinosaurs are just kind of out in the world, and this is a problem, because so are people. And something that is a genuine, like, concern about the world moving forward, the real actual world, if we're talking about real actual problems, is the issue of climate change. And the fact that we have basically wiped out natural spaces all across the world, and now living things have hardly any habitat to go around. Human beings are encroaching on their space everywhere they are. And a lot of animals are responding by moving into public spaces. You know, we're seeing coyotes in urban environments. Bears are getting a lot more comfortable living among humans and you know, diving in garbage and generally causing problems. It is not a good thing to have nature living so close to you. The distance, the respectful distance that we keep from nature, like wild animals, is very purposeful, right? First of all, it puts everyone at risk when we're competing for the same space. It's just safer for human beings if we're generally not trying to share the same habitat as a grizzly bear. So they need to have their space so that we can have ours. It increases the chances of zoonotic disease transmission when you have animals living in such close proximity with people. Hopefully I don't eat my words on this, but it appears highly likely, according to the actual published science and not conspiracy, that the COVID-19 virus originated from a Chinese wet market. Either, you know, I think they nailed it down, like, it's either a bat, so derived from like a chiropteran, or from a pangolin. You know, this coronavirus that had infected a wild animal. This wild animal was hunted and brought to a meat market and kept in conditions where this disease was able to spread from the animal's infected meat to people. It's called zoonotic transmission. And the closer the proximity between human beings and animals is, the higher the likelihood that zoonotic transmission is going to occur. So these are all real concerns that have huge impacts on all of us and the way that we live our lives. It had huge impacts on the filming of Jurassic Park 6 because they had to shut down production because of COVID. So the fact that we are now truly in Jurassic World, they're basically everywhere except the park, right? Because they were on the island exploded, so there's no more dinosaurs on the island, but they came to the mainland and they were released everywhere. So one would imagine that one of the themes they could run with for this movie is dealing with animals being pushed into urban environments and the dangers that come for that. And the fact that the solution is to learn to kind of create more natural habitat so that we can keep a respectful distance. But when it comes to low impact, you're not talking about megafauna, just stuff like pollinators and you know, small animals, reptiles, amphibians. Because we take up so much space, especially in like habitat that is normally inhabited by you know, like basically river plain creatures, right? We put our human civilization down in every single river valley across the planet. River valleys are also favorite places of animals to live, so we've taken up a huge amount of habitat. And so there are ways that we can kind of incorporate green spaces into our public infrastructure to allow for animals to safely coexist with us, so that the places we live are not total, you know, dead zones of biodiversity. But we should also keep in mind that, like, degrowth is a good thing, and that urban sprawl is not the solution to the housing crisis, and that we can and should kind of consolidate our human footprint so that more natural spaces can be conserved, so that animals have more places to be. Again, you would think that this would be a message that a movie about dinosaurs in our cities would translate very naturally to. They never touch on any of this. I have friends who will insist that Jurassic Park 6 should be read as a climate disaster film, and that it is intentionally trying to, through very indirect means, discuss climate catastrophe as, like, a thing that everyone on the planet is going to be affected by, and that there are certain, like, changes that are made that we can't put the lid back on. And, you know, it kind of locks us all into this common struggle for survival that we are better equipped to deal with cooperatively, as opposed to a bunch of independent and mostly powerless human beings. How many Gallimimus do you think? This says 180. I think we've got way more than that. Listen to the ASMR. Listen to the soothing sounds. Very nice. So what is Jurassic Park 6 actually about? It features the return of every single, like, major character from Jurassic Parks 5 and 6. That fortunately does include the geeky nerd character who I quite liked. It does not include the bisexual paleo veterinarian character who is in Jurassic Park 5, who was supposed to have a romance subplot with another lady, and that whole thing was cut. For time, quote unquote. For time.
Okay, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure you mentioned that, like, none of the movies had any LGBTQ rep. Was that?
It was, I think it was discussed as part of, like, a scrapped part of the script that there's this veterinarian character. I think her last name is Rodriguez, but I don't remember 100% clearly. And she's this great foil to Chris Pratt, who is, again, a pointless character who achieves nothing, who is perfect in every way, has impeccable luck, impeccable skills, and this character is like, I would eat you. Like, if I was into men, I would eat you alive, basically, I think is a line that she had that was actually cut. But she was basically supposed to have a romance subplot with Bryce Dallas Howard, which would have been awesome, but never actually happened. Again, supposedly cut for time in these movies with no actual plot anyway, so whatever. I guess you just really have to want gays in your movies in order to actually get it. We're almost about to crest 1,000 dinosaurs, which means we're a sixth of the way. Just gotta keep cranking them out. So all of those characters return. They also decide that all of the major characters from the first Jurassic Park trilogy also need to return. So Dr. Alan Grant, who has not appeared since Jurassic Park 3, is a major character in the movie. Ellie Sattler, who has not appeared since Jurassic Park 3, is a major character. Ian Malcolm, who has had 2 small cameos, basically the same scene cut up across 2 different movies, where he's testifying to Congress. So he's a minor character in entries 5 and 6, or 4 and 5, is brought back to be a major character in number 6.
How many major characters do they need?
Apparently they needed at... I've lost count at this point, but you've got Claire, Owen, Maisie, Alan, Sattler, Goldblum. I'm mixing people's first, last names, and real names now. There's also, like, a couple of new characters thrown in who are employees of, you guessed it, evil, different genetic company that is stealing genetic technology from InGen, because that plot point was also taken over from that terrible Jurassic Park 4 leaked script. So almost everything from that terrible first idea did actually come to fruition, just in over the course of 3 different installments. So this company is called Biosyn, and it's based in Europe. And they have built what's called Biosyn Valley, which is a wonderful little stretch of land in the Alps. I think it's the Swiss Alps or the Italian Alps, maybe. I ought to give you some friends. I feel bad for you. Just running around. Hungry and stressed. Maybe I'll give you some Dryosaurus to eat. We've surpassed 1,000. Doing good.
Woohoo!
Woo! Here we go. Speaking of
Here we
crispy-
go.
God.
Stomping.
So,
Koopas.
I didn't see this movie in theaters. I saw a pirated version of it online with Korean subtitles that I couldn't turn off. So, my recollection of it is not fantastic. And I definitely was not enjoying it in the way it was intended to be enjoyed. So, the fact that both entries 5 and 6 are very bad, but I had a ton of fun with one and desperately hated the other, maybe chalked up to that. I think it has more to do with the fact that Jurassic Park 6 feels extremely rushed. I watched the theatrical cut, which is paced so quickly that the introductory scene, which includes industrial sabotage, something that I love and is very near and dear to my heart, is like there's literally no establishing shots in their sabotage scene, and everything moves at absolute breakneck speed. It's also introduced, Ellie Sattler comes back into the fray because she is contacted by a local farmer who wants to, like, draw attention to the fact that, like, hey, my crops are being absolutely annihilated by these locusts. And so the first, like, actual Michael Crichton-esque plot point that appears in any of the latter 3 Jurassic Park movies is this locust subplot, where somebody has released genetically modified super locusts who are extremely destructive, but they only seem to attack crops that are not genetically modified by Biosyn. So all the Biosyn crops are safe from this mysterious horde of locusts, and everyone else's crops are being absolutely annihilated.
I wonder who did it.
I wonder who did it. And wouldn't you know that both of the subplots where Ellie Sattler, who for some reason decides to go bother Alan Grant again to go on this adventure with her. Again, they're not married. They're just old colleagues who have been continuously like re-traumatized over and over again by these experiences. She's like, I'm gonna go to Biosyn, and somehow ropes him into coming. I was talking earlier about Steve Buscemi and kind of the influence that I see coming through in this movie that must have come from him but was just not translated well. That really comes through. Oh my god. Are you guys seeing what I've done? Do you guys
I see
this?
many thousands of dinosaurs. I think the island's getting a little crowded.
This is absolutely maniacal. Wow. How are there 5 people watching right now? So that's the B plot. The A plot is that Chris Pratt and his on-again, off-again girlfriend, Bryce Dallas Howard, are on again, and they have decided to become parents of Maisie Lockwood, who, as we learned at the end of last movie, is actually a clone. And also her grandpa was died. I think I completely forgot to mention that. Benjamin Lockwood is smothered with a pillow during Jurassic Park 5. I feel like I should probably mention that. He is smothered with a pillow. So now she is effectively orphaned.
For the plot.
What's up?
Smothered by a pillow for the plot.
Exactly. So Grandpa's dead, and the guy who killed Grandpa is like after her because she is like a human clone, and that probably shouldn't be out loose in the world, right? From their perspective, especially considering she knows that she's a clone and probably suspects that they killed Grandpa. So everyone's on the lam. The little girl is like having her rebellion thing because she's a teenager and she's a clone. And she's like, "You're not my real parents. I don't want to hide myself." But they're like, "Yo, if you get caught, you're getting kidnapped immediately." And also, Chris Pratt's pet velociraptor is loose in the world, Blue, whose entire pack has been killed, but she was released. This is the only predatory dinosaur still alive on this island, so good for you. There were others, but they were splattered on the ground, so that's fun. Good God. What have I done? I heard a goat. This is getting good. Okay, population 1,300. We can do better. Let's pump those numbers up. So Maisie Lockwood, I don't remember the sequence perfectly, but I think she finds, Blue, maybe, or like she gets kidnapped first. It's kind of blurry in my mind, but a whole bunch of things happen at once, which is par for the course in this series. And Blue is discovered in the wild. She has a baby. She did not change sex to reproduce sexually. She just produced a clone offspring, because that's a thing that a lot of reptiles can do. So great, they acknowledge that. Awesome. I don't even particularly mind that plot point. It's just they've got a baby now, and the CGI model they use for the baby is very bad. Again, this could be down to the fact that I saw this on a pirated streaming site instead of in, its intended theatric setting. But it looked extremely goofy, and it had some of the roughest and least polished CGI in some of those scenes of like the series thus far. So it really does not speak well for its long-term longevity if it's putting out noticeably subpar CG. This is crazy. I have never, in all the years that I played this game, I've never done this specifically, just trying to fill up the entire space. So I'm very curious to see what the actual, stopping point is when the game finally says enough. More. Maisie gets kidnapped. Blue's baby also gets kidnapped. And they go on a globe-trotting adventure that is going to have the same, basically, end location as the B plot. So everyone is going to end up at Biosin in the mountains. But first they need to go to Malta. They go to this underground dinosaur like illegal trading ring where again all these companies that have auctioned off dinosaurs have started making their own. So you finally start seeing feathered dinosaurs because other companies are like, I don't know, doing a better job than InGen ever was. There's not really an explanation for it, at least as far as explicit dialogue. Oh, I completely forgot to mention. Again, Steve Buscetti's influence is clearly in here somewhere. It just was not allowed to make it to the final draft. So I can see in my mind at some point a writer asking Steve, like, why are you a paleontologist? Why do people do paleontology? And it's a question that is asked in the series openly multiple times. Like, what use is a paleontologist in a world where we have living cloned dinosaurs? And again, I don't love the fact that, like, allegedly our best representation, like, in the public view is a series that continuously asks, like, aren't you kind of like a 19th century occupation that, like, doesn't have any real, like, baked in, like, profit model? Like, why do people do this? And that's another story for another time. But I think Steve answered, like, you know, paleontology is science, science is truth, right? It's about establishing fundamentals using what's available to us, and a great deal of effort has been spent by people who have thought long and hard about the ancient world and about rocks and about how we can read messages written in stone. And that this is how we provide fundamental information about climate, about evolution. It all comes from paleontology. And something to that effect, again, this conversation that I can picture clearly in my head having happened, comes off in the dialogue of the movie as a monologue by Dr. Grant that you don't see the beginning of. You know, you don't get to see, at least in the theatric cut, someone asking, why do you still dig fossils when we have cloned living dinosaurs? It just starts off with Dr. Grant saying, because paleontology is science, and science is about the truth, and there's truth in these rocks. And the way that it's, you know, comes across in the cadence of the movie is so jarring and embarrassing, and as he's saying this, there's just two teenage girls, two Gen Zs in the room that are like, okay, boomer, whatever you say, boomer. And the message at the end of the movie, I'm kind of skipping around a little bit here, is that Grant initially refuses. He's like, I'm happy digging up dinosaur bones. I'm happy doing this. I'm a paleontologist. This is what I do. And he initially rejects the call to adventure. He eventually gives in and is part of this kind of pointless exercise into the Alps. What can only, I assume, be a money laundering scheme in order to get the cast of this movie to Malta for a series of chase sequences that, I don't know, could have been filmed literally anywhere. Don't know why it had to be in Malta. But at the end of this, basically, he's going to tell Ellie Sattler, like, I wasn't really truly happy in that life. I was happy, I'm happy when I'm with you. And it's this kind of rekindling of the romance that never happened. I am maniacal. Like, look at this. This is horrible. Can we get a quick math check on what approximately how many times
checks.
How many times over the initial, like, built-in limit am I? By which I mean, what is 1742 divided by 60?
1742 divided by 60. 29.0333 repeating.
Okay, so I'm approximately. I have 29 times the number of dinosaurs this game is supposed to have at most. Currently running around on screen. It's running fine for me. I don't know if the stream itself is starting to.
The stream looks fine on my end.
Awesome. Then I don't think there should be any problem pumping this up to 6,000. Let's do it. Why not? So we finally have feathered dinosaurs, but we also have non-feathered dinosaurs. So like Atrociraptor is one of the new things that's introduced. Atrociraptor is kind of a cool name for a scrappy animal. It's like the tip of a snout and I think a couple of foot bones is all that's actually known of Atrociraptor. In the movies, they've somehow sequenced their entire genome, so they're just basically a full-sized raptor. But they're also genetically engineered to obey commands, so when they're in Malta, this evil villain who is basically like a magazine model, like she's literally a fashion model, like wearing extremely expensive clothes, always like posing as if there's a camera out of sight, and she's just like, I am evil. I'm from the Evil Dinosaur Corporation. Here are my evil dinosaurs who obey my command. And she's got this little laser pointer. It's got like an audio cue, so it's like, and then she points the laser at the person, and now the person will be hunted forever until one of the two, either the dinosaur or the person, is dead. And so there's this whole motorcycle chase thing. People, like random people in Malta, are being eaten alive by dinosaurs. By the end of this film, spoiler alert, none of that main cast, so Chris Pratt lives through all three movies, which is an abomination. Like, that frustrates me so much, because he should have been killed. I would have argued in his first appearance, he should have died. Because if those first three movies were about anything, they were about punishing hubris. And Owen Grady as the raptor training ex-Navy SEAL is, I think, the perfect character to have his shit kicked in, but he isn't because he's Chris Pratt. So that's great. Anyway, he lives, Claire Dearing lives, Ellie Sattler lives, Alan Grant lives, Ian Malcolm lives. All the new characters they introduced in Dominion, they all live. I think Dodson is one of the few kills in that movie. So the bad guy in Jurassic Park 1 who shows up to try to bribe Nedry into buying all those embryos is revived for the big baddie of Jurassic Park 6. And also, they finally decided to showcase what might be the largest dinosaur of all time, Giganotosaurus. So again, this is one of those things that people have been speculating since, like, so I think Giganotosaurus is published in, I think maybe the 90s, it might be 96. So this extremely large predatory dinosaur, bigger than Tyrannosaurus, probably. Is it going to make an appearance in Jurassic Park? Well, it does finally in 2022. Its recreation, again, is not inspiring. It's not super accurate to the actual animal. They give it a lot of crocodilian-like features and no unique, like, auditory signature. It just sounds like kind of a gurgling, hissing, like reptile. They allow themselves all kinds of, like, artistic license when it comes to selectively adding feathers or, again, all the coloration that they choose, that's all pretty much according to their whims. I did tease earlier, I did mention that colors of dinosaurs were actually discovered. So Sinosauropteryx, that same little guy that brought John Ostrom to tears back in 1996, was restudied, and the cells basically preserved in those feathers were in such high detail that they were able to uncover the folded proteins called melanosomes that basically these are proteins with very particular shapes, and their shapes indicate the colors of the proteins that they would have formed. Oh, it's starting to get... It's starting to struggle. They are
What are we at now?
We are at 1984. They're starting to clip into each other.
Awesome.
Also point out the stream is about to hit 10 hours. But the end is in sight. The end is in sight. Because as I said, no one dies in this movie. At least no major characters die, which is really frustrating. For a series that's supposed to be edgy, it's cast as in basically the stakes are never raised, right? It just everything plots along. It's nothing but chase scenes, but you know that none of the main Bill characters are gonna die. They're all old now, and you know, generally horror leaves beloved old people alone. They're not gonna kill the kid, obviously, and all the, like, you know, those you would expect to be fair game to be killed off never are. They encounter Giganotosaurus. Giganotosaurus is just a big carnivorous dinosaur, just like Indominus was, just like Spinosaurus was, but you know, it's rather unremarkable. They don't really do anything interesting with it. They take slightly more interesting artistic liberties with their Therizinosaurus. Therizinosaurus was, again, one of these animals that people wanted to see in Jurassic Park for a very long time, because Therizinosaurs are so far outside of what people imagine dinosaurs to be, right? They're theropods, so they're of the two-legged meat-eating family, but they're two-legged plant-eating, actually. They seem to come from carnivorous ancestors that develop herbivory. They have these giant claws on their forearms. They have a four-toed track, which is really unusual. And, you know, it's just kind of a hard thing to describe. And again, what you would want this series for is to boost name recognition. So you would want it to make an appearance in Jurassic Park so that when you're trying to communicate science on Therizinosaurs, you can use a word that people understand, right? You want to establish a cultural touchstone. So Therizinosaurus has appeared in Jurassic Park, so I guess, you know, it's cool that I can reference that, and people kind of know what I'm talking about. As you might expect, the Therizinosaurus in Jurassic World it's I think probably too big. Its head is definitely way too big. Its behavior is extremely aggressive. We really have no way of inferring how aggressive or territorial this animal would have been. But, you know, it's a monster movie, so why not? I think the scene where they introduce the Therizinosaur, which comes after their plane crashes over the European dinosaur sanctuary in the Alps. The plane is attacked by Quetzalcoatlus, big flying reptile, which again, it's cool that it has now appeared in a mainstream work, and I can say, you remember that giant pterosaur in Jurassic Park? The one that takes down an airplane? Yeah, that's an Azhdarchid, and we think that there might be Azhdarchids in other places that, you know, have ongoing research. But that scene is the first one in that movie. I recall being like, okay, they actually edited the scenes correctly to give it enough like like pacing for an action movie, right? Everything else was so quick and didn't have almost any like establishing shots or like a pause to like catch its own breath. That it's kind of an exhausting movie to watch. It's an exhausting movie to try to relay here secondarily. My computer's definitely starting to lag, which is cool. Keep going. So, yeah, I thought the Therizinosaurus was cool. I'm glad they included it. They gave it a little bit of character. It's been wounded, so it's blind in one eye, and that gives a kind of tension. You know, there's suddenly rules in the monster movie again where it's an animal that can't really see you, so it's hunting by sound, and also it's not a carnivore, so it's just highly territorial. It's not going to hunt you out to eat you, but if you show up in its territory, it is going to kill you. So yay, a monster with like rules and stakes. That's interesting. In the final battle, this final showdown, where all the characters are all together in one place, they've been running around and around and around and around. They all end up in the same spot, and what do you know? Giganotosaurus is there. So is a T-Rex. Not just any T-Rex, but the same one from the original movies has been rescued from Isla Nublar and is now in the Alps. And at this point, it is almost 30 years old. At a minimum, it's been 30 years since its appearance in that first movie. And that's really pushing the limits of like, okay, you know, a Tyrannosaur, you know, we've done study on the long bones of the animal. It's a thing we call bone histology, where you cut into the femur usually and count growth rings. Same kind of deal with the otoliths, and you basically count the number of lags to show seasons of growth, and that can be used to infer age. And so I think it was Sue was determined to be 28 years old, and that's a fully grown and heavily battle-scarred animal. So 28 at the time of death. Yeah, okay. Pushing 30 plus however many years the animal lived, like however old the animal was before the Jurassic Park movie actually starts. Now you're really starting to push it. And also, this is an animal that has, you know, started its life under intense, like veterinary care that was then completely taken away, living feral for a number of years, fighting things, obviously, and then, like, here we go, like, anesthetized, knocked out, transported across the globe, getting into fights and almost getting killed over and over again for these movies. This is just an animal that is being horribly beat up, and it gets into another showdown with Giganotosaurus, which again is slightly bigger, so it might win, which is something that people who freaked out about Spinosaurus killing T-Rex in Jurassic Park 3 would not be super happy about. So they tussle, T-Rex gets thrown to the ground. Oh no, it looks like it's dead. But then Therizinosaurus wanders into the arena, and by the arena I mean like the campus of the Biosin like research area. Oh yeah, also they have the B plot, so Ellie Sattler and Alan Grant have snuck into the Biosin facilities to verify that they are in fact creating these genetically modified locusts to eat crops selectively and annihilate crops that are not genetically engineered by Biosin. Wow. And they also start setting, I think by accident, set a bunch of locusts on fire, and those locusts, oh no, actually, they tried to, like, destroy, they try to, like, pull some fire hatch or whatever. They try to destroy the locusts are on fire and escape instead, so they have since set, like, the entire, like, everything's on fire at this point. The whole valley is on fire. and Therizinosaurus shows up in the battleground. It's like, all right, I'll take anything on. So it starts kind of fighting with not Carcharodontosaurus, Giganotosaurus. T-Rex has like a moment of clarity or whatever, and at this point it's actually supposed to flash back to the Cretaceous period. They ended up cutting this part and making it into a prologue for the movie, but it shows the animal that this Tyrannosaurus was cloned from in the late Cretaceous that gets killed by a Giganotosaurus, which is impossible because they lived on different continents at different times. And it's, by the way, also like it's also joined by so Dreadnoughtus, again, not from North America, so shouldn't be depicted at the same place as T-Rex. And Moros, which is a primitive early Cretaceous Tyrannosaur, is shown at the exact same time as T-Rex itself. So that's interesting. Playing very fast and loose with, like, yeah, anything in the Cretaceous can be thrown together. Oh, this is getting ridiculous. What have I done?
I don't know, but you're so close to the end. After 10 hours.
I am definitely starting to feel it. I'm starting to... Oh
For the past like 3 hours, I've been like in bed with the lights off, like ready to go to bed as soon as you turn the live stream off.
I thank you and everyone who has stuck around, which at this point I think it's just us and Kat, have stuck around this long. And for everyone listening in on the VOD, thank you for listening as well. The game is clearly going to crash very soon. So I wanted to just get that out of the way, just in case it totally blows up, because I am fully running out of steam. And yeah, so Carcharodontosaurus, so there's this flashback where T-Rex is supposed to like remember its genetic memory that it was killed by Giganotosaurus, and not this time, so it gets back up and it is now double teaming Giganotosaurus. And so it and the Therizinosaurus kind of bat at it for a little while. The T-Rex basically pushes Giganotosaurus into the Therizinosaurus's claws, and it dies. It just like pushes it into the guy with the big like sword hands, and it's impaled and it dies. The locust subplot is kind of addressed. They basically say Ellie Sattler was able to engineer a new locust that can like wipe out the previous populations. Of course, like the susceptibility to plague, like plagues of locusts by like changing climate, again, would be something you would think that they would talk about in this show, in this franchise. Not really something that ever comes up. God, my throat hurts so bad.
Do you want me to stall for a minute while you get something to drink?
No. I gotta when I finally break, I break.
Okay.
So that's the movie. That's basically how it goes.
Awesome.
The entire screen is now filled up with a writhing mass of dinosaurs.
Do they just pop out like fully grown adults in this game?
Yes, they do.
Awesome. Who cares about growth and development?
Not me.
We're here to see dinosaurs.
Exactly. And I think we've seen
I've seen more
Enough.
dinosaurs the past 2 days than I've ever seen in my life.
That includes when we were getting hands-on with the real ones. Oh, this guy has
Yeah.
decided to migrate and hang out with. That's cool. I'm gonna release a bunch of predators now. How's that sound?
Oh, look
Is
at
it-
this dude.
As a thank you and as a sign-off, I am crossing Jurassic Park 6 recap off the list. I have talked about acquiring Operation Genesis. I have talked forever about paleontologist portrayal. Just to say one more time, it's not great. I don't love it. I certainly wish that they incorporated more of what we actually had to say about dinosaurs. That would be cool. I'm never going to be hired as an advisor on those movies, so it doesn't really matter if I say that, if I share any of these opinions. But frankly, a lot of others will just kind of hold their tongue because they don't want to kind of disrespect the cultural touchstone that they feel links us to the public. That Jurassic Park is what the public that's how they understand dinosaurs, that's how things make sense to them, and it comes off, they fear, as kind of snotty and elitist to say, you know, these movies are inaccurate. But hopefully I've kind of made the case that the franchise is asking for it. They decided that this was going to be the be-all and end-all of dinosaurs, and if you're going to do that, you have to be open to criticism. And there is so much legitimate criticism to make of the series. I think there's a lot of stuff, obviously, to enjoy, including this game, which I think is really fun. And as far as, like, the future, maybe someday, again, like, there's plenty of unresolved plot points from this last movie, but it made $1 billion. It was reviewed very poorly. So who knows? Who knows? I would say the series is best adapted for TV anyway. Again, I think the best Jurassic World thing that was ever made was their short film, because it's you know, it's a tight 10 minutes that includes both kind of family drama, which was what, you know, made the original movies Spielberg-y. So if you're into that kind of thing, it's in Battle for Big Rock. It also includes, you know, child heroics, and it includes, you know, whatever. My recommendation, if you're going to watch anything Jurassic Park or Jurassic World, the original movie is a genuine film, and even though it's not going to impress as far as, like, it doesn't look cutting edge anymore. It's 30 years old, give it a break. It's still, I guess, basically fun to watch. The score is excellent. The theme for Jurassic Park is timeless. And things are just gonna become just... I'm gonna save because I'm so sure this is gonna crash soon. But it shouldn't surprise you that basically as soon as Prehistoric Planet was announced, as soon as we saw those first couple trailers, and saw that, like, basically the old Walking With formula of mockumentary, but this time with, like, genuine cutting edge CGI, presenting these animals in a more realistic way, more convincingly than they ever have before, replicating what made people really fall in love with Jurassic Park and made it into a movie with staying power of at least 3 decades. It might not last much longer. But clearly there's interest in these animals, there's interest in the ancient natural world, and I don't make a secret out of the fact that, like, I hope stuff like Prehistoric Planet, who focuses on telling those stories and not, like, how we can contrive ways for new dinosaurs to appear in a series that really only has one story, which is there are dinosaurs on an island, right? That's the one story there ever was, and we can't keep doing it over and over. We can't keep doing this. We gotta make change. Because if you keep doing the same thing and not adapt to new conditions, you go extinct. And if that isn't the meaning of Christmas, I don't know what is.
Thank you for your inspiring words. Now let's crash this game.
I'm waiting. I think I'm just gonna leave the camera right here and just observe. I don't need to narrate anymore. I've said my piece. If you disagree, good for you. Listen to these soothing sounds. Is anything else anyone would like to say as our champions for making it this far? 10 hours. The stream started close to 10.5 hours ago. When it's edited down, it may end up being about 10 hours. Is there any question anyone would like to ask? Any aspect that I have not already discussed? Because I truly do not wish to discuss this ever again. I've said my piece. It was fun, but I don't know if I could stay this late again. No, I feel you. I feel like crap. I feel unwell.
It was a fun journey, but I don't think I'm gonna make it past 1:30. My eyelids are heavy.
I think I'm gonna let it fade out over this scene.
The horde.
Over the horde. I'm gonna say goodnight, and I'll be the last one to sign off. Good night, everyone. If you enjoy dinosaurs and you want to be a paleontologist, hit me up. I want to help people make their way, and if this is something you're serious about wanting to be a part of, I know what it's like. I understand that it's a calling when it's a calling, and there's no amount of saying otherwise that, like, no, this isn't a good idea, no, it's a difficult field to break into. If this is what you want to do, this is what you want to do. And if that's the case, I want to help in any way that I can. So, you know, you can reach out in the comments if you want to. You can send me a DM. I create science education content on Patreon over at patreon.com/ptpaleo, where I create content that is good, and you know, stuff where I pay close attention to the words that I say and try to make it as succinct as I can, instead of just kind of talking off the cuff for 10 straight hours. So, if you like learning about natural history, and maybe if you just kind of want to help out an early career scientist, check out my work on Patreon. I hope you enjoyed. I definitely am glad that I did it. I would not do this again for at least another 30 years. So I am going to save. And bid everyone a good night.